Chapter 793. Everyone happily clinked their glasses and downed the red wine in one gulp. Linya glanced at the super noble and beautiful girls in front of her and sighed. She had no idea where Lin Xian found such beautiful girls. What's wrong? You don't like drinking? Linya suddenly realized that Linglong Shue's wine glass hadn't been touched. She had just taken a tiny sip, and it was still imprinted on her rosy lips. She really wanted to take a sip. Linglong Shui was actually in a dilemma. She had only done some research after she became pregnant. Then, she learned that she couldn't drink while pregnant, or it wouldn't be good for the child. Therefore, she struggled. Lin Xian seemed to understand her thoughts and said, "Don't worry. Why don't you take a look at your strength?" If it were an ordinary person, they would have to take note. However, Linglong Shui was at the heavenly Tao realm. How could drinking alcohol be a problem for the child? It was impossible. People who reached the mystic heaven realm basically wouldn't have problems like catching a cold or having a fever. However, Lin Xian really wanted to laugh. This girl was too nervous. Unless her stomach was severely injured, how could a heavenly venerable break through her defenses if she stood there and allowed them to hit her? Even if she didn't defend, a heavenly Tao realm's physique wasn't something a heavenly venerable could break through. To put it simply, if Linglong Shui stood there without releasing any strength, Murong Qing could release her full strength and punch her in the stomach. It wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't hurt at all. The strength of her physique was too terrifying. Linglong Shui nodded. She was indeed too nervous. Then, she downed the red wine in one gulp. What's her strength? Linya asked curiously. Indeed, she felt that she was very powerful. In any case, she's stronger than you, little fairy, Lin Xian said with a smile. There was actually no need to hide her strength from them. However, the heavenly Tao realm was too exaggerated. Lin Xian couldn't be bothered to explain, so he left it at that for now. Linya took a bite of the beef and muttered, "Are you laughing at me?" Of course, she was just joking. No. How is that possible? Lin Xian said with a smile. Linya, your talent is also very strong. You should cultivate well. Bing Lingyue looked at Linya and said, "Me? I don't know." Linya shook her head slightly. Your physique is the dream of all ice attribute martial artists. It's the same as your starting point being twice that of other ice attribute martial artists. In the future, the height you can reach will definitely be the highest among the ice attribute martial artists. So if you can cultivate, it's best to improve your cultivation as soon as possible. Bing Lingyue was an ice elemental master. Of course, she could understand Lin Yu's situation. She was quite envious of her. It doesn't matter. It's fine as long as little Xian can become stronger. I'll slowly improve myself. Lin Yu was very satisfied with her current life. Lin Xian said, after a while, when I have enough strength, I'll help you improve. Lin Yu nodded slightly. They chatted happily while watching the Spring Festival Gala. There were two girls who were completely focused on the food. They were Lingyue and Dragoni. They were fighting to be the first to eat the delicious food. It was as if someone was competing with them. However, there were more than 20 dishes tonight. If they didn't eat more, they wouldn't be able to finish it. At this time, Bing Lingyue stretched out her hand, and a secret manual appeared in her palm. She passed it to Linya. Linya looked at Lin Xian. Seeing Lin Xian nod, she put down her chopsticks and took the manual. This is my cultivation method, the 9 Heavens Frost Technique. It is divided into 9 heavens. Each day is a world. It includes mental cultivation methods, martial arts, special methods to use the cold energy, and so on. You can try to cultivate it when you're quiet. With your physique, it will be twice the result with half the effort. Lin Xian opened his mouth. Damn, this was an extremely precious gift. Bing Lingyue's main cultivation method. She was the Empress. Although she had just advanced to the great virtual realm, she had to pay attention to one thing. She was a human. She had relied on her own cultivation to advance. At the same time, her cultivation had been interrupted for 800 years. Otherwise, she would definitely be stronger. The cultivation method she cultivated was obviously powerful. Well, it's not dangerous, right? Lin Xian asked. Normal cultivation is dangerous, but your physique is very strong. Don't worry about it. Linya nodded. Thank you. Bing Lingyue smiled. It's fine. Let's eat. Don't just talk. Look at Dragoni, Murongqing said with a smile. A few people looked at Dragoni and Ling Longyue. The two girls paused for a moment, feeling a little embarrassed. Yes, yes, yes. Let's eat. The rest of the time was spent eating, chatting, and watching the New Year's gala. Lin Xian, do you know this person? Murongqing suddenly asked. On the television, a very beautiful girl who didn't look very old walked up the stage. Those who could appear on the New Year's gala were all amazing people. Especially when she went up the stage, the applause and cheers were like thunder. Lin Xian glanced at her. She's very beautiful. Unfortunately, I don't pay attention to celebrities. I don't know her. Lin Xian shook his head. I think I've seen her in a TV series. Sister, do you remember? We've seen her in a few TV series. Ling Longyue suddenly discovered a new continent. Yeah. Ling Longshui also nodded. When they watched the TV series, they thought she was very beautiful and smart. However, they didn't deliberately follow her. After that, they watched a lot of other TV series and saw her figure in other TV series. But you must have heard her songs. Or more or less, you must have heard her name. What's her name? An Xian. I think I've heard of her before. It seems like Yi and the others like her. Lin Xian said. She's very popular. I think she's only 18 years old. Then, she became a movie queen. Her songs are very popular. Basically, she wrote the lyrics and music herself. She's a talented girl. You still pay attention to this? Lin Xian was a little surprised. Not really. I have a cousin who was betrothed to her when they were young. So, I guess I know her. Plus, the Yin family is one of the 8 great families in Tiandu. Lin Xian. After knowing Murongqing for a while, Lin Xian only knew that she was in a high position. However, if his cousin was betrothed to the daughter of one of the 8 great families in Tiandu, then he must be from one of the 8 great families. Then, her family must be one of them too. But it wasn't surprising. The meal lasted for 2 hours. They talked a lot and became closer. After the meal, they leaned on the sofa and chatted, munching on sunflower seeds and watching the Spring Festival Gala. Why don't we play a game? It's not fun to just watch the Spring Festival Gala. Lin Xian suddenly suggested. Chapter 794. If Ling Ying and Han Chuxue were here, their hearts would definitely tremble when they heard Lin Xian playing games. Because when she heard him say that they were going to play games, she knew that this guy definitely did not have any good intentions. He was very evil. Which time did they not end up in bed after playing games? Obviously, everyone fell for Lin Xian's trick because they thought that it would be good to have some fun with so many people, especially tonight's special occasion. Okay, it's boring to just watch the gala, but what game should we play? Murongqing was very interested. God knows how many years it has been since she had a good game. The others were obviously interested as well. Lin Xian's mouth slightly hooked up, then he ran into the room and took out a KTV turntable. Truth or dare? You want to play? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Ling Longshui and the others were puzzled. What kind of game is truth or dare? Although the literal meaning is very intuitive, it's still a game. So there should be other ways to play it. That's not too good. Linya didn't think it was a big deal for her, but if Lin Xian did something difficult for a girl to do, then it wouldn't be good for them. She was mainly thinking for the others. Don't worry, whether it's truth or dare, it won't be too overboard. Lin Xian added. Then it's okay. Murongqing said. Dragoni wants to play too. Dragoni flew back and forth in the air around them. Don't play, or I'll bully you to death. Lin Xian said fiercely. Oh, Dragoni will watch. She was very obedient. Then she obediently flew into Lin Yu's arms and snuggled into Lin Yu's arms. She really likes to snuggle into Lin Yu's arms now. But what are the rules of the game? Ling Longyue blinked her big eyes. It's very simple. See this turntable? Let's sit around the sofa and let Dragoni spin the roulette wheel. The person that the wheel points to will have to choose truth or dare. Truth or dare is what you need to do. But who's going to tell me the truth or dare? Lin Xian smiled and said, we'll take turns. If the person who came up with the question is the same person, then we'll skip to the next person. But you said that I can't go overboard, Lin Xian said. If the content of truth or dare can't be done, then you can give up. However, the punishment for giving up is to drink 3 glasses of alcohol. Then, Lin Xian pointed at the bottles of red wine on the side. All right, this wasn't much of a problem. Lin Xian smiled inwardly. Hee. Lin Xian suddenly said, oh, that's right. You can't use your spiritual power to dissolve the alcohol when you drink. Otherwise, drinking alcohol wouldn't be considered a punishment. Wouldn't that be just drinking water? If they couldn't get drunk, then wouldn't he have no fun? After all, the purpose of this game was to get them drunk. Only then could he do whatever he wanted, right? All right. They didn't suspect anything because Lin Xian's words made sense. If they used their spiritual power to dissolve the alcohol, then how is it different from drinking water? How could it be considered a punishment? Let's begin. The first person to come up with a question will start from the left. Beautiful big sister, let's begin. Lin Xian rubbed his hands and said to Morong Qing. He couldn't wait any longer. Who knew how much of an advantage he would get? Dragoni flew out of Lin Ya's arms and landed beside the roulette wheel. She was very happy because she controlled the fate of everyone in the game. Dragoni is about to begin. With that said, Dragoni's tiny hand began to fiddle with the needle. Everyone, including the heavenly Dao realm Linglong Shui, stared intently at the rapidly spinning needle. Everyone was muttering in their hearts, please don't let it turn to her. Please don't. Perhaps the one who wasn't worried the least was Lin Xian because even if it turned to him, it wouldn't matter. He was the only man here. The other girls might be worried about being taken advantage of by Lin Xian, but Lin Xian wasn't worried at all. The needle slowly slowed down. When it was right in front of Linglong Shui, it almost stopped moving. Linglong Shui had experienced too many ups and downs, and her mental state had long matured. However, why was she so nervous when playing such a small game? It's over, it's over, it's over. I can't be this unlucky, right? The needle finally stopped spinning and passed by Linglong Shui and stopped in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian, wow, my luck can't be this bad, right? Yay. No one said anything, but they seemed to have reached a consensus. The girls were on one side while Lin Xian was on the other. Seeing Lin Xian being pointed by the needle, everyone was very happy. Ling Longyuet even jumped up and down, clapping her hands. It was a pity that she wasn't the one to set the question for Lin Xian. Otherwise, he would die from anger. Dragoni, what's wrong with you? Lin Xian pinched her cheeks. Dragoni pouted. She also wanted Lin Xian to win, but it was fate. Okay, I'm going to set the question. No, before that, you have to choose between dare or truth. Morong Qing's lips curled as she looked at Lin Xian seductively. No matter what Lin Xian chose, she had to make Lin Xian unhappy. Tonight was going to be a carefree night. Decisive truth, Lin Xian said. Everyone looked at Lin Xian and Morong Qing expectantly. Let me think. Morong Qing looked at Lin Xian with evil intentions, then her eyes lit up. Here it comes. Are you still a virgin? Lin Xian, wow. So this was Morong Qing. This question was simply too incisive. But this question wasn't a problem for Linglong Shui and the other two, but Morong Qing didn't know either. For Morong Qing and Linya, this was something to look forward to. No, Lin Xian replied with a black face. Oh? Morong Qing showed an interested smile. I heard from your sister that you haven't been in love before. Who did you marry? Fuck. Just one question. How many do you want to ask? Just you wait. Don't regret it later. Lin Xian said unhappily. Hee hee hee. Morong Qing laughed heartily. Linglong Shui's face was a little red. Lin Yu was quite surprised. Lin Xian hadn't been in love before. At least she didn't know. But he wasn't that. Who could it be? It must be one of the beautiful girls around Lin Xian. Her intuition was like this. Did that mean that Lin Xian already had a girlfriend? See? This isn't the first time your obedient little brother has done it. Who knows how many girls he has harmed? Morong Qing said to Lin Yu with a smile. Linglong Shui didn't know how many girls Lin Xian had harmed, or was it just her? Lin Yu tidied the hair on her forehead slightly and whispered, Xian isn't young anymore. Actually, it's nothing. Chapter 795. When Lin Yu heard the news, she had an indescribable feeling in her heart. In her heart, Lin Xian didn't seem to have a girlfriend, and now that he wasn't, she felt that he had really grown up. But when she thought about it, it wasn't a big deal. After all, he was really outstanding. And she was Lin Xian's sister. What was she thinking? She should be happy. Continue, 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 Lin Xian said unhappily. Murong Qing, right? See if this young master doesn't teach you a lesson. Lin Xian was a very vengeful person. Dragoni fiddled with the needle again, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the needle again. The needle slowly slowed down, then stopped, and finally stopped. In front of Murong Qing. Murong Qing. It can't be? Such a coincidence? Retribution. It's all retribution. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xian laughed. What are you laughing at? It's not your turn to set the question. Murong Qing suddenly said, and Lin Xian's smile froze. Wow. It's not his turn to set the question. Anyway, when it's my turn, I'll just point at Lin Xian, the big bad guy. Ling Longyue was looking forward to this. Linya set the question for Murong Qing. I choose truth. Murong Qing glanced at Lin Xian smugly. You want to teach me a lesson? But you can't. Little fairy, you can't ask something that's not interesting at all. You have to ask the same question she asked me before. Lin Xian reminded Linya. He was afraid that Linya would ask questions like what brand of clothes she liked, what brand of cosmetics she liked. That would be too fucking boring. Linya thought carefully, and then asked, Then, do you still have your first kiss? Linya's face turned red after she asked the question because Linya was a very serious person. Playing this kind of ambiguous game could not be said to be ambiguous. It was mainly because Murong Qing started it, and then she was inexplicably dragged into it. Then we'll have to talk about what counts as a first kiss, Murong Qing said with a smile. It means you've never kissed a man before, Lin Xian said with a smile. No, it's still here. Old bitch, Lin Xian mumbled. Murong Qing, fuck your mother. I really want to fuck him. Big sister has never had a boyfriend before. Ling Longyue blinked and asked. She had been in the human world for quite some time, and she knew that most girls must have had boyfriends before, especially this big sister. She felt that she should be quite open, but she didn't expect that she had never had a boyfriend before. Yes, Murong Qing said helplessly. How could it be that not having a boyfriend was also discriminated? Just don't fall into my hands, Lin Xian said fiercely. Hee hee. Then you better pray that you don't fall into my hands again. Continue, continue. After a few more rounds, it was Linglong Shui, Bing Lingyue, and Lin Xian who fell into the trap, but they all chose truth. No way. If they only played truth, how could Lin Xian take advantage of them? They definitely couldn't play like this. What's wrong? They were playing to their heart's content, especially Linglong Shui and the others, who had never played before. Everyone gathered here, listening to the New Year's Eve party and the sound of firecrackers outside, eating, drinking, and playing games. It was really comfortable. They all chose truth. It's not interesting at all. If we don't play dare, then our game will be called truth, not truth or dare. Lin Xian said. They pondered for a moment and felt that it made sense. How about this? No matter who it is in the next round, it will be truth, and the next after that will be dare. You don't have to choose. How about it? Okay. They didn't expect Lin Xian's scheme and just nodded. Lin Xian's mouth curved slightly. It was his turn to set the next round. Xiao Long is about to start. Xiao Long just spun the roulette and listened to them talk. It was quite fun. The roulette slowly stopped and finally stopped in front of Linglong Shui. Linglong Shui. Tonight's luck seemed to be a bit bad. TSK, TSK, TSK. Xiao Linglong. Lin Xian revealed a smirk. Set the question. Linglong Shui appeared very calm, but in reality, she wasn't that calm. This round is dare, Lin Xian reminded. Linglong Shui nodded. The others looked at Lin Xian curiously, wondering what question he would set. Kiss me. Lin Xian pointed at his cheek and said. Linglong Shui, biffed. Murong Qing couldn't help but laugh. She should have guessed it. So this is Lin Xian, this stinking hooligan. Sure enough, although in this society, when everyone was having fun together, it was fine for a girl to kiss a guy's cheek. Although she didn't want to, Murong Qing felt that Lin Xian had this kind of bad idea from the beginning. Linglong Shui was really beautiful. As a woman, she felt that she could fall in love with this woman. She was really a perfect woman, and she was strong. Her temperament couldn't be faked. To take advantage of this kind of goddess, he was really a hooligan. Lin Yu was also helpless. She glanced at Linglong Shui, then looked at Lin Xian and said, "Little Xian, is it okay? It's just a game. What's the big deal? It's just a kiss, not a kiss on the mouth. I don't think it's a big deal." Lin Xian then looked at Linglong Shui and said with a smile, "Xiao Linglong, you can't afford to play, right?" Linglong Shui. She was provoked, but it was really useful. How could she, a void fox, not be able to afford it? If this was a man she hated, she might really not be able to afford it. But Lin Xian, and she had been intimate so many times that a kiss on the cheek was really nothing. The only thing was, there were a few people around. She and Lin Xian had been intimate many times, but in front of outsiders, even Linglong Yu and Bing Lingyue, she had never been intimate with Lin Xian. She always acted cold, so this was something she was shy about. "It's nothing," Linglong Shui said. Bing Lingyue felt that it was strange, but it didn't seem to be anything. After all, they were partners. "Then come." Lin Xian then moved his face closer. Linglong Shui bit her red lips slightly, then closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, proving that her heart was not calm. Although they had been intimate many times, this was definitely the first time she took the initiative to kiss Lin Xian. Mua then. Her slightly cold red lips touched Lin Xian's cheek. After that, she blushed and hurriedly stepped back, tidying her hair in a fluster. Amazing! Murong Qing saw this scene and secretly gave Lin Xian a thumbs up in her heart. Chapter 796. This was really amazing. What was Ling Longshue's strength? She felt that she was at least at the virtuous stage. She had not seen many virtuous stage experts before, let alone a virtuous stage expert from the demonic clan. Not only did you have such a good relationship with a virtuous stage expert from the demonic clan, you even managed to trick her into kissing you. But this person was too shameless. "Sure enough, there are no good men," Murong Qing said with a smile. "Don't be so smug. You're next." Lin Xian said to Murong Qing with a smile. Murong Qing, wow. She understood. She understood. This Lin Xian did not only want to take advantage of Linglong Shui, he wanted to take advantage of all the girls here. Wow, what a terrifying man. Men are really big pig trotters. Bah. Lin Yu was helpless, but Lin Xian was really amazing. There were so many beautiful and outstanding girls around him, and he even had a good relationship with them. It was really good. Continue, continue. No matter how they played, Lin Xian would definitely not lose, because when boys and girls played such games, the boy would always be the one taking advantage. This time, they actually played for 2 hours. They were really playing crazily. They drank a lot of wine, and Lin Xian got his wish of taking advantage of a few girls and taking advantage of them in front of them. It was really satisfying. It's finally time. This guy lost. Seeing that the pointer was pointing at Lin Xian, each of the girls was unusually happy. They had subconsciously reached an agreement to mess with Lin Xian together. So no matter who set the game, they would definitely mess with Lin Xian. Linglong Shui had already been taken advantage of twice by Lin Xian. The first time, he made her kiss him. The second time, she still fell into Lin Xian's hands. This time, he actually spanked her. Everyone had drunk a little too much. Although there were very few things that couldn't be done, everyone had a habit of pouring a glass of wine as they played. When they poured a glass for themselves, they would fill it up for everyone else. The empty bottles on the side were one after another. Therefore, she was a little drunk, and even Linglong Shui was a little high. When Lin Xian spanked her in public, although she was shy, she was definitely not as shy as when she was sober. This time, Lin Xian had fallen into Linglong Shui's hands. Linglong Shui drank a little too much. To be exact, everyone drank a little too much. Tonight was a rather unrestrained night. Lin Yu and Bing Lingyue's little faces were red. Punish him. Linglong, you must think of a question that will make him feel uncomfortable, Murong Qing said with a smile. After saying that, she drank the red wine in her glass in one gulp. Linglong Shui nodded. After playing for 2 hours, it was finally time for her to punish Lin Xian. At the same time, it was also a dare. To be honest, the probability of this was not high at all. Lin Xian did not care. What kind of punishment could he be worried about? He was a man after all. Linglong Shui was deep in thought. Do you want me to help you think of one? No. Lin Xian hurriedly rejected. Among everyone here, only Morong Qing was a threat to him. This woman was the most devilish one. Lin Xian said, then this is breaking the rules of the game, right? All right. Morong Qing laughed. Linglong Shui thought for a while and said, then the content of your dare is singing loudly in the neighborhood. Lin Xian, wow. Xiao Linglong, aren't you too cruel? Lin Xian looked like he was heartbroken. Linglong Shui actually revealed a proud expression, but there was a hint of playfulness in this proud expression. It was definitely because she was a little dizzy from drinking and didn't use her spirit force to dissolve the alcohol. Who told you to take advantage of me in front of so many people? Linglong Shui thought to herself. Bing Lingyue smiled and drank the red wine in one gulp. She said, that's a good idea, but I think the sound should be mixed with spiritual power. Otherwise, the sound won't be loud and won't travel far. With so many firecrackers outside, not many people will hear it. Lin Xian, wow. Little Bing Bing, you. Heartbroken. He did not expect the gentle little Bing Bing to bully him. Sob. He should have taken advantage of her just now. In the previous round, Lin Xian gave Bing Lingyue a question, and the content of the question was for Bing Lingyue to kiss Linglong Shui. In the end, she did kiss Linglong Shui and won the applause of everyone. Linglong Shui laughed so hard that she could not stand straight. Then, she probably remembered it. If he had known, he would have let her kiss him. Bing Lingyue smiled and said, that's more fun. Okay, you guys are ruthless. Lin Xian put on his shoes and walked out. Let's go. Let's go take a look. Then, the beautiful girls leaned against the window and looked outside. Soon, they saw Lin Xian walking to the small park in the middle of the neighborhood. Lin Xian took a deep breath and poured spiritual power into his voice. I was conquered by you just like that. Puffed. Everyone, including Linya, could not help but laugh. Ka, because Lin Xian's voice was imbued with spiritual power. It was as if he had a loudspeaker. In an instant, the windows of several balconies in the surrounding buildings opened one after another. One by one, people poked their heads out to see what was going on. Then, they saw a man singing in the snow. He seemed to be quite sad. Brother, come on. Today is the new year. There is no obstacle that cannot be overcome. Come on. Someone shouted at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face turned red. After singing a few lines, he quickly ran home. Are you satisfied? Lin Xian rolled his eyes at them. These girls were all laughing happily. It was the kind of laughter that Lin Xian had never seen on their faces. Linya, Linglong Shui, Bing Lingyue, today, they were all unrestrained and showed a side of themselves that they had never shown before. Lin Xian was actually laughing in his heart because they were all very happy. Really, this kind of day was hard to come by. Continue. You guys continue to show off. Let's see if you can still show off later. Lin Xian said unhappily. He couldn't end it now because he wasn't drunk yet. If he wasn't drunk, everything would be in vain. Big brother, we won't be discovered, right? At this moment, 2 people were hiding in the bushes in the neighborhood garden. That's right, they were from the Gongsun family. Tonight, they were sent by Gongsun how to bomb Lin Xian's house. Once the bomb exploded, the entire building would be annihilated in an instant. Everyone would die, but it didn't matter. Human lives were not important. However, Lin Xian actually came down just now and sang a very strange song. It was very strange and inexplicable. It shouldn't be. If they knew, why didn't they make a move? Let's go. Let's do it. I still want to go home for the new year. Then, the 2 people quietly approached. Both of them were of the wind attribute, so they easily reached the 8th floor and climbed up the wall. One of them carefully opened the window, then rubbed a bead in his hand and threw it directly in. Let's go. Chapter 797. Although they were having a good time inside and were a little drunk, to the point that Lin Xian did not notice. Linglong Shui, who was in the heavenly Dao realm, easily noticed. Even without releasing her divine sense, she had already sensed the two people outside when they began to climb the wall. She could easily sense them when she gently opened the window from the outside, no matter how soft the sound was or how noisy it was outside. When the bead was thrown in, while it was still in midair, Linglong Shui's right hand moved slightly. The bead that was thrown in midair disappeared, and the two people outside who had just retreated also disappeared at the same time. Morong Qing, Bing Lingyue, and Linglong Shui sensed the slight release of power from Linglong Shui. "What's wrong?" Bing Lingyue asked. "Nothing." Linglong Shui shook her head slightly. Boom. At this moment, a huge explosion came from outside, probably giving many people a fright. What a loud firecracker. Who set it off? Linyu was taken aback. Then, she looked back. The sky outside was originally dark. Sometimes, the nearby fireworks would light up for a moment, but at this moment, it was too bright. Then, they went to the window. In the sky outside, a huge red light flashed. I don't know why there are such loud fireworks. They don't look good, but they seem to be very powerful. Don't look, don't look. This is a game. I haven't made a comeback yet. Lin Xian then pulled them back. That huge explosion was actually caused by the bead thrown by the two men. However, Linglong Shui teleported the bead into the void. At the same time, the two men who were running away were also teleported there. They had already been blown into nothingness. Lin Xian still did not know what had happened. He even thought that it was fireworks. If Linglong Shui was not here today, Lin Xian's carelessness might have put him in danger. Time passed by slowly. Everyone finished eating and drinking. In the blink of an eye, it was already past 12 o'clock. Lin Xian did not know how many years it had been. This was the first time he had finished watching the New Year's Gala, even though he had watched it while playing. Everyone was drunk. Dragoni was already snoring on the coffee table, her face red. Ling Longyue was curled up in the corner of the sofa, fast asleep. The others were more or less drowsy. If they did not speak, they would have fallen asleep in a few seconds. Everyone, let's sleep. It's late. Lin Yu's eyes were unable to open. Linglong Shui and Bing Linglong Yu were drowsy. Then, we're going back. Linglong Shui said. You can sleep here. Let's go shopping tomorrow. Lin Yu said impudently. Okay. They did not refuse. Linglong Shui swore that this was the first time she had gotten drunk in her life. However, this feeling was quite good. It was as if there were no worries. She just wanted to lie down on the soft bed and sleep. There are a total of 3 rooms. Little Fairy and beautiful big sister can sleep together. Oh right, bring Dragoni to your room. There's another room. Little Bing Bing and Xiao Linglong can sleep together. Everyone forgot about Linglong Yu, who was snoring on the sofa. Lin Xian used his spirit energy to dissolve his drunkenness. Then, he laid down on the bed alone. After about half an hour, Lin Xian quietly walked out of the room and went to the other room. Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue were already deep asleep. Hee. Lin Xian rubbed his hands and revealed a sly smile. Then, he wanted to pounce on them. But, Lin Xian sat on the bed and thought for a while. In the end, he did not dare to touch Bing Lingyue. In fact, Lin Xian's original plan was to get them all drunk and take advantage of the opportunity to do something to Bing Lingyue. However, he no longer had the guts to do so. Forget it. This is too much. Forget it. Lin Xian shook his head. In the end, he simply carried Linglong Shui to his room. Hee, a drunk Linglong Shui. Isn't that a yuppie? A strong person would definitely sober up much faster than a weak person. Linglong Shui woke up early the next morning after being tormented by Lin Xian for more than an hour when she was about to fall asleep at 1 o'clock in the morning. At first, she was confused. Then, Linglong Shui subconsciously slapped Lin Xian. Lin Xian was still dreaming when he opened his eyes in a daze. Big sister, why did you slap me? Lin Xian said bitterly. Linglong Shui, that's right, they were not just friends. She did not have a reason to slap him. Although she could not remember clearly, she could still remember that this bastard was bullying her last night. I said before, without my permission, you are not allowed to touch me. Linglong Shui said angrily. But last night, you were the one who walked into my room and took advantage of me. Ding. Deceiving big sister, Prince Charming points plus 200,000. Linglong Shui. No. No way. Anyway, Linglong Shui was drunk. She did not even react when Lin Xian carried her in, so she definitely did not know. Then, Lin Xian said aggrievedly, and then you hit me, Linglong Shui. She did not believe it, but she could not refute it. Lin Xian then sniffed pitifully. I'm sorry. Linglong Shui did not know what to say. Sigh. I have such a hard life. I have a wife, but I can't touch her. If I touch her, I get hit. Sigh. Lin Xian sighed. Linglong Shui bit her lips slightly. I said I'm sorry, she said softly. But you have to compensate me. Lin Xian looked at her aggrievedly. What do you want? Lin Xian laughed in his heart. I want you to fulfill your promise. Linglong Shui. No. No. Her little face instantly turned red. It was simply too charming. Then forget it. Lin Xian sighed again and said, I'm getting up to make breakfast. You should rest. Then, Lin Xian stood up. Wait. Linglong Shui was indeed very apologetic in her heart. She called out to Lin Xian. Wait for me to go home. She said this with a red face. It was her fault, and this was indeed what they should do after she lost the bet. Not now. No. Linglong Shui then lay down. All right. Then, Lin Xian walked out happily. He knew that Linglong Shui must have felt that there was someone else at home. But it did not matter. They had already agreed. He had made a fortune. Awesome. Chapter 798. Lin Xian was sitting outside eating breakfast. Linglong Shui quickly came out and looked at Lin Xian in the kitchen from afar. She never thought that she would be like this one day. However, she didn't regret it because there was nothing to regret. Moreover, she was looking forward to the day her child was born. She had to admit that this definitely aroused her strong maternal love. Then she glanced over and saw Linglong Yu lying in the corner of the sofa, hugging a pillow and sleeping soundly. Linglong Shui. She slept like this last night? It seemed that they were all drunk and misunderstood Lin Xian. Ding. Prince Charming points plus 500,000. Lin Xian, who was making breakfast, inexplicably added Prince Charming points again. Then he turned around and saw Linglong Shui looking at him. Linglong Shui saw Lin Xian looking over and quickly turned to the side, pretending not to see him. Lin Xian smiled. Xiao Linglong, come and try it. Lin Xian greeted her. Linglong Shui then walked over. Lin Xian then gave her some, and she obediently ate it. How is it? Lin Xian asked with a smile. It's okay. Linglong Shui nodded. Go and wash up. It'll be done soon. See if the others are up. We're going shopping today. Got it. Although everyone was drunk, they woke up one after another. They woke up quite early. After all, they didn't have the body of an ordinary person. Things like alcohol normally dissipated very quickly. Linya walked out yawning and saw them sitting around the sofa eating breakfast. Linya Jejia, come and eat breakfast. We're going shopping. Linglong Yu said happily. Coming. Tell me, how are you going to find a hard-working man like me? Lin Xian sighed and said. Yes, Big Brother is the best. Dragoni said happily. All right. Don't be so narcissistic. Murong Qing said helplessly. Tell me, isn't it a kind of happiness that all of you can have breakfast together? So, which pretty lady did you fuck and caused you to lose your virginity? Murong Qing said with a smirk. Lin Xian. All right. I can't chat with this woman. I can't chat with her when everyone is around. She's too evil. Little Xian, are you going to Tiandu tomorrow? Linya asked. Lin Xian nodded. Yeah. Why are you going to Tiandu? Linglong Shui asked with great interest. Lin Xian said he's going to take me to eat something delicious. He said there's a lot of good food in Tiandu. Linglong Yue said innocently. Poochie, Murong Qing laughed. You believe him? Lin Xian. Hey, what are you talking about? I'm just taking her to eat something delicious. Are you jealous? Fine. Murong Qing smiled and didn't say anything else. Humph, there must be a conspiracy. Ling Longyue was suddenly enlightened. She did eat all the good food in the past, but she had to put in the effort every time. This time would be the same. But even so, she was willing. Her favorability towards Lin Xian wasn't low. She also liked to play with Lin Xian alone, even if he was her brother-in-law now. Anyway, I'll take you to eat whatever you want. Don't worry, when have I not brought you out to eat good food? Ling Longyue pouted but didn't say anything. Dragoni wants to go too. Dragoni flew to Lin Xian's shoulder and sat down. You don't have to go this time. I don't want to. She shook her head. Lin Xian pinched her pink cheeks and said, You'll follow everyone for the next few days. The place I'm going to is filled with experts, so they'll definitely be able to detect your presence easily. So, it's better if you don't go. Listen to me. If you don't, I won't like it. Oh, okay. Dragoni will listen to Big Brother. Big Brother has to come back early. Dragoni said with a wronged expression. Don't worry. Lin Xian smiled. Although she's very clingy, she's becoming more and more obedient. She'll still insist on following Lin Xian, but she can tell if it's suitable or not. Like this time, Lin Xian said that she'll be discovered and it'll be troublesome. She felt that it's not good to follow him, so she gave up. That's the best way to behave. Why are we going to Tiandu for no reason? Linya asked puzzledly. That place isn't far from them, but what's so important that they need to go there? Yixin Group can't expand there for the time being. Sigh, don't talk about it. Linging is back now. Her family found out that we pretended to be a couple at school and acted as a shield for her. Coincidentally, her family wanted her to find a boyfriend. So, they invited me to her house to put on a show. Don't you think I'm tired? Lin Xian obviously can't say that they're really a couple. Linglong Shui is still here. Is this really okay? Linya obviously believes Lin Xian unconditionally, but she feels that it's lying to her parents. I can't help it. How can I refuse a beauty's request? Also, the Ling family is a big family with countless delicious food. I'll take you there to eat. Lin Xian then said to Ling Longyue, No, I want to eat the good food that's bought. I don't want to eat at other people's houses. Ling Longyue said unhappily, Okay. When we get there, the first thing I'll do is to take you there to eat the local delicacies, okay? That's more like it. Ling Longyue said proudly. Then when are you coming back? Linya asked. 2 or 3 days. Don't worry, I'll be fine. What can happen with a little expert following me? Lin Xian said with a smile. Oh, so I'm going to be your bodyguard. Ling Longyue rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Hee, as a reward, I'll take you to eat good food. Humph, Ling Longyue pouted. Actually, Linglong Shui also wanted to go, but since Lin Xian didn't directly call her, she didn't say anything. Let's go shopping. Lin Xian also wanted to accompany them to have fun today. Tonight, they would leave for Sky Capital in the middle of the night. This was because only then could they arrive at noon the next day. Otherwise, it would be night time, and they wouldn't be able to control the time. If they didn't have a good sense of time when going to meet other people's parents, then their impression of them would be very bad. Although it wasn't good for Lin Xian to bring a third wheel, if he didn't, then he wouldn't be at ease. That was one of the 8 great families of Sky Capital. Who knows how they would torture him? Lin Xian didn't just go there to meet her parents. Instead, he went there to be tested by her family. If he didn't, they would definitely use all sorts of methods. After all, a daughter was the apple of a father's eye. As a father, he really couldn't bear to let his precious daughter be taken care of by others. Lin Xian understood. Chapter 799. They spent the rest of the day having fun. There were so many people on the streets on the first day of the Lunar New Year that you couldn't imagine. Lin Xian brought along a group of top-notch girls to go shopping. One could imagine how envious those people were when they looked at him. At night, Lin Xian changed into a clean set of clothes. Linya looked at Lin Xian and said, You should change into something better. This is too ordinary. Xiao Ying's family is from a big family. It's not good for you to wear something too ordinary. It's fine. It doesn't matter if it's ordinary or not. People know that we're not poor, right? Lin Xian grinned. If it's possible, I think it's fine if you and Xiaoying really date. Linya helped Lin Xian tidy up his collar. All right, all right. Don't worry about this. Remember to bring the things that Xiao Linglong gave you with you to avoid danger. Murong Qing would be following Linya around for the next few days, so Lin Xian wasn't worried. I know. Then I'll leave with Xiao Yu first. Be good, Xiao Dragoni. Xiao Dragoni wriggled out of Lin Ya's embrace and nodded her little head. Okay. Lin Xinran then left the house with Ling Longyue. He was empty-handed and felt very comfortable. Why didn't you and sister tell Linya that you two are partners? Ling Longyue asked curiously as she followed Lin Xian. Why should I tell her? Bah. Scum. Ling Longyue couldn't help but spit. Lin Xian. Fuck. How am I a scum? Sister is already pregnant. Why didn't you tell her? If you told me, why would you still chase after other girls? If you want to survive in Jianghu, it's best if you're single. Lin Xian grinned. Just you wait. When I come back, I'll definitely tell sister. You already have sister, and you're still thinking about other girls. Ling Longyue said angrily. That's not all. I'm not just thinking about other girls. I'm thinking about you too, Lin Xian said with a smile. Ling Longyue. She was stunned for a few seconds. Bastard. I'll tell my sister, Ling Longyue said angrily, but her face was a little red. That's right. This is another hint. Ling Longyue's mission deadline is almost up, and she is my mission target again. It was really fucking difficult. Why don't you tell her? Maybe she'll agree, Lin Xian said with a smile. Just you wait. You actually have an older sister, yet you still have ideas about me. Stinky man. So disgusting. It's great to be sisters, isn't it? Hee. Lin Xian reached out and pinched her tender cheeks. Pa. Ling Longyue slapped Lin Xian's hand away. In any case, I'll definitely tell my sister. Just wait for your death. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Ling Long Shui, and he already had a child together. Lin Xian didn't need to think too much about it. Furthermore, Ling Long Shui was from the Devil Clan. The Devil Clan's thinking was very traditional. This tradition was similar to the ancient humans. As long as a man had the ability, he could have multiple wives and concubines. Although Lin Xian wasn't worthy of Ling Long Shui, Lin Xian knew this himself. However, he would work hard. When the time comes, Ling Long Shui wouldn't reject a man having multiple wives and concubines. Lin Xian sighed in his heart. It was really difficult. He was already destined to not be able to spend his life peacefully with one girl. He was destined to have many. This fucking, although it was very blissful, it was also very tiring. Fine, I'll tell you. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Indeed, there are no good men. Ling Longyue said angrily. When the time comes, after I've ruined your sister, I'll ruin you. Then I'll ruin little Bing Bing. Perfect. Lin Xian snapped his fingers. You still have ideas about Sister Bing. Ling Longyue's small mouth opened slightly. She pointed at Lin Xian angrily. To others, Lin Xian's words sounded like half of a joke and half of it might be true. Such words were the most useful. Yes, I've already hit her. How was it? Amazing, right? Lin Xian said with a smile. Amazing your head. When the time comes, I'll also tell Sister Bing. Just you wait. Humph. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Do as you wish. Ling Longyue was very strange. Wasn't he worried at all? When the time comes, Sister Bing and Sister Bing will ignore you. Let's see if you can still be arrogant. Then what if I manage to get your Sister Bing? Lin Xian said with a smile. How is that possible? Ling Longyue snorted. But before this, didn't you also never think that I would win your sister's heart? That's because you bastard made Sister Bing Bing pregnant. If she didn't have a baby, Sister Bing wouldn't care about you. Stinking hooligan. Moreover, Sister Bing already knows about your relationship with Sister Bing. Why would she let you chase her? But to be honest, Ling Longyue's words were quite reasonable. Without this baby, it would be too difficult for Lin Xian to catch up with Ling Long Shui. Even if Ling Long Shui's favorability had reached 50, it would still be too difficult. She had too many things to consider. Moreover, with her personality, one would realize that even now, it would be very difficult for Lin Xian to take advantage of her. She would not be able to let go, let alone catch up with him. Therefore, this baby's assistance was very useful. It was said that men would panic when they found out that they were a father. Lin Xian was the same. However, he had lived 2 lives, so his mentality might be better. Moreover, it did help him a lot. If he was born, then so be it. Lin Xian liked the baby and could keep Linglong Shui. Otherwise, Lin Xian really didn't know what qualifications he had to keep Linglong Shui's heart. Then why don't we make a bet? Lin Xian said with a smile to Ling Longyue. Anyway, this girl was much more innocent than them. She was much easier to deceive. What are we betting on? Lin Xian realized that girls seemed to like this kind of thing. Let's bet on whether I can chase after your sister Bing. Tisk. Ling Longyue made a tisk sound. You're not convinced? Lin Xian said with a smile. Then let's bet. If you can't chase after her, you'll have to be my slave. Lin Xian. Sure enough, she was still young. Okay, then if I can chase after her, you'll have to be my girlfriend. Then I'll have all 3 of you. Lin Xian said with a smile. Ling Longyue. What a bastard. However, he already had an elder sister. Sister Bing knew about it, and she was also very outstanding. How was that possible? Okay, just 1 month. Anyway, I'll give you 1 month. Me. 1 month? Isn't that too little? Lin Xian's exaggerated expression made Ling Longyue feel that he didn't have confidence at all. He thought that he would definitely win. I don't care. Just 1 month. Still want to chase after her? Bastard. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Okay, 1 month it is, but you can't go back on your word. If I win, you'll have to be my girlfriend. Although you don't have a chest or a butt, you're still pretty. You'll be pretty when you grow up. Go to hell. Bastard. Chapter 800. The 2 of them chatted for a long time. Along the way, they had developed a good relationship with Ling Longyue. When the sky turned dark, they boarded the Nebula Express. The Nebula Express was a lot faster than normal, but it was also difficult to book. Lin Xian still had to ask Morong Qing for help, and only after going through the back door did he manage to get 2 tickets. It's so crowded. Ling Longyue and Lin Xian sat in the double seat. She didn't like the noisy environment. Didn't you sit in this once before? Didn't you get used to it? Lin Xian asked. I just don't like it. There are so many people looking at me with lustful eyes. Ling Longyue said angrily. Although she looked young, she was indeed too beautiful and delicate, like a fairy. She might not attract the attention of others like Ling Long Shui, but there would still be a lot of people who would take notice of her. Peeking at her was actually nothing. It was a reflection of her beauty. But Lin Xian's gaze swept across and saw a person on the side seat trembling slightly. He quickly pretended to play with his phone. No wonder Ling Longyue hated it. Peeping was fine, but taking photos was not. Lin Xian then stood up in front of these people and walked over. Hand it over. Lin Xian said coldly as he extended his hand towards that person. Take what? Who are you? The man pretended to be dumb, but his tone was a little loud. Maybe because he was guilty, if he spoke louder, he could cover it up a little. Lin Xian brought Ling Longyue out. Ling Longyue was his woman, and she didn't like it. How could Lin Xian let her be wronged for nothing? Would you be angry if someone were to secretly take pictures of you while you were sitting there? Take what? Don't you know? I'm warning you. Don't be arrogant. This is the Nebula Express. If you come here for no reason, I'll sue you. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and snatched the phone from the man's hand. The surrounding people saw this scene, and some of them seemed to be able to guess what was going on. Lin Xian unlocked his phone. What made Lin Xian even angrier was this person a fucking pervert? After taking Ling Longyue's photo, it had already become his phone's wallpaper. Even Lin Xian didn't fucking do that. So how do you want to explain it? The man averted his gaze. What happened? Then he mustered up his courage and looked at Lin Xian, saying, My hands belong to me. It's my business whether I want to pat them down or not. If you don't want to pat them down, then don't bring them out. What he said seemed to make sense. But in Lin Xian's ears, it was too laughable. Then, Lin Xian raised his phone and said to the people around him, Everyone's eyes were on him. This person secretly took a picture of my girlfriend and then used my girlfriend's picture as the background of his phone. Tell me, How should I punish such a pervert? You. Give it to me. Quickly give it to me. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the man instantly panicked and felt ashamed. Beat him up? He must be beaten up. What's the difference between this pervert and that pervert in the car? That's right. If my girlfriend was fucking photographed and used as the background of his phone, I'll fight him to the death. Brother, I support you. Yes, I support you. The main thing was that this person's actions were too perverted. Naturally, many people were unhappy. On the other side, Ling Longyue's face was flushed red. What nonsense was this bastard talking about? Who was his girlfriend? He only knew how to take advantage of her. Lin Xian smirked and looked at that person. Bang then, Lin Xian exerted a little force and that phone was crushed by Lin Xian. You're courting death. That man couldn't take it anymore. He had lost all his face. Then, flames burst out from his body and he threw a punch at Lin Xian. The surrounding people instantly screamed because it was extremely dangerous to use spiritual energy to fight in the Star Cloud car. If it wasn't handled properly, the car might be destroyed and the entire car might not be able to move forward. Everyone would be forced to stop in the beast territory, and it would be very dangerous. However, that person disappeared from the spot along with the flames. Everyone widened their eyes. Wow, why did he disappear? After a few seconds, he appeared in the car again, but his face was bruised and swollen, and his clothes were tattered. It looked like he had jumped out of a fast-moving vehicle and rolled on the ground. Those people didn't understand how all of this happened, and they didn't think that it was because of the space attribute. Not far in front of them, a woman wearing a white coat and big sunglasses was reading a book. Her skin was really white, but the sunglasses were quite big and covered a lot of her face. However, one had to admit that she was very elegant and attracted a lot of attention. She got on the car from a station in another city and the destination was Tiandu. However, she wasn't necessarily going to Tiandu. She was also attracted by the scene just now, especially when she saw such an unbelievable scene. Her mouth was slightly open. Lin Xian only released the space attribute to throw him out and then sent him back in. At this moment, a few members of the three major forces heard the commotion and quickly rushed over. What's going on? Who dares to fight in the Star Cloud car? Take him away. Uncle, he attacked me first. I was only defending passively. Everyone can testify for me. Lin Xian quickly said. There was nothing wrong with what he said. He did attack first, and then Lin Xian released the space attribute to send him out. The uncle saw Lin Xian and recognized him at a glance. He seemed to know some of his identity. I got it. You guys take him away first. As for you, the uncle looked at Lin Xian and said, Be honest? Thank you, uncle. Lin Xian then sat down with a grin on his face. Why did you help me? Ling Longyue swung her legs and then looked at Lin Xian and asked, Because you're my girlfriend. My girlfriend's picture can only be found on my phone, not to mention being set as a desktop. Lin Xian said with a smile. Ling Longyue, get lost. Who's your girlfriend? You're so shameless. I'll tell my sister. Ling Longyue gritted her teeth and said angrily. However, there was a kind of shyness in her heart. Not now, but in a month's time. Lin Xian said with a smile. Che, you mean you'll definitely be able to get Sister Bing? Ling Longyue said with a look of disdain. Yes, when the time comes, I'll imagine you three sisters falling into my arms. Ayaya, it'll be so comfortable. Pei, damn pervert. Go to hell. Ling Longyue punched Lin Xian's chest. Cough cough. Damn, you little girl, be gentler. I'm going to sleep. Wake me up when we arrive. Chapter 801. The sky gradually brightened, and by noon, the nebula car had already entered a huge city. Wow! Ling Longyue looked out of the window, her eyes twinkling with countless little stars. She had stayed in Tianhua City for a long time, but when she saw the scale of this city, she was really surprised. She thought that the city before was already very good, with all kinds of tall buildings, very beautiful, but here, all you could see were skyscrapers. There were countless types of buildings that you had never seen before. They were especially exaggerated and magnificent. With just a glance, you could intuitively see the difference between the two cities, and it wasn't just a little bit. Lin Xian also looked out. This was Tiandu. He had never been to Tiandu before, but he had seen it on TV. But when he saw it with his own eyes, he was still incomparably shocked. The biggest and most prosperous city in the whole of China indeed lived up to its name. In a city like this, you might casually offend someone who you could not afford to offend. To put it simply, the highest house price in Lin and city was 15,000 yuan per square meter, but because it was a border city, it was constantly under the threat of demonic beasts, so it would not be too high. But in Tiandu, the trashiest house would start at 100,000 yuan per square meter, and the district they were in now could be considered the second most prosperous district. After all, the station could not be built in the center of the city, right? The house here could easily exceed 200,000 yuan. Lin Xian and Ling Longyue got off the car one after another. Really, it's so big and beautiful. Lin Xian, can we live here in the future? Ling Longyue's big eyes were filled with stars as she looked out of the station. It's not impossible, but it's definitely not possible in the short term. But if you want, you, your sister, and little Bing Bing can live here first. Lin Xian said. Forget it then. Ling Longyue shrunk her head. If it was really just the three of them living here, it would be very boring. She still hoped that Lin Xian would be here. Let's go. I'll bring you to eat something good first. After such a long ride, you must be craving for food, right? And Ling Longyue nodded excitedly. Then, Lin Xian brought Ling Longyue to a 5-star hotel nearby. Lin Xian wasn't afraid of spending money. It didn't matter if he spent a little more, as long as this girl ate happily. As for Ling Ying, Lin Xian only told her that he had arrived after getting out of the car. To be honest, Lin Xian really missed them. Not long after, a white sports car stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Ling Ying hurriedly got out of the car and walked into the hotel. Then, he saw Lin Xian and Ling Longyue eating and drinking in the corner. Hey, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I'm here to pick you up. Ling Ying angrily sat down beside Lin Xian. Ling Ying's appearance instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Almost everyone in Tiandu knew about her, including the 8 great families. Therefore, Lin Xian was also noticed. No need, it's just nice now. You and I still need to eat good food. Speaking of which, why did you bring you? Ling Ying was puzzled. Then, she quickly said, I don't mean anything else. Ling Longyue then wiped her mouth and said, he asked me to be his bodyguard. Ling Ying, as expected, this Lin Xian didn't play by the rules. Lin Xian then helplessly said to Ling Ying, didn't you say that your father has a bad temper? I'm afraid that he'll tear me apart. Ling Ying also helplessly laughed. Then you really have to be mentally prepared to be ravaged by my father. Will your mother help me? Lin Xian still liked Qin Lan's mother-in-law. Her personality was very similar to Ling Ying's. They were both carefree and playful. Anyway, if he met Qin Lan again, Lin Xian wouldn't be nervous. This mother-in-law was very interesting. No, although my mother likes you very much, my father is still the head of the family. Sigh. Lin Xian sighed. I wonder what Chushua's father is like. Han Chushua's mother, Zhao Yaji, was much more troublesome than Qin Lan. Her family was very strict. Otherwise, Han Chushua's personality wouldn't be like this. Lin Xian also used extreme methods to make Zhao Yaji accept him in a short period of time. But would these extreme methods really work in the future? Lin Xian didn't think so. Since Han Chushue wasn't pregnant, she definitely didn't want him to be with Han Chushue. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Ling Ying was so angry that she pouted. This rich young lady was dressed especially beautifully in Tiandu City. She had to pay attention to her image. Indeed, compared to Lin and City, Tianhua City had changed a lot. When she wasn't in Tiandu City, she dressed very casually. What? You haven't even gone to my house, and you're already thinking about Chushue? Ling Ying's vinegar jar was knocked over. No, I'm just doing my homework in advance. Lin Xian bitterly smiled. Ling Ying then said, Chushue's parents are very strict and very old-fashioned. You should be able to tell from Chushue's personality. Lin Xian nodded. So when you go to Chushue's house, don't bring you. And that makes sense. Lin Xian nodded. Moreover, at that time, he and Zhao Yaji were at loggerheads. At that time, Ling Longyue was in charge of protecting him. She also made a move. If he brought Ling Longyue to the Han house, Zhao Yaji would be hostile the moment she saw him. What was the meaning of this? Did he bring bodyguards with him again? Ling Longyue didn't care as long as she was given good food. It was fine as long as she wasn't just here to be a bystander. Let's not talk about this first. What do you think I should give your parents? Lin Xian was troubled. It's up to you, Ling Ying said while playing with the spoon. Then do you know how your father will treat me? Lin Xian sighed. To be honest, he was really nervous to death. If it was just an act, then he wouldn't be nervous. However, this wasn't an act. He and Ling Ying were really boyfriend and girlfriend. In the future, they would really be his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Lin Xian didn't want to part on bad terms. Originally, going to meet the parents was already nerve-wracking. Moreover, he knew that the other party's family was very powerful. Moreover, his father wasn't very satisfied with him. I don't know either. Anyway, it won't be easy. I can only rely on you. In front of my father, I don't dare to say anything. Ling Ying said embarrassedly. Got it. Lin Xian nodded. At this moment, two people walked down from the upper floor of the hotel while chatting with each other. Little Ling, why are you here? A voice suddenly came from behind. Chapter 802. Two handsome men wearing expensive suits walked over from behind with a smile. Seeing them, Ling Ying helplessly sighed, then smiled and said, Oh, I'm here to bring my boyfriend to meet my parents. Hearing Ling Ying's words, the man's brows furrowed, but they instantly relaxed as he looked at Lin Xian. Ling Ying quickly walked over to Lin Xian, then helped him up and said, Lin Xian, this is my cousin Xiao Yun, and the other is the eldest son of the Tian family, Tan Chu He. Lin Xian smiled and shook hands with them. Nice to meet you. I'm little Ling Ying's boyfriend, Lin Xian. Nice to meet you. Xiao Yun smiled and shook hands with Lin Xian, then looked at Ling Ying and said, Little Ling Ying, I'll go back first. Uncle Ling wants me to go over. You should go back early too. Got it. Then the two of them walked away. Little Ling Ying, who is that? Lin Xian asked. That Tian Chu, he is the eldest son of the Tian family, which is one of the 8 great families of Tindu. As for Xiao Yun, he is the eldest son of the Xiao family. The two of them have a good relationship, but Xiao Yun is my pursuer. Lin Xian, fuck. You just called him cousin just now. Are you a promiscuous woman? Ling Ying, fuck off. Ling Ying couldn't help but curse, then kicked Lin Xian under the table. Hee hee. Lin Xian bitterly smiled. Ling Longyue quietly ate the delicious food, as if everything had nothing to do with her. Ling Ying then said, I called him cousin because they do have some relationship, mainly because I'm used to calling him that since we were young. Actually, I shouldn't call him that. Anyway, it's not the kind of relationship you think it is. After saying that, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Xian. So they've been childhood sweethearts since they were young? And he's so handsome. Why aren't you moved at all? Lin Xian felt that it was quite magical. Feelings are really hard to describe. Ever since I was young, I've always treated him as my most respected brother. I didn't expect him to want to rape you. Ling Ying, scram. Bastard. He's becoming more and more perverted. Ling Ying really wanted to go over and fight with Lin Xian. However, she had to maintain her image as the daughter of the Ling family in Tiandu. Otherwise, her parents would lose face. Just kidding. Lin Xian chuckled. However, Ling Ying frowned as she watched the two people get into the car and drive away. She then said to Lin Xian, He just said that my dad is looking for him, and you're going to my house in the afternoon. He's also my suitor. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Could it be? Ling Ying nodded. I think so. What is your dad trying to do? Could it be that he's not the only one? Ling Ying said helplessly. From what I know, my dad likes him the most. He's always treated him as his son-in-law. However, he's indeed very outstanding. He reached the domain realm at the age of 23. Although you'll be able to do the same in a year's time, the most important thing is he's also of the spatial and wind attributes. Furthermore, He seems to have comprehended very powerful laws and domains. He's one of the top geniuses in Tiandu. Lin Xian, Hua? Little Ying, are you purposely attacking me? Humph, if I don't let you feel the danger, you won't know how popular I am. Ling Ying said proudly. It's useless to combine the spatial and wind attributes. He's not as powerful as you think. He's a far cry from Lin Xian. Ling Longyue, who was eating, suddenly muttered. Family. Ling Longyue had mysteriously become a family member. Ling Ying obviously didn't have any intention of mocking Lin Xian. She just said this to prepare him, because she felt that her father must have called Lin Xian over to give him a show of strength. But why isn't the combination of the spatial and wind attributes useful? Because Ling Ying wasn't of the spatial attribute, she didn't know much about it. She just felt that the spatial attribute combined with the wind attribute would be very powerful. Ling Longyue then said, Lin Xian's space and lightning can use space to transmit the power of lightning. This allows him to attack in a way that normal lightning cannot. This is the simplest combination. Ling Ying nodded. She knew this. When her mother met Lin Xian, she also said this. Then Ling Longyue said, the greater use of the wind attribute is to increase one's speed. It's powerful, but it's a far cry from the spatial attribute. Ling Ying nodded slightly. She knew that Ling Longyue was a powerful expert. Of course, she would choose to believe her. Then Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and said, Anyway, my father sent him over to give you a show of strength. What do you plan to do? I'll deal with it as it comes. What else can I do? But I'm worried that he's not the only one. What if he's not the only one? That's possible. Lin Xian. Anyway, she had a lot of suitors. Since they dared to pursue her, they must be very outstanding. Lin Xian already had a rough idea of what he was going to face. I think all these can be solved. But do you know what I'm most worried about? Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying. What? Your Ling family and the Han family are so close. If I go to your house to meet your parents today, what if your father really invited some other young talents? What if they are from the Han family? Or rather, they will cause your family and the Han family to know that I'm the only one. It's very dangerous. Lin Xian was helpless. As the second strongest of the 8 great families, how many people were paying attention to this matter? Lin Xian went to Ling Ying's house today, and to Han Chushue's house tomorrow, and he was the only one meeting the parents. Do you think this matter can be hidden in a place like Tiandu? Lin Xian felt that it was impossible, unless it was too much of a coincidence. But that might not be the case. After all, not many people knew about the 8 great families. Everyone only knew that today it was Ling Ying's boyfriend who went to the Ling family and tomorrow it was Han Chushue's boyfriend who went to the Han family. To normal people or paparazzi, as long as Lin Xian was not too flamboyant, it was really difficult to know that they were the same person. It was rare for it to be someone from the 2 families or some other famous guest. The chances were quite high. Then who can you blame? Didn't you bring this upon yourself? If you could control your lower body, why would you be so worried? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Ling Ying was angry. Hee. Lin Xian embarrassedly hugged her slender waist and placed her on his lap. Don't be angry. It's all my fault. Don't worry. I can settle it. Ling Longyue's mouth was wide open. Bastard. 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 Other than her sister, this bastard actually did it with other girls. Chapter 803. Actually, this wasn't really a secret. Actually, with Ling Longshue's intelligence, she would definitely be able to guess the relationship between Lin Xian and them. Lin Xian also knew it in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. This was also why Lin Xian dared to show his intimacy with Ling Ying in front of Ling Longyue. One day, he would have to face this problem with them. Rather than being caught off guard, he might as well prepare for it now. Although Ling Longyue was angry, she still gave Lin Xian face and didn't say anything or make a fuss here. This scene also caused the crowd to be completely shocked. Oh my god, that's the daughter of the Ling family, right? She's actually being hugged by a guy? The daughter of the Ling family actually has a boyfriend? This is too shocking. And that guy doesn't seem to be from any of the 8 great families of Tiandu. I'm afraid there's going to be a good show to watch. Ling Ying has so many suitors, and there's no lack of elites from the 8 great families. Now that she has another boyfriend, I'm afraid he's here to meet her parents. From what I know, there are other people who went to the Ling family today, including the eldest young master of the Xiao family. I really want to go to the Ling family to see what's going to happen. But I feel that if it's a guy that Linging likes, he must be very outstanding. With this scene, who knows what would happen in Tiandu in the afternoon? Enough. Ling Ying's face was a little red. This was really the first time she was so intimate with Lin Xian in front of the public. Previously, they were at most holding hands, but she felt that it was pretty good. Why couldn't she be intimate with her boyfriend? Moreover, she came to Tiandu to bring him to meet her parents. Ling Ying said and got down from Lin Xian's lap. She tidied her clothes slightly and said, "Then come home with me now. I haven't bought anything yet." Lin Xian said awkwardly, "Just buy some wine." "It doesn't matter. Who cares about that?" Ling Ying mumbled, "That won't do. You're a man. Why are you worrying about this? Do you think I lack good things at home?" Ling Ying rolled his eyes. "Lin Xian, that's true. If my father wanted to make things difficult for you, it would be useless even if you gave him the stars and the moon." Lin Xian nodded. "All right, let's buy some wine then. I've already bought it. It's in the car. You can just say that you bought it yourself." Lin Xian, "Wow, you're so sweet. Kiss me." Lin Xian said with a grin. Ling Ying rolled his eyes and quickly pushed Lin Xian away. Ling Longyue was extremely unhappy, but she had to endure it. "Let's go, you. Come to my house, and I'll bring you to eat a lot of delicious food." Ling Ying smiled at Ling Longyue. "Got it." Ling Longyue wiped her mouth and walked over. She wouldn't blame Ling Ying. She felt that it was Lin Xian's fault. However, even though she said that she would tell Ling Longshui and the rest, Ling Longyue was in a dilemma. Should she tell them? On one hand, it was her sister. On the other hand, it was Lin Xian, that big bad guy. No, she had to tell her sister because that big bad guy did something that let her down. Ling Longyue thought to herself. The main thing was that she was really angry. Her sister was so beautiful, so noble, so outstanding. This Lin Xian had her, and yet he was still flirting with other girls. He even dared to do it in front of her. What a bad guy. However, Ling Longyue really wouldn't blame Ling Ying. Who knows, maybe she was also cheated by this big bad guy. "Let's go," Ling Ying said to Lin Xian, and then drove the car into the bustling Tiandu. "Oh right, my father's temper is quite explosive. I know that sometimes your temper isn't very good, but I still hope that you can control it a little," Ling Ying said embarrassedly. "I know." Lin Xian nodded. Lin Xian was very nervous. He was so nervous that he was about to explode. What made Lin Xian feel strange was that in such a big and bustling city, there weren't as many cars as he imagined. "There don't seem to be many cars in Tiandu." "There are," Ling Ying said. "It's because there are too many cars in Tiandu. Whether it's rush hour or rush hour, they can jam you to death. Especially during rush hour. In the past, there were some people who drove to work for a few hours. Later on, there was a time limit. Every car must be equipped with a device. Here it is." Ling Ying pointed at a small display next to the display. The device will record the driving time. Every car can only drive for a maximum of 4 hours in Tiandu every day. Otherwise, they will be fined a lot. Because of this, the situation has been improved. "Damn," Lin Xian exclaimed. "Fuck. How prosperous must a city be to issue such a time limit? But taxis don't have a time limit. Phew. Forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. I have to tidy up my nervous heart and prepare for your family's whipping," Lin Xian said helplessly. "So you came wearing this?" Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian while driving and rolled his eyes. "What's wrong? I'm not used to wearing suits." Lin Xian looked at his casual clothes. "I know. I'm just worried that my father will scold you." "Forget it. I don't care. You deal with it yourself." Sigh. Ling Longyue sat in the back seat and quietly listened to their conversation. About half an hour later, the car stopped in front of a manor. "We're here." Lin Xian. "The fuck? Building a manor in the city center?" Lin Xian was also dumbfounded. The 8 great families have this privilege, but that was a long time ago. They can't tear it down, right? Lin Xian nodded. Young Mississippi, the bodyguards bowed and then opened the door of the manor. "Hey, may I ask, How many people are here? Ling Ying poked his head out of the car window and asked. Young Miss is referring to, why are they so stupid? It's those young men who came to pay their New Year's greetings. That's quite a lot, no less than 10. They haven't left yet. Some of them have been here for a few hours. Okay, got it. Ling Ying then drove the car in. Seems like my father is determined to deal with you. Be careful. Ling Ying reminded Lin Xian helplessly. No, really? Fake. Tuft. Ling Ying laughed out loud. Don't worry, no matter what the result is, I won't run away with another man. I'm just worried that my family won't let me leave Tiandu. I'm not worried about anything else. Then I'll take you back. You said it. Lin Xian nodded. I said it. No matter what, he must get his woman. Even if there were layers of obstacles, it didn't matter. Chapter 804. New Year's greetings were usually done in the morning. It was now the afternoon, and this group of people just happened to come at this time. Obviously, it was arranged by her father to target Lin Xian. They also knew about Lin Xian's Yixin group. To be honest, they really admired him in this aspect. However, they did not know much about the Yixin group. They thought that the Yixin group could only prosper by relying on novel genetic agents. If there was nothing else in the future, the Yixin group's development would be like a flash in the pan. Although it could make a lot of money, did they care about money? Did they lack money? Of course not. Therefore, even if Lin Xian did such a thing, it was actually nothing in the eyes of the 8 big families. However, if they knew that the Yixin group had other things, it would probably change their thinking. They did not even know about the bubble gun. If they knew, Ling Ying's father's view of Lin Xian would be much better. After all, they were all top families. Their concept was that there was not much of a problem with matching social status. To be honest, those people in Tiandu were really outstanding. It was easier for them to have a good impression of each other after interacting with each other for a long time. The car stopped in a parking lot in the manor. It seems that there are really a lot of people here. I don't know what father wants to do. Ling Ying got out of the car and looked at the cars parked in the parking lot and said helplessly, Aren't these your cars? Lin Xian saw that there were dozens of fucking cars parked here. What were they doing? No, my cars are all in the garage. This is a small parking lot that some guests drove in or temporarily parked in my house. Lin Xian, are there fucking 40 or 50 people here? Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Maybe. Let's go. Wait. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. What's wrong? I want to see your mother first. Is that okay? I have a good chat with her. I think I can relax a little. Tuft. Ling Ying laughed. Lin Xian. Oh, Lin Xian. Even you have such a day. Why have I never seen you so cowardly before? Ling Ying said with a grin. It's because I like her that I care. That's why I'm scared. Lin Xian's words made her blush. Then, she held onto Lin Xian's arm. Lin Xian's other hand was carrying the drinks that Ling Ying had bought for him. You're getting better at talking. Ling Ying leaned his little head against Lin Xian's shoulder and said with a smile, This is the first time you've taken the initiative to stick to me like this. Lin Xian laughed. TSK, what else could it be? I have to make my parents feel like we're in love. We've always loved each other. Ling Longyue, was she a third wheel? Wait a minute, what was she doing here? Lin Xian suddenly thought of Ling Longyue and said, Little you follow us. Don't talk nonsense. Got it. Ling Longyue replied unhappily. It's fine if you want to follow them, but you have to see their sweet faces. Sob, I'm so angry. I have to eat more later to turn my anger into appetite. Mississippi, miss. They walked towards a huge villa. Along the way, they met many people. When they saw Ling Ying, they all greeted her. However, one could see the shock in their eyes. Servants? That's right. Actually, it's just paying them. They come over to help with the cleaning and tidying up, Ling Ying said. As they chatted, they arrived at the entrance of the villa. Wait a moment. I'll go in and see if they're inside or outside the villa. I'll help you talk to them first. Ling Ying whispered to Lin Xian and walked in quietly. Hey! At this moment, Ling Longyue pointed at Lin Xian with one hand on her waist. What's wrong? Lin Xian scratched his head and looked at her. Why do you have a relationship with another girl when you already have my sister? Lin Xian. This is what a man is like. Ling Longyue. Wow. How can he say that so confidently? Aren't you afraid that I'll tell my sister? Scumbag. If I'm afraid, why would I bring you here? If I'm afraid, why would I do it in front of you? Ling Longyue. Wow. So angry. Wait a moment. I'll tell my sister now. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Just tell her. He was a little nervous. However, he would have to face it one day. When the time comes, he would not be able to say it. He could not possibly let Ling Longshui catch him, right? At that time, it would be even more awkward. Hence, using Ling Longyue to tell Ling Longshui was the best situation. The main thing was that Lin Xian had a certain level of confidence. Ling Longshui was a demon and would not reject a man having multiple wives. More importantly, she had a child. This was Lin Xian's secret weapon. I'll really tell her. Ling Longyue took out her phone and opened Ling Longshui's friend list. She quickly typed a few words and showed it to Lin Xian. Look, I'm going to send it. Send it. Lin Xian said. I'm really going to send it. Send it. Ling Longyue. This is so infuriating. Then, she sent it to Ling Longshui in front of Lin Xian. You're finished. Ling Longyue grumbled. It's okay. You'll know one day. One day, your sister Bing and you will be my woman. So what's the big deal? Ling Longyue. Bastard. She could not help but spit. Then, her phone rang and she looked at the message. Okay, I know. This was a message from Ling Longshui. Look, go back and wait for your death. Ling Longyue waved her phone in front of Lin Xian. We'll talk about it when we get back. At this moment, Ling Ying ran out. Lin Xian, only my mother and a few servants are preparing for the banquet. My father and the rest are near the garden and the pool. Then I'll go in and see Annie. Lin Xian walked in. Young master. The moment Lin Xian entered, a few girls bowed to Lin Xian and greeted him. Lin Xian, get up. Ling Ying, ha 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 ha. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Ling Ying held his stomach and laughed without caring about his image. Get up? Fuck. Why did this Lin Xian suddenly become so silly? Wasn't he usually quite smart? You little brat, what are you talking about? Qin Lan walked out with a smile. My dear mommy. Ling Ying ran over and hugged Qin Lan. Go away. How old are you, and you're still acting like a spoiled child? Xiao Xian, come and sit for a while. Qin Lan rolled her eyes at Ling Ying and smiled at Lin Xian. Thank you, Auntie. Qin Lan was quite satisfied with Lin Xian. Or rather, she was more like a child. Just like Ling Ying, she did not care too much about these things. Her daughter finally fell in love with a boy, and he was quite outstanding. She felt that it was enough. Chapter 805. However, it was a pity that she wasn't the head of the family. At most, she could give some opinions. But the one who made the decision was still Ling Ying's father. Auntie, this is something I brought. Qin Lan smiled. Okay, have some tea? Then, she looked at Ling Longyue. Han Chushua's mother had seen Ling Longyue before, but she hadn't. This is? Oh, this is my sister. She's here to have a meal. Lin Xian smiled. Qin Lan sat on the sofa in front of him and smiled. You little brat, don't say that in front of Ling Ying's father. Aren't I close to you? Lin Xian smiled. Although I think you're not bad, the head of the family is still Ling Ying's father. So, you have to work hard. Lin Xian nodded. Auntie, don't worry. Tonight, I'll only sleep in Ling Ying's room. Ling Ying, ha ha ha. Qin Lan couldn't help but laugh. It was obvious that she really liked Lin Xian. She felt that in terms of individual ability, those geniuses in Tiandu were still a distance away from him. They were born to stand at the peak, but Lin Xian climbed step by step to get to where he was. This was one of the things that she was satisfied with. Moreover, her daughter liked him. They had already slept together, so it wasn't a big deal. Then, you have to get his father's approval. Qin Lan smiled. So, Auntie, can you give me some hints? For example, Uncle's impression of me, or Uncle's plans. Lin Xian smiled embarrassedly. Okay, Qinlan lowered her head and sighed. Then, she shook her head. No, Lin Xian. Lin Xian had originally thought that she would still be able to give him some information, but none of it made him give up. That guy is very tight-lipped. I've asked him many times, but he wouldn't even tell me. If I knew, wouldn't Xiaoing have already told you? But now, there are more than 10 of little Ying's admirers over there. Obviously, he wants to show you who's boss. Among them, there's even his favorite son-in-law candidate. As for what he wants to do, I really don't know. But his impression of you… Lin Xian looked at her expectantly. Not bad. Lin Xian. Auntie, you're making me want to run away. Lin Xian scratched his head. I'm not lying to you. Although you're indeed quite outstanding and I can see that, he already has a son-in-law candidate that he likes. That's not a big deal. Most importantly, they say that a daughter is a father's most intimate little jacket. He has been spoiling Xiaoing since she was young. Suddenly, he heard that his precious daughter was ruined by a man outside. Don't you think he's angry? Lin Xian. That's true. If you're just dating, then I think he'll be less prejudiced against you. But you and Xiaoing have already slept together without us knowing. He'll definitely be very angry and have a bad impression of you. It's all your fault. Lin Xian then said to Ling Ying. Why are you blaming me? Ling Ying pouted. Why don't you tell Uncle and Annie earlier? I'm afraid that you'll be beaten to death in advance. Ling Ying rolled his eyes. Qinlan looked at them with a smile. She knew that the two of them were joking and bickering. In her eyes, this was quite good. It proved that their relationship was very good. It's also my fault, Lin Xian said with a sigh. What's there to blame? Qinlan asked with a smile. It's because I'm too charming. Auntie, you're such an outstanding daughter, and I got her so quickly. Ha ha ha, don't say that in front of his father. Annie doesn't care. Hee hee, I just feel that Auntie is very nice. That's why I like to joke with Auntie. Qinlan nodded. Of course, she could tell. All right, Xiaoing, bring Xiaoxian to see your father. He probably already knows that Xiaoxian is here. If we delay for too long, I'm afraid he'll be even more unhappy. Auntie will prepare dinner for you. Got it, Mom. Ling Ying then pulled Lin Xian up. Let's go. Lin Xian nodded and then looked at Ling Longyue. Let's go. Got it. Then the three of them walked out. Sigh. It's really not easy for young people nowadays. Qinlan sighed and said with a smile, I think he's very lucky to meet such a good person like Madam. A pretty girl who was helping out in the kitchen said, That's true. Qinlan smiled and then said, Let's sit first. I have to go check on the situation. Hey, what did I come here for? Ling Longyue felt very bored. I'm here to bring you to eat good food. When I'm done, there will be good food. But I'm so bored. Ling Longyue pouted her little mouth. I don't have time either. Otherwise, I would have played with you. Ling Ying said. Then can we fight later? Ling Longyue asked. Lin Xian, you want to fight? Yes, I don't like it. Great aunt, behave yourself. Just watch the show. There will be good food later. All right, we can go out and play tonight. Let me tell you, there's a grand annual lantern festival tonight. The whole city will be especially beautiful and there will be celebrities acting. Then, there will be all kinds of activities like guessing riddles, releasing lanterns, poetry, and so on. It's very fun. Ling Ying suddenly suggested, Guessing riddles? Ling Longyue blinked her big eyes. There will be riddles for us to guess. If we guess correctly, we will get a reward. Ling Longyue's big eyes sparkled. It seemed very interesting. She wanted to try it since she had never done it before. That's good. We must go. Lin Xian laughed. Even if I'm crippled in the Ling family today, I will bring you there tonight. Shoo shoo shoo, what are you talking about? Ling Ying rolled his eyes. They chatted and turned a corner. Then, Lin Xian was a little scared. In front of him was a huge open-air swimming pool. Not far from the open-air swimming pool was a very beautiful garden. It was very big. In the garden, there were many white chairs, tables, and pavilions. At the moment, there were about 30 to 40 people sitting there, eating snacks, drinking wine, and chatting. Most of them were young men. There were a few middle-aged men. They should be the big shots of other families who came to visit and chat. After all, this was the Ling family. one of the 8 great families. There were many families who wanted to climb up to them. And in a place like Tiandu, there were countless first-rate families below the 8 great families. What level were these first-rate families? Lin and City's Gongsun family and the Liao family could not be compared to the first-rate families in Tiandu. But aren't there too many people here? Chapter 806. Your father is too cruel. Lin Xian said to Ling Ying, who was next to him. Ling Ying was also helpless. Let's go. The crowd also saw Lin Xian, Ling Ying, and the others. When they approached, a few people walked over with smiles on their faces. Little Ling, I've been here since morning and didn't see you. Where did you go? A man smiled and asked Ling Ying. Nothing. I just went shopping with my boyfriend. Ling Ying held Lin Xian's arm and said with a smile. These were all her fucking suitors. Ling Ying had to help Lin Xian establish the dignity of this identity. Hearing Ling Ying's words, he, as well as the few people around him, suddenly frowned. They didn't know that Ling Ying had a boyfriend. Also, who was this person who wasn't as handsome as they were? They all looked at Lin Xian. Little Ling, a middle-aged man sitting at the front, took a sip of tea and said, Daddy. Ling Ying immediately called out sweetly and winked at him. Then, she held Lin Xian's arm and walked over. Daddy, this is my boyfriend, Lin Xian. Ling Ying sat on his lap and wrapped her arms around his neck as she said sweetly, Ling Hai didn't say much. He didn't even turn around to look at Lin Xian. Then he said, Since you're here, have a seat. Lin Xian, fuck you. He didn't even have the chance to greet her after hearing her words. The others frowned and looked at each other. Ling Ying's boyfriend? How could it be? Ling Ying's father asked them to come so that Ling Ying could choose one of them to be his son-in-law. But what was going on? How did she have a boyfriend? Many people were dumbfounded, but they were also very unhappy. Xiao Yun sneered. He was probably the one who understood this the most. The reason why Ling Ying's father said this was because his attitude towards Lin Xian wasn't very good. He knew that Ling Hai didn't like this Lin Xian, so his chances were very high. Lin Xian smiled and didn't say anything. Then, he sat down at the side. Ling Longyue blinked her big eyes and pouted. Hey, get up. Ling Longyue then said to a person who was sitting down. That person was stunned for a moment. Little girl, what's the matter? The man stood up. Ling Longyue then sat on his seat and said, It's fine now. That person. Since you're all here, let's get straight to the point, Ling Hai said, and everyone started to gather around. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Ling Ying's father seemed to hold a grudge against Lin Xian. He didn't say a single word to Lin Xian. He didn't even look at Lin Xian when Lin Xian arrived. It was only when Ling Ying's father glanced at Lin Xian that he glanced at Lin Xian. Ling Hai then looked at everyone and said, My daughter is almost at the age of finding a boyfriend. You guys are all geniuses of Tiandu, and can be considered to be compatible with my Ling family. So today, I called all of you here for one thing, and that is to help my daughter find a boyfriend among you. Dad, Ling Ying also understood why Ling Hai called so many people over. Even if you wanted to target Lin Xian, couldn't you call a few less people? There were 20 to 30 people here. Hearing Ling Hai's words, they were all pleasantly surprised. In other words, every one of them was fair. In other words, this so-called boyfriend of Ling Ying's was actually not recognized by him. Ling Ying pouted, then shook Ling Hai's arm and said coquettishly, Dad, I have a boyfriend. Lin Xian is your daughter's boyfriend. Did I agree? Ling Hai glared at Ling Ying. Ling Ying was obviously afraid of this father of his. Then, he looked at Lin Xian, then at Ling Longyue. Who is she? My sister. You're the first person I've seen in my family. Bringing your own sister for this is ridiculous. Ling Hai snorted. Lin Xian shrugged and said with a smile, I didn't want it at first, but I just wanted to bring my sister to see the world. This is my first time in such a big place like Tiandu. Everyone looked at each other. He's actually not from Tiandu? Ha ha ha. He's not from Tiandu and he dares to compete for Ling Ying? What right does he have? Had Ling Ying's eyesight already reached this level? Lin Xian was also helpless. He deeply felt that Ling Hai was targeting him, but he had no choice. He really couldn't be stubborn. Ling Ying winked at Lin Xian, hinting him not to be stubborn with his father. His father had a bad temper. Ling Hai didn't say much. Then, he stood up, giving off an oppressive aura. You're all very outstanding, so today, I'll give you a fair chance to compete. He then slowly walked to the empty space in front of him and said, Today, you'll have a martial arts competition. Whoever wins, I, Ling Hai, will temporarily recognize that person as my son-in-law. As for you, Ling Hai looked at Lin Xian and said, It doesn't matter if you were Little Ying's boyfriend before, you're not anymore. Dad. Ling Ying stomped his feet and shouted at Ling Hai. Isn't this deliberately making things difficult for Lin Xian? He knew it would make things difficult, but he clearly wanted Xiao Yun to be his son-in-law on purpose. Among these 20 to 30 people, Xiao Yun had reached the domain realm. Although he wasn't the only one, he was the only one who had comprehended a domain. If it was a martial arts competition, he would definitely win. Lin Xian was only a 5-star law realm. He was optimistic about Xiao Yun and wanted him to win on purpose. The corner of Xiao Yun's mouth curled up slightly. That's right, Ling Hai indeed liked Xiao Yun the most. Since they were young, he already felt that Xiao Yun was his son-in-law. He was just short of arranging a marriage for them when they were young. To be honest, he still regretted not arranging a marriage for them. Dad, aren't you doing this on purpose? The difference in strength is so obvious. So what if I like strength? We're of the same age. If you're not strong enough, what qualifications do you have to be worthy of my daughter? If the difference in strength between people of the same age is obvious, then it's your own problem. You didn't work hard enough. If you worked harder, you wouldn't have to worry about this, right? Ling Hai asked as he looked at his daughter. Ling Ying walked to the side angrily. Ling Hai's words caused some people to be happy and some to be worried. Those who were happy were those who were stronger, and those who were worried were those who weren't strong. The weakest among them was at the law realm, but there were still a few who were at the domain realm. What do you guys think? Ling Hai asked. Even if they had opinions, they wouldn't dare to say it. Whatever Uncle Ling says, we won't have any opinions. Xiao Yun bowed slightly and said, Yes, we have no opinions. Tian Chu, he also smiled and said, What about you? Ling Hai looked at Lin Xian. Chapter 807. To be honest, when they saw Ling Ying holding onto Lin Xian's arm and saying that he was her boyfriend, they were all jealous. But now, they sympathized with this person. How should they put it? At first, they felt that they were targeting him. But now, they felt that they were just idiots. They were only here to serve as a foil. Although they weren't as miserable as Lin Xian, they definitely didn't have the chance to compete. However, they liked Ling Ying very much. Even if they didn't have the chance, they still wanted to fight for it. After all, the geniuses of Tiandu were all insufferably arrogant. They all felt that they had the possibility of fighting across realms. Almost all of them had comprehended the laws. Perhaps their laws were better than others. Perhaps they had a chance. If they could fight across realms and beat the other party, wouldn't they be more recognized? Moreover, they had basically never fought with each other before. Who knew if you were just purely at a higher realm, or if you were actually strong or not? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said, Of course I have no objections. If I can win in this way and get Uncle's recognition, I think it's the best way and result. Ling Hai was stunned when he heard Lin Xian's words. This kid was so arrogant? Win against everyone? Could it be that he didn't know how strong these people were? Or could it be that he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? If it was really a kid who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, he definitely couldn't hand his daughter over to him, because there would be no sense of security. Lin Xian. Ling Ying bit her lips and looked at Lin Xian. She remembered telling Lin Xian that there were domain realm cultivators here who had comprehended domain. Why did he still agree? Don't worry. Lin Xian gave Ling Ying a reassuring look and said, If I win against someone of a higher realm with a lower realm, Uncle will recognize me, right? Lin Xian then asked Ling Hai with a smile. We'll talk about it after you win. From Ling Hai's point of view, Lin Xian was bound to lose this round. If he lost, there would be nothing left to say. Naturally, he would be kicked out. But if he won, no, that was impossible. According to the information he'd obtained from his daughter, Lin Xian was only at the law realm while Xiao Yun and the others were at the domain realm. Moreover, Xiao Yun had even comprehended a domain. It was absolutely impossible for the two of them to be evenly matched. This Lin Xian wasn't worthy of his daughter. If it wasn't for Xiao Yun, he wouldn't have dared to say this. However, Xiao Yun also had the space attribute. The gap between them had been completely widened. This Lin Xian didn't have any advantage. However, it was also a good opportunity to see the strength of this group of children. After all, he couldn't possibly hand over his daughter to someone he was completely unfamiliar with and who only had a cultivation base, could he? Serves you right, Ling Longyue mumbled. Who told him to go around seducing young ladies? Now he was being targeted? Now, if you're interested, come here and draw lots. You'll fight one match at a time. A beautiful woman walked over with a box for drawing lots. That, Uncle Ling, I suddenly remembered that I still have some matters to attend to at home. I have to go back now. What a pity. You guys can fight. A man said. Sigh, I don't think I have the strength. Forget it. Another person said helplessly. That's right. I'm only at the law realm. Although it's not bad for my age, and although I like Linging very much, I know my own limits. The gap is too big. However, I'll work hard. I'll go to the demonic beast domain now and work hard to improve myself. Even if I can't win today, I believe that there will be a chance in the future. Then, 10 out of the 30 or so people left. Although they wanted to fight, they were the weakest here. They really could not fight, and they did not have a chance at all. Those 7 or 8 stars of the law realm might have a chance. In the end, there were only 18 people left, and only 15 of them wanted to fight. Of the other 3, 2 were too embarrassed to leave, and one was the young master of the Tian family, Tian Chuha. She wasn't one of Ling Ying's pursuers, so she stayed here to watch. Ling Ying quietly pulled Lin Xian to the side. Hey, there's something very powerful in this. I've told you before. If you lose, then father will stand on the side of reason no matter what. You will have no reason. You'd rather not fight than agree to it. Ling Ying anxiously said to Lin Xian. It's fine. Are you so sure that I'll lose? 3 of the 14 people are at the domain realm. That Xiao Yun has even comprehended a domain. How are you going to fight? If I lose, I lose. In any case, I'll act shamelessly if I lose. You can act shamelessly with me. Ling Ying, in any case, I've already set my sights on you. But I'm worried that if I don't get father's approval, I'll be trapped in the Ling family. Without freedom, I won't be able to return to Lin and City. This was actually what Ling Ying was most worried about. Otherwise, if she didn't like him, she would rather threaten him with her life. She didn't believe that her father wouldn't be soft-hearted. But if he didn't let her leave, she really couldn't take it. Then you have to believe me, Lin Xian said with a smile. All right. I believe you. I believe you. Then give me a kiss. Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian, then tiptoed and kissed Lin Xian's face. Ling Ying. When Ling Hai saw his daughter kissing Lin Xian in front of all these people, his face was filled with rage. He slammed the table with all his might. Ling Ying hurriedly ran over, not daring to make a sound. Xiao Yun clenched his fists. How far have the two of them developed? Damn it, they're actually whispering sweet nothings in front of me. Young Master Xiao, it seems like this Ling Ying really likes that Lin Xian. TSK. Tian Chu, he said with a smile. What does this mean? Isn't this young master 100 times more outstanding than that Lin Xian? He secretly clenched his fists. The girl he loved deeply kissed another guy in front of him. To be honest, anyone's mind would explode, including him. I hope you can hold on until you have a duel with this young master. Xiao Yun thought coldly. He must personally cripple this Lin Xian. He must. You. Are you still going to draw lots? If you're not, then leave. Ling Hai looked at Lin Xian and said with slight anger. His precious daughter was really tricked away by him. How infuriating. Of course. Lin Xian then walked over with a smile. Looking at the gazes of the surrounding people, he felt great. It didn't matter if he won or lost. Ling Ying kissed me in front of all of you. You're not happy, right? You're right. Then this young master feels great. Then, Lin Xian casually grabbed a piece of paper. If it's the same number, then go to the duel. The blank one means you have a bye. Ling Hai said unhappily. At this moment, Lin Xian handed over the blank piece of paper. Uncle, I'm sorry. I have a bye. Ling Hai. Chapter 808. Fuck your mother. This is so infuriating. Why did the 1 in 15 chance just happen to fall on me? So be it, Ling Hai said. But it also mattered. After the bye, he would have to compete with the winner, and the winner would be the best. It was useless. Lin Xian then sat down with a smile and waved at them. Take your time. I'll drink a cup of tea first. Lin Xian then poured himself a cup of tea. Xiao Yun and the others' faces turned ugly. Let's see how long you can be arrogant for. Then they walked to the empty space. Little Ling Ying, help me peel an apple. Lin Xian threw an apple to Ling Ying. Oh. Then Ling Ying obediently peeled an apple for Lin Xian. Ling Hai. It was the feeling of jealousy and anger. His daughter, his precious daughter that he raised for more than 20 years, had only ever peeled an apple for one man. Now she was peeling an apple for another man. He felt terrible. Little Ling Ying, peel it for me first. Ling Hai said. Oh, okay, Daddy. Ling Ying held back his laughter. Although his father had a bad temper, he really loved him and was quite cute. He was actually jealous of Lin Xian. Puffed. That uncle. If you want to eat an apple, I'll peel it for you. This is what I should do. Lin Xian said to Ling Hai with a grin. Ling Hai gave Lin Xian a look. Let me tell you, don't think that I will acknowledge you just because you got my daughter. I've heard about some of your deeds. I will never allow my daughter to be with a playboy scum. Lin Xian. Uncle, how am I a playboy? Tell me, if I'm a playboy, or if I'm a playboy, would your daughter still like me? Am I right? Your daughter is so outstanding. It definitely has something to do with your education. Your education is so successful. Your daughter's taste must not be bad. Uncle, you're just looking at the surface. Ling Hai glanced at Lin Xian. You can talk to me after you've defeated everyone. You don't have the right now. Then, he snatched the apple from Ling Ying's hand and took a bite. Ling Ying helplessly took another apple and prepared to peel it for Lin Xian. Don't cut it for him, Ling Hai said. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. This father-in-law was really jealous. To be honest, before this, Lin Xian still felt that Ling Hai wasn't a very good person. But now, he felt that it was really his fault. Indeed, he had wasted the daughter that he had raised for more than 20 years. He must be angry. Even if he deliberately needled Lin Xian, he had his reasons. Ling Ying stuck her tongue out at Lin Xian and put down the apple. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Taking advantage of the fact that they were sparring and there were no other people around, this was the best time to chat with Ling Hai. Uncle, in your eyes, what is the best son-in-law? It's not you. Lin Xian. Ling Ying walked over and said, Daddy, Lin Xian and I are truly in love. Enough. All of you shut up. Ling Hai looked at Lin Xian and said, I don't care if you are truly in love or not. If you want to take away my daughter that I have raised for 20 years, don't even think about it if I don't agree. If you don't meet my expectations, then don't even think about it. I will work hard. Defeat everyone here first. If you can't beat them, then go back to Lin and City. Ling Hai really didn't like Lin Xian. Of course, he hoped that Xiao Yun would win. In his eyes, Xiao Yun was the best match for his daughter. This Lin Xian, whether it was character, strength, or family background, was far from his. If word got out that his daughter was taken away by a brat from a third-tier city, where would Ling Hai put his face? Not long after, the 14 people in front of them finished fighting. Since they couldn't use spirit tools, there wasn't much danger. If they couldn't win, then they could just admit defeat. No one wanted to get seriously injured here, but they were more or less injured, and the beautiful lawn was completely destroyed. Ling Hai also saw the whole process. Although he was quite far away, he didn't care. He didn't even care about any of the battles. He only cared about Lin Xian and Xiao Yun. As long as Lin Xian lost and Xiao Yun won in the end, it would be fine. In his eyes, there was no suspense. This Lin Xian's biggest advantage was his space attribute. Xiao Yun was also a space attribute. At the same time, his realm was much higher than Lin Xian's. He had comprehended law and domain. The battle between the two was on a completely different level. Then, the few of them walked over. Uncle Ling, we're done? Yes. Those who are injured, go over here. Someone will heal you. The rest of you will draw lots for the next round. Then, the 8 of them walked together. You won't be able to get a buy now, right? Xiao Yun sneered in Lin Xian's ear. Oh, and then? Lin Xian casually drew a lot. Then, this young master will let you know the difference between us. Linging belongs to me. Only this young master is worthy of him. You are not. Oh, Lin Xian nodded. But I've already slept with her, and you haven't even held her hand. What a pity, Lin Xian said indifferently and walked away. Xiao Yun, critical hit. An absolute critical hit. There was nothing that could hurt him more than these words. Crack, crack, crack. Xiao Yun clenched his fists. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. How could Linging have sex with a boy so easily? He's definitely lying to me. He must be. Xiao Yun gritted his teeth and muttered in his heart. He didn't believe it. He had known Linging for too long and knew her character too well. Even if she was in love, she definitely wouldn't have sex with a boy so easily, let alone this little Lin Xian. So, Lin Xian was deliberately provoking him. To be honest, although he really loved Linging, for a man of his status, how could his future woman be someone who had been taken by another man before? Although he loved her very much, he wouldn't allow it. Lin Xian was number 1 and walked directly to the open space. It's him. Lin Xian's opponent, Lu Qidong, sneered when he saw Lin Xian. This Lin Xian was only from a 3rd-tier city. Perhaps he did have some strength, and his spatial attribute was very powerful. He had heard of it before. After all, it was indeed quite famous. But it didn't matter. He was an 8-star law realm expert. He was definitely higher than this Lin Xian. Moreover, his law somewhat restrained space, so he would definitely win this match. He wanted to show Linging just how big the gap was between him and Lin Xian. He wanted to show her just how much of a piece of trash this so-called boyfriend of hers was. Then, Lu Qidong walked up. Daddy, Lin Xian is a very serious person. There are so many people here who have higher realms than him. If they really fight, he'll be injured, Linging said worriedly to Ling Hai. Chapter 809. Ling Hai glared at his daughter. No matter what you say today, as long as that brat can't win against everyone, he will scram. You, stay in Tiandu obediently. Linging pouted, then sat on the side angrily without saying anything, looking at Lin Xian who was about to fight. Lu Qidong's strength was not bad, but in her opinion, he was absolutely no threat to Lin Xian. The main reason was that Lin Xian was too strong. She felt that if Lin Xian was given a little more time, he would become stronger, but there was no time. Lin Xian, I've heard of you. Lu Qidong looked at Lin Xian and said indifferently. Lin Xian smiled and said, that's quite a face. It's good that the big shots of Tiandu have heard of you. It's just that you shouldn't have anything to do with Ling Ying. Lu Qidong's eyes narrowed slightly. Ha ha ha. Hearing his words, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. What a joke. What does my relationship with Ling Ying have to do with you? You shouldn't have. Lin Xian really couldn't help but laugh. This was a fucking idiot. He thought that the people of Tiandu were all very powerful. They were quite powerful. Lin Xian could also see that this person was an 8-star law realm expert, 3 stars higher than him, but his brain was useless. You think that even if you defeat me, you can get Ling Ying? Too naive. Then you can only prove that you are stronger than me. Unfortunately, you will still be easily defeated by others in one move. TSK, TSK, TSK. Useless. Heh, you think this young master is you? Lu Qidong smiled disdainfully. Then can you beat a domain realm expert? Can you beat someone who has comprehended a domain? Lu Qidong frowned. You guys are just living targets. You are all destined to be stepping stones under Xiao Yun's feet. You still happily came over, thinking that you have a chance. Aren't you the same? Lu Qidong obviously knew that, but he felt that as long as he defeated Lin Xian with his own hands, he could show Ling Ying that he was stronger than Lin Xian. Nothing else was important. No, no, no. I'm different because I can defeat him. Lin Xian twisted his neck. Ha ha ha. Then defeat this young master first. Whoosh! With that, Lu Qidong leaped up and dashed towards Lin Xian at an unimaginable speed. Wind attribute. Unfortunately, it's useless. Lin Xian released his space force at will and dodged the attacks as if he was walking a dog. He's relying on Xian's domain. Ling Hai said coldly when he saw this scene. Do you think the space attribute is enough? This young master's law counters your domain. Lu Qidong said angrily. Then, a powerful force erupted from his body. Lin Xian could feel his body being supported by an invisible force. This force made him unable to move. Of course, he could still release his domain, but no matter if he raised his hand or made any movement, he felt very heavy. It's useless. This young master's dynamic weight law. You can't fight. Lu Qidong sneered. Dynamic weight. That means that as long as a creature is locked in by the law, the corresponding movement will be incomparably heavy. Is this also the nemesis of space attribute? Lin Xian sneered. What does this have to do with space? However, Lin Xian still felt that it was quite powerful. The quality of Tiandu's warriors was indeed high. Unfortunately, it was useless. If it was a normal battle, Lin Xian would definitely be the one being beaten up. However, he was not fighting. Enough talking. Lin Xian sighed. Then, his eyes focused. He raised his hand slightly and sealed the space. You think you can seal the space around this young master? Don't you see how big the gap between our realms is? Idiot. Lu Qidong's fist condensed a powerful force and then punched the air. However, his fist seemed to have landed on an invisible barrier. In his eyes, this punch should have easily shattered the barrier that sealed the space, but it didn't. It was as if his fist had collided with an indestructible copper wall. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Yes, under normal circumstances, with his realm being 3 stars higher than his, he could indeed easily break through any space seal he released. However, after completing Linglong Shui's mission, Lin Xian's space control and space purity had reached perfect 100%. This could no longer be seen through the eyes of a normal realm. Simply put, Lin Xian's previous space jump could teleport him 5 kilometers. Then, after his proficiency reached the peak, he could teleport 50 kilometers, 10 times. Therefore, the effects of any other space seal, space explosion, and so on were all 10 times stronger. He was only 3 stars higher, so it was impossible for him to defeat it so easily. Next, Lin Xian then snapped his fingers. Space explosion. Boom. That space exploded. Then, Lu Qidong's figure flew out. His clothes were torn, and he lay on the ground. Lin Xian naturally controlled his strength. Lu Qidong would be injured, but it would definitely not be too serious. This won't do. Lin Xian then turned and walked toward Ling Ying. Lu Qidong, who was lying on the ground, suddenly jumped up. His wind attribute power exploded, and his fist rushed toward Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian naturally felt his power. He raised his hand, but Lu Qidong was sealed by the space seal again, unable to break free. Lin Xian did not bother to look back. When Ling Hai saw this scene, he frowned slightly. Little Ling, didn't you say that this Lin Xian is only a 5-star law realm expert? That's right. Ling Ying saw that Lin Xian easily dealt with Lu Qidong and was very happy. However, he was most worried about Xiao Yun. Impossible. Qidong is an 8-star law realm expert. How could a 5-star law realm expert be unable to break free? Even someone of the same level would find it difficult to do so. Ling Hai said. But the aura Lin Xian released from beginning to end was indeed that of a 5-star law realm expert. Daddy, it's not like you couldn't feel it. Could it be that you're going to go back on your word? Ling Ying pouted again. Of course not. Do you think he can win against Xiao Yun? Ling Hai snorted coldly. You did it on purpose. Ling Ying said angrily. This Lin Xian is not worthy of you. Only Xiao Yun is worthy of you. Ling Hai said. Ling Ying really did not want to talk to Ling Hai for the time being. It was too infuriating. Then, she walked toward Lin Xian. Come back with me. Ling Hai slammed the table and said angrily. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian, who was walking over, and then looked at Ling Hai. Then, she stopped and did not move. I say, Uncle, this won't do. He's a bit too weak. Is there anyone stronger? Lin Xian walked over and deliberately said with a smile. Chapter 8:10. Ling Hai snorted coldly. A little stronger? Do you think you're strong enough? You're just a little lucky. If you met Xiao Yun, you would have been kicked out long ago. How dare you say such big words? I don't think there's a problem, Lin Xian said with a smile. Ling Hai was very unhappy with this kid's attitude. He was clearly not strong, but why did he seem so confident? Then I'd like to see how you'll be fine later, Ling Hai said coldly. At this time, Xiao Yun and the others also walked over. Hee, young Master Lin, I also saw your battle just now. You're really strong. Young Master Lu, you didn't lose unjustly, Xiao Yun said with a smile like a good old man. Lu Qidong patted the dust off his body, his expression ugly. Didn't lose unjustly? Young Master Xiao, why don't you tell me why I didn't lose unjustly? His realm is 3 stars higher than mine, and he lost to me. How can he not lose unjustly? Lin Xian looked confused. Xiao Yun was instantly speechless. Is this Lin Xian fucking poisonous? That's true, Xiao Yun said with a smile, but his expression was very ugly. That's right. Look at me, a 5-star law realm cultivator fighting with you, young Master Xiao. If I lose, then I don't lose unjustly. Uncle, don't you think so? Lin Xian asked Ling Hai with a smile. A loss is a loss. It doesn't matter if it's unjustly or not. Ling Hai then said, rest for a while. There are still 4 people left. Whoever wins will get my recognition. Then don't rest. I see that you guys are fighting quite easily. Let's start by drawing straws. Lin Xian shrugged. Since young Master Lin said so, we have no objections. Uncle Ling, let's start by drawing straws. Then let's start, Ling Hai said unhappily. Then, the 4 of them drew straws. Lin Xian's opponent was a 1-star domain realm cultivator next to him, the Wang family of the 8 great families. He glanced at Lin Xian and smiled. Young Master Lin, let's go, Wang Heping said to Lin Xian with a smile. Lin Xian sighed. Fuck, my luck is still bad. 3 people, 2 domain realm cultivators, and only 1 law realm cultivator. And that law realm cultivator isn't even me. Then the 4 of them walked back again. Xiaoying, Papa didn't do anything wrong. Look at this Lin Xian. He's so impetuous. He's not calm at all. How can Papa be at ease to entrust you to someone like him? Ling Hai sighed and said. Ling Longyue, who was at the side, obviously heard it. She didn't care. It was best if she didn't agree. Who asked this bastard to have a foot in 2 boats? She ate the delicious food quietly. Lin Xian is just like that. Although he looks impetuous, he definitely has the confidence. I believe in him, Ling Ying said. Confidence? Tell me, what confidence does a 5-star law realm cultivator have against a domain realm cultivator? Ling Hai shook his head. This daughter of his seemed to be possessed. There were many good men in this world, and there were many who were more outstanding than Lin Xian. How could she be so stubborn? However, when Ling Longyue heard Ling Hai's words, she was also unhappy. Only she could bully Lin Xian. Others couldn't say anything about him. Then, Ling Longyue took a bite of a grape and said, Uncle, big sister Ling Ying is right. In the end, Lin Xian will definitely win. HM? Ling Hai looked curiously at this little girl who he didn't care about. Could it be that this brat is hiding his strength? No, he's indeed a 5-star law realm cultivator. A 5-star law realm cultivator wants to win against a domain realm cultivator, and a domain realm cultivator who has comprehended a domain. What a joke. Ling Hai was also a cultivator of the older generation. How could he not understand this? This was absolutely impossible. His daughter and this little sister that Lin Xian brought over were too blindly confident in him. Ling Longyue shook her legs. That was indeed the case. However, Lin Xian was different from any other cultivator. You're Fugue's brother, right? Wang Heping looked at Lin Xian and suddenly asked. Lin Xian froze for a moment. You're talking about Fatty? Yes, I think so. He is indeed quite fat. I'm his brother. Wang Heping said with a smile. Lin Xian. Fuck. Lin Xian knew that Wang Fugue's Wang family was very rich. However, he didn't expect him to be the son of one of Tiandu's 8 great families. Oh my god, I am indeed one of Ling Ying's pursuers. However, there are other candidates. It's not that I can't do without her. Especially since you are her boyfriend, I won't get involved. Also, thank you for taking care of this good-for-nothing little brother of yours in Tianhua City. Good luck. Although the possibility is very low, I still hope that you can win against Xiao Yun. Wang Heping smiled and patted Lin Xian's shoulder before walking away. Lin Xian. Fuck. Isn't he too fucking lucky? And? On the other side, Ling Hai was also stunned. Why did he come back? Uncle Ling, I admit defeat. It's better to sit down and eat something. Wang Heping said with a smile. In Ling Hai's eyes, Xiao Yun was the most optimistic, followed by Wang Heping. He was very willing to have either of them as his son-in-law. However, why did Wang Heping, who had reached the domain realm, admit defeat? Why? Ling Hai asked. I feel that young Master Lin and your daughter are quite compatible. Since they are already boyfriend and girlfriend, I don't want to disturb them. Wang Heping said with a smile. His words were obviously for Lin Xian. And Ling Hai nodded. He was actually taught a lesson by a brat? Thank you, Big Brother Wang. Ling Ying was also quite touched. Since Wang Heping decided not to pursue Ling Ying, then there was no need for him to curry favor, pander, and flatter Ling Hai. Hee, uncle, my luck seems to be quite good. Lin Xian walked over with a smile. Ling Hai got angry when he saw this brat smiling. Why is it so infuriating? There were a total of 3 rounds so far. 1 round was empty, and one of the strongest 2 admitted defeat. Don't smile too happily. If you can't get first place, it doesn't matter if you're lucky. After this, it won't be luck anymore. Xiaoyan also walked over. He was also stunned for a moment. Why didn't the 2 of them fight? Uncle Ling. Xiaoyun bowed. The 2 of you can go and have the final battle. Whoever wins, I will directly arrange a marriage between the 2 of you. Ling Hai said. Xiao Yun's eyes lit up. Directly arrange a marriage? Since Ling Hai said that, he would definitely win. Dad. Ling Ying stomped his feet. Shut up. Ling Hai shouted, then looked at the 2 of them and said, I will do what I say. Go. In everyone's eyes, the outcome of this round was already decided. Xiao Yun would definitely win. The gap between the 2 of them was too big. Ling Ying, of course, wasn't afraid of the so-called marriage. She would rather die than submit. Her family couldn't do anything to her. She was afraid that her family would trap her here and not let her leave Tiandu with Lin Xian to Lin and City. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. This old man's resentment towards him was really big. Chapter 811. Xiao Yun then looked at Lin Xian and said, Young Master Lin, thank you for letting me win. Young Master Xiao is so powerful. Why don't you let me win? Lin Xian smiled and asked. Hee. Xiao Yun smiled and said, if it was an ordinary battle, then I would definitely fight young Master Lin with the same strength. However, young Master Lin's strength isn't weak as well. Moreover, it's related to Xiaoying, so I wouldn't hesitate even if I were to be criticized by the world. I won't stop for the sake of my beloved Xiaoying. Little Ling Ying. Lin Xian did not say anything to him, and only said one sentence to Ling Ying. Ling Ying then walked over. The battle is about to start. Give hubby a kiss to boost his courage. Then Ling Ying tiptoed and kissed Lin Xian's cheek. Good luck. You. Ling Hai saw this scene and pointed at Ling Ying. He was so angry that he was speechless. What's wrong with me kissing my boyfriend? Ling Ying said to Ling Hai in a very reasonable manner. Come back here. Ling Hai said angrily. Ling Ying stuck out her tongue, then walked to Ling Hai's side and stood quietly. Then, she secretly cheered Lin Xian on. When Xiao Yun saw this scene, he was really pissed to death. The woman he liked kissed another man right in front of him. Although he was indeed her boyfriend now, they were competing for this identity. Moreover, the winner would be engaged directly. Xiao Yun secretly clenched his fist. Very angry. Very angry. But Lin Xian was very happy, very happy. Let's go. Xiao Yun did not want to stay here for another second. He wanted to torture this Lin Xian, torture him ruthlessly. Then, the two walked to the empty space. Littling. Ling Hai then looked at his daughter angrily. Humph. I don't care. I don't care who wins. Anyway, I'm Lin Xian's girlfriend. I've set my sights on him. Even if Xiao Yun wins, I'd rather die than be engaged to him. If you insist on being engaged, then let him be engaged to my corpse. Ling Ying said. You brat. Ling Hai pointed at him angrily. Then, he waved his hand. Let's watch the competition first. He sighed in his heart. That's right. If his daughter was really unwilling, how could he let his daughter die? However, this Lin Xian was really not worthy of her. Actually, Ling Hai had other intentions when he asked them to spar. Indeed, he had a huge grudge against Lin Xian and thought highly of Xiao Yun. However, for his daughter's happiness, as long as his daughter was happy, it was fine. There was another crucial reason why he made things difficult for Lin Xian and made them compete. That was to see if this Lin Xian was different from ordinary people. If he was only powerful in the spatial attribute, then it was useless. Only when he was different from ordinary people would Ling Hai feel that he was worthy of his daughter. When Ling Ying heard Ling Hai's words, he understood that his father was helpless and soft-hearted. Lin Xian and Xiao Yun stood in that area. Lin Xian, you can't blame this young master. After all, Ling Ying is the woman I love the most. For her, I'm willing to give up everything. I must win against you, and I must win against you in a crushing manner. Xiao Yun clenched his fists and looked at Lin Xian as he spoke. Then I wonder what star young Master Xiao is in the domain realm? 2-star. He felt that there was nothing wrong with telling this to Lin Xian. Even if he was only 1 star, he could still crush him. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. 2-star domain realm meant that he had comprehended a domain the moment he advanced to the domain realm. It was no wonder Ling Hai thought so highly of him. This talent and comprehension ability already showed how high he could reach in the future. As for Lin Xian, he was a 5-star law realm expert at this age. He might have surpassed most of his peers, but there was still a huge gap between him and Xiao Yun. However, he did not know that Lin Xian had only started to advance for less than a year. He was 20 years behind him, but there was also good news. He was only a 2-star domain realm expert. If it was a 4-star or 5-star domain realm expert, Lin Xian would not be able to win. But if it was a 2-star domain realm expert, he had a chance. Although he had a domain and a law, Lin Xian also had many things that he did not have. He did not even know about them. This was what Lin Xian was relying on. Crossing so many levels and fighting at this realm to win against someone was indeed impossible. But for Lin Xian, it was possible. Although it was very small, but Lin Xian believed in himself. At the same time, this was also the only chance he had to prove to Ling Hai that he was stronger than anyone else, that he was more worthy of Ling Ying than anyone else. Xiao Yun then said, although not using a spirit artifact will indeed reduce my combat power by a lot, the suppression of our realms is here. We are both of the same space attribute, and my realm is higher than yours. My spatial power is much stronger than yours, so dealing with you is easy. I only need to use a spatial blast, and you won't have a chance. After saying that, he pointed at Lin Xian and sealed him in a spatial lock. Then, he detonated a spatial explosion. There's no way to fight. Both of them are of the space attribute, and young Master Xiao is much stronger than him. With this move, Lin Xian has no way to resist. The difference in realms is right there, someone said. Wang Heping looked ahead. He had a feeling that Lin Xian wouldn't be defeated so easily. Although it was impossible for Lin Xian to defeat Xiao Yun, at least he wouldn't be defeated so easily, right? Ling Ying looked ahead worriedly. The difference in realms was too great. If they were in the same realm, it might be better, but they were no longer in the same realm. If that's the case, then this brat has nothing outstanding about him. He's not worthy of you, Ling Hai said to Ling Ying. No, He definitely won't lose so easily, Ling Ying said stubbornly. She believed in Lin Xian. Humph. Both of them are of the space attribute, but Xiao Yun is 7 levels higher than Lin Xian. There's still a realm between them. Even if the two of them use their space attribute, the final result would be that Xiao Yun's space attribute could easily seal Lin Xian, while Lin Xian's space attribute could be easily broken by Xiao Yun. Then why did you let them fight even if you knew? This is an unfair competition to begin with, Ling Ying said with grievance. Then it can only be said that he didn't work hard enough. Then why was Xiao Yun able to reach the domain realm at his age, but Lin Xian couldn't? If there's nothing special about him and he's just relying on this space, then today, I'll let him know that he's nothing, Ling Hai said angrily. Lin Xian's realm isn't high because he only started going to the demonic beast domain half a year ago. Lazy. It's not that he's lazy. It's that he only obtained the godchild system half a year ago. What? Ling Hai frowned as he looked at Ling Ying. Impossible. The godchild system was born with it. How could he only obtain it half a year ago? If you're biased towards him, you don't have to make up such a ridiculous reason. Chapter 8:12. Ling Ying also said helplessly, "It's true." Before that, Lin Xian was a very ordinary transparent person. Later, for some reason, he obtained the God's Child system and soared to the sky. This matter is not considered a secret. If you ask those people in Tianhua City, they basically all know about it. Why would I lie to you? Ling Hai was stunned. If this was true, did it mean that Lin Xian had only advanced for half a year? Although he didn't need talent or anything, and he could just hunt monsters for half a year to advance to the domain realm. For someone who hadn't been to the demon beast domain before to reach the law realm in half a year, to be honest, if it was true, he really admired it. All right, you don't have to say anymore. Xiao Yun won today, so you'd better stay with him obediently. You guys had a pretty good relationship when you were young. What exactly is it about that Lin Xian that you value so much? Ling Hai shook his head, then looked ahead and suddenly frowned. Everyone, including him, thought that Lin Xian would be killed by Xiao Yun's spatial seal and spatial explosion because the gap between their realms was too great. However, what did he see? He saw Lin Xian's figure suddenly appear behind Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun didn't even notice it. At that moment, Ling Hai really felt that it was inconceivable. He even wanted to shout out to remind Xiao Yun. Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, Ling Ying's beautiful eyes lit up. She knew that she couldn't look at Lin Xian like she looked at ordinary martial artists. She knew that Lin Xian would not let her down. She knew that Lin Xian would not be defeated so easily. Xiao Yun was very confident that Lin Xian couldn't break free. To be honest, he was very careless. When he realized that something was wrong, or more accurately, when he sensed the aura behind him, it was already too late. 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon. Lin Xian roared as purple lightning surrounded him and exploded. Then, Lin Xian stomped his foot and launched a strike. Boom-dot-bang. Xiao Yun really didn't expect such a scene to happen. He was even waiting here for the dust to settle, to see Lin Xian lying there in a bloody mess. Who would have thought that he would come out? Xiao Yun's figure flew out and crashed into the ground. He rolled a few times before stabilizing himself. Fuck. Xiao Yun spat out a mouthful of blood. He raised his head and looked viciously at Lin Xian. Fuck. Lin Xian scolded in his heart as well. According to normal circumstances, if a martial artist was struck by the Earth Step 8-star martial skill, 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon, they would have long since died. What level of power did an Earth Step 8-star martial skill possess? It was a martial technique that Lin Xian could use to kill his opponent in an instant. It was extremely powerful. Lin Xian had even exchanged for the attribute that doubled his strength from the system store. Under such circumstances, the 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon only lightly injured him. This light injury was almost negligible. Don't look at how he spat out blood. It only hurt for a moment. The clothes on his back were torn, and his flesh was mangled. However, it was only an external injury. The internal injury was not worth mentioning. Therefore, Lin Xian felt that something was wrong. Even if he was a 2-star domain realm expert, the 5 thunder celestial phenomenon that he released with all his strength, the Earth Step 8-star martial skill, purple thunder, and the strength doubled, still didn't injure him. This was too fake. Normally, even a 2-star domain realm expert would be heavily injured by this kind of power. Absolutely. Because he was firmly hit by the attack. What's going on? Ling Hai stood up subconsciously when he saw this scene. So powerful. After Lin Xin broke free, this Lin Xin actually counterattacked. But it seems like Xiao Yun is fine. Nonsense. Of course he's fine. But it's only limited to Xiao Yun's realm being higher than Lin Xian's. Otherwise, a normal cultivator would have been killed in an instant. What a pity. What a pity that Lin Xian's realm is a little lower. Someone said regretfully, "Daddy, look, if Xiao Yun's realm was a little lower, he would have been killed by Lin Xian. Even so, you still don't acknowledge Lin Xian's strength?" Ling Ying said, "Shut up. Whatever this daddy says is the truth. If you talk too much, do you believe that this daddy won't slap you?" Ling Hai glared at Ling Ying. "I say, hubby, you've never slapped our daughter in your life. Why are you breaking your vow now?" Qin Lan walked over with some fruits. "Mom, look at my dad. He's so stubborn that he doesn't even care about his daughter's happiness." Ling Ying hugged Qin Lan's arm and complained, "Your dad loves you and cares about you." Qin Lan rubbed Ling Ying's hair and looked at the field. "But hubby, from what I see, this Lin Xian is really not bad." "You shut up too." Ling Hai also glared at Qin Lan. Qin Lan smiled helplessly. Ling Hai looked at the field and said, "I won't change my words. No matter what, whoever wins will be this daddy's son-in-law. That Lin Xian ruined this daddy's daughter without saying anything. I'm already giving you and your daughter face by not getting someone to kill him." Okay. Your face is more important, okay?" Qin Lan said with a helpless smile. Although he looked fierce, Ling Hai was still very good to them. However, he was the head of the family, so they had to listen to him. Ling Hai stared at Lin Xian. Although he was stubborn, he was also very shocked in his heart. However, in the end, he still couldn't beat the first impression. It was too hard to change a person's first impression of another person. His first impression of Lin Xian was extremely bad. "I was almost tricked by you." Xiao Yun glared at Lin Xian and said, "Almost tricked by me? Didn't I already trick you?" Lin Xian said with a smirk. Xiao Yun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "If I didn't react quickly and release my defensive law, I would have been seriously injured. What a pity. I was so close. What a pity." When Lin Xian heard his words, he suddenly understood. So that's how it was. Even if he was a 2-star domain realm expert, this move would definitely be able to seriously injure him. No wonder he wasn't seriously injured. It turned out that his law was some kind of defensive law. It's a pity. If your realm was just a little bit lower, you would have already lost. But there are no ifs. Xiao Yun stared at Lin Xian. He had already lost face. Under normal circumstances, he should have been able to instantly kill Lin Xian, but he was injured by Lin Xian. This was something he couldn't accept, but there was nothing he could do. It had already happened. However, what he couldn't understand was how Lin Xian was able to break free from the space attribute he released. "How did you break free from my space attribute?" Xiao Yun asked in confusion, comparing space. "So what if your realm is so much higher than mine? You're still far from it." Lin Xian said with a smirk. Chapter 813. The others couldn't hear their conversation because they were a bit far away. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Xiao Yun's face sank. Acting cool in front of him? What right does he have to act cool? You think you can beat this young master just because I gave you a sneak attack? Space Seal. He once again used Space Seal to seal Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian directly jumped out of the space. "I already said that you can't beat me in space." Lin Xian secretly shook his head and said. Seeing Lin Xian directly come out of the space he sealed, Xiao Yun frowned. What was going on? The reason was very simple. Although he was stronger than Lin Xian, and the space power he released crushed Lin Xian, how pure and proficient could his space be? Was it even 10%? Lin Xian knew that the space god's final proficiency would only be 30 to 40. Only the Void Fox had the strongest comprehension of space in the world. They were the most powerful in controlling space. As for Lin Xian, because of the system, all of his proficiency was maxed out. Therefore, this thing made up for the gap between their realms. However, Xiao Yun couldn't understand. The good news was that if one didn't use a spirit artifact, a space-attributed martial artist's fighting strength wouldn't be high if they couldn't gain an advantage in the space attribute. The wind attribute would also cause their attack power to be weak. However, Lin Xian was different. He was a lightning-attributed martial artist. Since space is useless, then I won't use it. After saying that, a powerful force erupted from his body. Sand and stones flew, and his hair and clothes danced in the wind. Following that, he rushed towards Lin Xian at a speed that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Under the heavens, grade, Heaven Realm 10 stars, type, movement technique, requirements, none. A rarely seen movement technique in the world. One step leads to heaven and earth, one step leads to freedom. Unfettered under the heavens is split into 3 levels. The first level is to create afterimages. The second level is to cover a distance of 1,000 meters with a single step. The third level is so close, yet worlds apart. Effect: activating freedom under the heavens, movement speed increases by up to 10 times. Consumes 20 to 200 spiritual energy value per second. Using the wind attribute, the effect is doubled. Current level: afterimage carefree under the heavens was a heaven-ranked 10-star skill. Although Lin Xian rarely used it, it was definitely the most useful skill at this time. It was the reward for Miao Xiaomiao's mission. The sudden increase in speed made others mistakenly think that he also had the wind attribute. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 people on the field attacked, dodged, and intertwined with each other at an extremely fast speed, with an unimaginable attack rate every second. There was another piece of good news for Lin Xian. Xiao Yun's laws were no threat to him. Defensive laws were, in a sense, quite useless. Is Lin Xian really a 5-star law realm martial artist? The people on the side were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They could see that although Lin Xian was retreating step by step, he was losing because his realm was lower. His strength could not compare to Xiao Yun's, but he would not be defeated in a short period of time. He was actually able to exchange dozens of blows with a martial artist who was a realm higher than him. As time passed, the one who was anxious was always Xiao Yun, because he originally wanted to end the battle in 1 second. The longer he dragged it out, the worse he was. After exchanging dozens of blows, the 2 of them pulled apart the distance between them. Lin Xian's hands were trembling, uncontrollably trembling. It looked like it was about the same, but his hands were actually hurting. He was an idiot to compete with a martial artist who was 7 levels higher than him in terms of strength. However, everything was actually within Lin Xian's calculations. Otherwise, why would he drag it out here? Don't blame me. Let's end this. Hurricane Wild Wolf. 3 terrifying hurricanes formed on the spot. If they were allowed to rage, the entire top scorer would be easily destroyed. However, he would definitely control it within this range. Earth rank martial technique. What does he mean? How much stronger is he than Lin Xian? He's still using an Earth rank martial technique. Seeing this scene, Linging panicked. A domain realm martial artist using an Earth rank martial technique to attack a law realm martial artist. This was a power that could easily kill a law realm martial artist. Don't be anxious. Ling Hai stopped Ling Ying. This Lin Xian actually made him use an Earth rank martial technique, which was also a little strange. He wanted to continue watching. Dad, if you believe him, then choose to always believe in him, Ling Hai said. Ling Ying then stomped his feet angrily. Lin Xian looked at the 3 terrifying hurricanes that rushed in front of him, sealing off all his escape routes. Each of the hurricanes was like a sharp blade. Although wind was not the strongest offensive attribute, it was the most attractive. Then, Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Spatial seal. Facing the 3 hurricanes that could almost cover the entire area, Lin Xian had no way to dodge. Even if he dodged through space, he would still be attacked the moment he landed. So the only way was to seal these 3 hurricanes. However, to be honest, It was very difficult for a 5-star Law Realm cultivator to seal an Earth rank martial technique released by a Domain Realm cultivator. Lin Xian only dared to attempt it because he had maxed out his proficiency and purity. Otherwise, he would definitely die from the backlash. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and roared angrily. The 3 hurricanes were forcefully sealed. What? Seeing this scene, Ling Hai could not help but stand up in shock. His realm was so much lower, but his spatial seal could actually seal this Earth-rank martial technique. What level of control did he have over space? At the very least, it far surpassed Xiao Yun's. At this moment, he also understood why Xiao Yun's realm was so much higher than his, but he was unable to seal him in space. It was because Lin Xian's spatial control crushed Xiao Yun. This was a little shocking. However, it was also very difficult for Lin Xian to do so. He needed to keep suppressing this Earth-rank martial technique, but Xiao Yun had already released the power of space and directly appeared in front of Lin Xian. Although he was also very surprised, it was not important. Lin Xian needed to use all his strength to resist the martial technique he released, and this was his weakest moment. Xiao Yun's terrifying fist directly blasted towards Lin Xian. I don't believe that you're still releasing your laws. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, and then, 5 Thunder Constellation, boom! Lightning erupted and suddenly disappeared from Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian opened up a wormhole behind him, and the lightning bombarded him. At the same time, Lin Xian directly jumped through space in the sealed area, and the 3 hurricanes were instantly teleported behind him, accompanied by Lin Xian's 5 Thunder Constellation that bombarded Xiao Yun. Bang! Lin Xian was sent flying by Xiao Yun's punch, and blood spurted out from his mouth. Just as Xiao Yun was about to use space to escape, he discovered that the space he was in was also sealed. He could easily break through it, but he needed a moment to do so, and that moment was too late. Boom! Chapter 814. Lin Xian's 5 Lightning Heavenly Phenomenon, accompanied by the power of his own Earth-rank martial skill, blasted directly behind him. Dust filled the sky. Lin Xian, Ling Ying looked anxiously at the battlefield, biting his lips. Old Ling, it's about time. If we continue fighting, something will happen. Jilan also said worriedly, what's the big deal about young people getting injured? They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. There are several Domain Realm cultivators using Earth-rank martial skills to attack Law Realm cultivators. Ling Ying was anxious. I'm here to protect you, Ling Hai said with his hands behind his back. Mom, Ling Ying leaned into Qin Lan's arms. Forget it. Your dad knows what he's doing. It's fine. The dust on the battlefield dispersed. Lin Xian and Xiao Yun were half kneeling on the ground, each holding one side. Both of them spat out blood, and it seemed that their injuries were not light. Lin Xian had already used all his strength to defend and exchange for attributes, but there was no other way. The difference in their realms was there, and Xiao Yun coughed out a mouthful of blood. Lin Xian's strength was indeed difficult to truly injure him, but he still had his own Earth-rank martial skill. If he hadn't reacted in time and released his defensive law, he might have died. The two of them slowly stood up, their bodies somewhat staggering. Everyone knew who had won at the moment. It was definitely Lin Xian who had won. The difference in their realms was so great, but both of them had suffered similar injuries. In a sense, he had already crushed Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun's expression was extremely ugly. He took a deep breath, looked at Lin Xian, and clenched his fists tightly. He had already lost enough face. Facing someone who was so much weaker than him and still being injured like this was already embarrassing enough. He had to finish the battle next. He already knew that Lin Xian's space was stronger than his. Although he didn't want to admit it, his advantage was only in his realm. No, there was also his domain. But did he really have to release his domain? Lin Xian's lips curled up. Fighting to the death? Would he be afraid of this? The law of creation. Lin Xian released the law of creation on himself and quickly healed his injuries. He can fix it, but can you? Because Lin Xian's clothes were covered in dust and blood, no one could see that his injuries were quickly recovering. Come on. Lin Xian's figure flickered, and appeared in front of him. 5 lightning celestial phenomenon. Lin Xian angrily roared, and thunder exploded. Xiao Yun's pupils suddenly shrank. Doesn't it fucking hurt? You're so badly injured. Why didn't you rest for a while before rushing here? Xiao Yun's body then erupted with wind attribute power, directly attacking Lin Xian's 5 thunder heavenly phenomenon. Boom. The two of them clashed once again. Poof. The two of them spat out another mouthful of blood at the same time. 5 lightning celestial phenomenon. Lin Xian rushed over again. Xiao Yun, is this a lunatic? To defeat him, Lin Xian's advantage was the law of creation. Come on, let's hurt each other. Anyways, your injuries will worsen, and his injuries will heal. 5 lightning celestial phenomenon. 5 lightning celestial phenomenon. The others were completely stunned by Lin Xian's madness. Who the fuck fought like this? Did he not want to live anymore? Ling Ying's beautiful eyes were already red. Hubby, that's enough. Something bad will happen if they continue fighting. Ji Lan said worriedly. No. Wang Heping said at this time, and the others looked at him. Wang Heping then said, for the two of them, if it really ends like this, neither of them will be willing. Right now, the two of them, especially Lin Xian, have already fought until their blood is boiling. Uncle Ling, let's continue. This is what you want to see the most, right? Ling Hai did not say anything, but he did not move, which made his intentions clear. Originally, Xiao Yun could easily get rid of Lin Xian, but his realm was so much higher than Lin Xian's, and his space was similar to Lin Xian's, which was why he ended up in this situation. The two of them spat out blood again and staggered. Lin Xian secretly took 2 spirit recovery pills for himself. It's about time. Lin Xian raised his head to take a look. 5 lightning celestial phenomenon. Erupting with terrifying lightning, Lin Xian rushed over again. You're fucking crazy. Xiao Yun gritted his teeth. He really did not want to use his full strength. He really did not want to. Ice frost sky. Suddenly, a layer of frost formed around him, sealing him in place. He could instantly break it, but the lightning had already arrived. Ice. Ling Hai raised his eyebrows. Space, lightning, ice, 3 attributes? Boom, that Xiao Yun flew out, but he stood quite steadily. Because he released his law, coupled with the suppression of his realm, Lin Xian's earth-rank martial skill did not cause much damage to him. It was just that he might be in a sorry state. Originally, I did not want to use my domain, but I did not expect you to have 3 attributes. Then, this young master should have no problem using my domain now. After saying that, Xiao Yun slightly stepped on the ground, and the entire space was covered by a black light. They entered that black place, and the people outside could no longer see clearly. Dad, Lin Xian beat Xiao Yun to the point of spitting blood, and even forced him to use his law and domain. Doesn't that mean anything? Ling Ying was really angered to death. I know what I'm doing. Ling Hai looked ahead and said. No one knew what was going on inside. At this moment, Lin Xian and Xiao Yun were in darkness. Their surroundings were dark, but strangely, they could see everything. To be able to force this young master's domain out, you are already very abnormal. To be honest, you are really powerful. If we were in the same realm, you would definitely not be able to beat me. Unfortunately, for Ling Ying. So what if I am a bit shameless? So what if you released your domain? Anyway, Uncle Ling said that whoever wins will be able to get engaged with Ling Ying. He dislikes you, but Uncle Ling likes me. Xiao Yun sneered at Lin Xian. Unfortunately, Ling Ying can only be mine. Lin Xian shrugged and secretly created a law to heal his injuries. He will be mine in the future. This is this young master's domain, the darkness domain. In this domain, all the martial skills you release will have half of their power devoured by the darkness. At the same time, your spirit power consumption will also double. Just now, you were fighting to your heart's content outside. So I'm afraid you don't have much spirit power left, right? Lin Xian, wow, this is a domain. Isn't this too fierce? The opponent's spirit power consumption doubled, and at the same time, the power of his martial skills was halved. This kind of gap was opened up. So, Even though I admire you, you've still lost. Oh, are you sure? The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. It should be about time, right? Xiao Yun saw Lin Xian's expression and inexplicably panicked in his heart. What's going on? Suddenly, he felt a strange feeling in his body. He immediately covered his chest and staggered back a few steps. His entire body revealed an expression of shock. Do you feel pain all over your body? You don't even dare to use your spirit power? Lin Xian smiled and asked. You? Xiao Yun pointed at Lin Xian. Chapter 8:15. Lin Xian had already unleashed his poison attribute when the two of them first exchanged blows. Of course, even though the poison attribute was strong, the difference in their cultivation levels was too great. It was almost impossible for the poison to affect him. Therefore, Lin Xian had secretly poisoned him the first time he made a move. This poison would slowly seep into his body over time as he circulated his spiritual energy. By the time he sensed it, it would have already seeped into his body. By the time he realized it, it would be too late. You poisoned me. You can't use external forces, spirit tools, weapons. You've already broken the rules. Xiao Yun pointed at Lin Xian with a face full of unwillingness and anger. Poison? You can say that. But my poison isn't external. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Then, the dark area dissipated. When the darkness dissipated, everyone looked inside nervously. They saw Lin Xian standing there, and the one who fell to the ground was Xiao Yun. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. No one knew what happened, but the scene in front of them shocked them. This was completely different from what they expected. It was the opposite. Lin Xian clutched his chest and looked at them. Then, he made a V sign. Ling Ying, this bastard. Ling Ying wiped his tears and couldn't help but laugh. This kid actually won? What happened just now? Qin Lan murmured. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was too unbelievable. Ling Hai was also stunned. Then, they all walked over. What happened? Ling Hai walked over and looked at Lin Xian. Then, he looked at Xiao Yun. Lin Xian walked over, and with a wave of his hand, the poison in Xiao Yun's body was removed. Cough, cough. Xiao Yun coughed, then opened his eyes and slowly stood up. What happened? Ling Hai asked. Cough, cough, Uncle Ling. This Lin Xian poisoned me. Xiao Yun stood up and pointed at Lin Xian. Poisoned? Ling Hai looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, it was poisoned. Ling Hai suddenly understood. No wonder this brat could cross such a large realm to defeat Xiao Yun. So it turned out that he used poison. You have already broken the rules. Ling Hai looked at Lin Xian and said. Why? Lin Xian asked. Because you poisoned me. Why? But this poison is not an external force. It is my attribute. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, I have the poison attribute. Poison is my attribute, so it shouldn't be considered an external force. Poison attribute? Ling Hai frowned as he looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian then released the poison attribute, spreading the poison attribute. Everyone, you actually have the poison attribute? Ling Hai looked at Lin Xian in shock. If that was the case, then this Lin Xian was a little shocking. Space, lightning, ice, poison. What? Xiao Yun frowned as he looked at Lin Xian. He has the poison attribute? He didn't secretly poison Xiao Yun? How did you obtain the poison attribute? Ling Hai asked Lin Xian. It was just a chance encounter. So, Uncle Ling, did I win? Lin Xian laughed and looked at Ling Hai. Go and rest. Ling Hai snorted and walked away. Lin Xian. Ling Ying supported Lin Xian and walked him away. Uncle Ling, Xiao Yun looked up at Ling Hai. Go and treat your injuries. Ling Hai said. But, a loss is a loss. I have to keep my promise. Ling Hai walked away after saying that. Xiao Yun clenched his fist. Lost? Yes, he lost. But he couldn't accept it. He really couldn't accept it. If he could use a sword and use a sword move, this Lin Xian would have been dead long ago. Moreover, he is a sinister and cunning person who poisoned Xiao Yun. He couldn't accept it. Ling Hai looked at the figure of Ling Ying supporting Lin Xian and frowned. He was thinking about something. Old Ling, now you understand why I think so highly of Lin Xian. Qin Lan followed Ling Hai and said with a smile, "This kid is really amazing. I misjudged him." "No, you didn't misjudge him," Qin Lan said with a smile. "You are just unhappy because he harmed our daughter. You have a prejudice against him. If you really misjudged him, you wouldn't have cared so much when they were competing." "I care? All right, we have been husband and wife for more than 20 years. Do you think I don't know you? You seem to be very stubborn, but when they were fighting, you wanted to see Lin Xian defeat that child Xiao Yun more than anyone else, right?" "Nonsense. I am not satisfied with him," Ling Hai said, "but our daughter does like him. Of course, you hope that he can be together with our daughter. You hope that he has something outstanding. Now, he has it. No matter what the reason is, he was able to defeat Xiao Yun, who is at the domain realm as a 5-star law realm cultivator." Sigh. Ling Hai sighed. That's right. The boy his daughter liked was related to her happiness. Of course, he wanted his daughter to be happy, but he also wanted this person to be worthy of his daughter. In such a dangerous era, they needed such a person. However, the current Lin Xian was indeed extraordinary. For attributes, poison attribute, and even space control was not weaker than a domain realm expert. It was indeed amazing. But this doesn't mean that I will acknowledge him. I am still very tired of this kid. Qin Lan smiled and said, Okay. You rest first and get ready to eat. I will find someone to treat Lin Xian." On the other side, Ling Ying supported Lin Xian. "Lin Xian, I am sorry." Ling Ying said guiltily, "Why are you sorry?" "Because of me, you were disliked and even got injured." Lin Xian looked at her with a smile. "But you don't have to apologize, because this is what I should do, and I have to do." Lin Xian's simple words made Ling Ying look at him with sparkling eyes. Bastard. You are so good at talking. I don't know how many girls you have fooled outside." Ling Ying gently hammered Lin Xian and then gently wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. "Yes, didn't I trick you away? Bastard." She glared at Lin Xian and then asked, "How are your injuries?" "I am fine. How can there be any injuries?" "But you, don't forget the law I have comprehended. It is much more direct than the fucking would attribute healing. It is almost healed. Accompany your husband to take a bath," Lin Xian said with a smile. Ling Ying, "Really?" She looked at Lin Xian in shock. "Nonsense. But there is something very important right now." "What is it?" Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian. "What about our engagement? Tomorrow?" Ling Ying, her little face blushed. "You really believe my father's words. But don't be too angry. My father is such a person." "No, I am angry," Lin Xian said angrily. Ling Ying's heart skipped a beat. "I won't be able to vent my anger unless you serve your husband well tonight." Chapter 8:16. When Ling Ying heard Lin Xian's words, he was both angry and helpless. "You're already like this, and you're still thinking about this? Bastard, are you really okay?" She ignored Lin Xian's question and asked worriedly. "Don't worry, I'll lie down if I'm not okay." Lin Xian smiled and said, "That's good. I'll bring you to shower first." Then, they went to a huge villa. "Wow, this is the house of the rich," Lin Xian exclaimed after entering. It was too big, too beautiful, too luxurious, and too dazzling. Was this where the members of the 8 great clans lived? Weren't they afraid of getting lost? "Miss, young master." A few beautiful maids bowed slightly to them. Although they were maids, in fact, there were no such things as servants in the current society. They were only hired or willing to work here. To be honest, working for such a big family was the dream of many ordinary people. You didn't have to worry about what the people here would do to you, unless there was a young master in the family. If you were very beautiful, you might be coveted. Other than that, you didn't have to worry at all. Take Ling Ying, for example. He got along well with the maids here. Of course, other than when Ling Ying was around, even when he was with Qin Lan, they could also talk and laugh. After all, Qin Lan's personality was similar to Ling Ying's. Young master. Lin Xian touched his nose, then reached into his pocket and took out a few hundred yuan and handed it to them. What are you doing? When Linging saw this, she was completely dumbfounded. Can't I give red packets? Lin Xian scratched his head and asked. Everyone, Ling couldn't help but laugh. The girls were also trying to hold back their laughter. This young master was really interesting, and he even acted as if he made sense. Ling Longyue walked in while eating a fruit. I'm hungry. Ling Longyue pouted and said, All right, we'll be eating soon. I'll get you some snacks first. Have a seat first. Linging then pulled Ling Longyue to the sofa while Lin Xian secretly gave red packets to the other girls. I came here in a hurry, so I didn't prepare any red packets. Let's just make do with this. Since you're my son-in-law, I'll give each of you a big red packet when I come back. Thank you, young master. They took it with a smile. Hurry up and take a shower. Ling Ying said to Lin Xian, I don't know where I am. Stay with me. All right, you can sit downstairs now. Ling Ling, get you some food. Yes, Mississippi, Xiaoying. At this moment, Qin Lan and Ling Hai walked in. Ling Hai called out to them. Xiao Yun went home with a dark face. He was too lazy to treat him. He would talk about it when he got home. Today was an extremely embarrassing day for him. Perhaps he had to think of something. Dad, I'll take Lin Xian to take a shower. Is the treatment done? Qin Lan walked over and took a look at Lin Xian. It's okay, Auntie. My body is very strong. Lin Xian said with a smile. I see that your clothes are almost soaked in blood. How can you be fine? Lin Xian then rolled up his sleeves. Auntie, look, I don't have any wounds on my body. Take off your clothes and let me see. Mumu, is the treatment not here yet? Go and rush them. Qin Lan then looked at Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian didn't have any so-called 8-pack abs, he wasn't too ugly. His body was covered in blood, but Qin Lan took a look. What about the wounds? She definitely didn't believe Lin Xian when he said that he was fine. He fought with a domain realm expert, and she saw Lin Xian vomiting blood with her own eyes. He definitely had internal and external injuries. Looking at it now, there didn't seem to be many external injuries. How many more secrets did this kid have? Okay, Xiaoying, take Lin Xian to take a shower first. If you don't have any clothes to change into, give your father's clothes to Lin Xian first. We'll go out and buy some tonight. Got it. You. Ling Hai frowned. What? Do you have a problem with our son-in-law wearing your clothes? Qin Lan rolled her eyes at Ling Hai. Ling Hai sat on the sofa angrily and lit a cigar. Who said he's my son-in-law? You're going back on your word again? Who said that whoever wins today will get engaged to our daughter? Ling Hai actually already approved of Lin Xian. Although he approved of Lin Xian, he still didn't like him. Moreover, Ling Hai was also the head of the family. Previously, he had targeted Lin Xian, so it was normal for him to be a little arrogant. Okay. Go take a shower first. Ling Hai waved his hand. Thank you, uncle. Then, Lin Xian was happily helped upstairs by Ling Ying. That's strange. What about that kid's injuries? Ling Hai took a deep puff of his cigar and said, I'm also surprised. I'll ask him later. This kid actually has 4 attributes: space, ice, lightning, and poison. There's only one person in Tiandu who has 4 attributes. Qin Lan said. Ling Hai nodded. But having more attributes doesn't necessarily mean that it's good. Although that's the case, you saw it yourself. This Lin Xian's low-level space is similar to Xiao Yun's. This proves that he crushed Xiao Yun in terms of space control. At the same time, he's very skilled in using space and lightning. The last time I saw him, it was only 2 or 3 months ago. At that time, he still didn't know how to use space, so I'm more surprised than you. He's also very proficient in using lightning. I can't see anything wrong with ice. As for poison, since he could silently ambush Xiao Yun, it proves that he's not bad at using it. Qin Lan said in admiration. I'm old, but this kid has extraordinary potential. He's all right. Ling Hai also nodded. All right? He's so much better than those young masters in Tiandu. You just have to pick on him because you don't like him. Let's see if our daughter will roll her eyes at you in the future. I, I'm just testing him on behalf of our daughter. Ling Hai quickly explained. Okay, okay. Don't I know you? You're so stubborn. You just don't like him. We'll be a family in the future. Don't always be angry with Lin Xian. We can't control the feelings of young people. Our daughter is only willing to share a room with him because she likes him. This is also our daughter's choice. Qin Lan said. Ling Hai then looked at Ling Longyue. Girl, you're Lin Xian's sister? Him? He'll never have a sister as beautiful as me in his life. Ling Longyue said proudly. She was unhappy to hear the two of them talking about her sister's man. The two of them, him. Lin Xian only has one sister. She's also not his biological sister. She's an orphan, so it's not easy for him to come this far. Qin Lan said. Ling Hai nodded. Indeed, there were many things that praised him. However, he just didn't like him. How could he be cured? Ling Hai then took a big lollipop and passed it to Ling Longyue. Then tell me, what other secrets does this Lin Xian have that we don't know? Uncle, I'm not an idiot. Don't think you can get anything out of me. Ling Hai, humph. Although she was unhappy, she was the only one who could bully Lin Xian. She wouldn't say anything. What if she said something wrong? She still knew some things. Chapter 8:17. Ling Ying brought Lin Xian to his room. Damn, does it have to be so big? This room is already as big as my house. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. The entire room was at least 200 square meters. It gave people the feeling of a presidential suite in a hotel. It was big and beautiful, but also very warm. It was pink, and, at a glance, there were probably no less than 200 different kinds of dolls. The big bed was very soft. It was so comfortable tonight. What are you looking at? Lin Xian was looking at her boudoir. Although she was used to it, she was still a little shy. Everything in this house should be her favorite. I can't look at my wife's room. Who's your wife? Ling Ying rolled his eyes. Aren't you? Lin Xian then smiled and hugged Ling Ying. Get lost. You're so dirty. Don't touch me. Hurry up and take a shower. Ling Ying said with disdain. Let's go together. Go to hell. There's a towel inside. You can use it. Anyway, you're covered in dust and blood. Throw it away when you're done. I'll go to my father's room to find you some clothes. With that, Ling Ying walked away. Lin Xian hummed a little tune and then went into Ling Ying's bathroom to take a shower. The law of creation is simply too powerful. For now, the law of creation is more than enough for me to recover from my injuries. The difference between recovery and healing is like heaven and earth. Lin Xian exclaimed in admiration. Lin Xian might have to lie in bed for a week after today's battle, but the law of creation directly healed him. I brought you some clothes. Casual clothes. I'll buy some for you when we go to the Lantern Festival tonight. Ling Ying's voice came from outside. Little Ling Ying. Lin Xian shouted. What? Ling Ying rolled his eyes. I can't touch my back. Come in and help me rub it. Ling Ying. Although it was reasonable, why did it feel like he was doing it on purpose? Oh. Ling Ying then walked in. Lin Xian's back was facing her. Give me the towel. Ling Ying stretched out his hand. Crash. Lin Xian suddenly turned around and pounced on Ling Ying with a pile of water in his hands. Ling Ying. She looked like a drowned rat, and her hair was also wet. Water dripped down her hair, and even her face was wet. Ha ha ha. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. Are you crazy? Ling Ying wiped his face and said angrily. Poof. Then, Lin Xian splashed another handful of water on her. Ling Ying picked up the basin next to him, scooped a basin of water into the bathtub, and splashed it all on Lin Xian. Little Ling Ying, are you done? It's time to eat. Qin Lan knocked on the door and walked in. Then she heard the sounds of two people in the bathroom, as well as their laughter. These two children. Qin Lan smiled helplessly. She could play with Lin Xian even after taking a bath. However, she was really happy that her daughter could play with Lin Xian and laugh so happily. It seemed that she really liked this kid. It was good that their relationship was good. As long as her daughter was happy, it was good. Ling Ying then ran out with his whole body wet. Just you wait. Ling Ying pointed inside and said angrily. Then, he saw Qin Lan. Mom! Ling Ying looked at Qin Lan awkwardly. It was so embarrassing. Play as you like. Take some time. It's almost time to eat. Qin Lan said with a faint smile. Okay. Ling Ying stuck out his tongue. Then, Qin Lan smiled and walked out. After that, Lin Xian put on his casual clothes and walked out. What's wrong? I'm not going to play with you anymore. Hurry up and eat. Ling Ying rolled his eyes. After a few minutes, Lin Xian and Ling Ying came downstairs. Ling Longyue was already seated. She was holding a pair of chopsticks in her hand, and her big eyes were twinkling as she looked at the table full of delicious food. The maids were still serving the dishes. Hurry up and take a seat. Qin Lan waved to Lin Xian. Then, Lin Xian sat beside Ling Longyue. Ling Ying wanted to sit beside Lin Xian. Ling Hai coughed dryly. Little Ling Ying. Then, Ling Ying stuck out his tongue and went to sit beside Ling Hai. Qin Lan was holding back her laughter. He was already the boss, yet he was still jealous of his future son-in-law. Really? Let's eat. Ling Hai said. Ling Longyue couldn't wait any longer and quickly started eating. The surrounding atmosphere was a little solemn. No one was talking, and everyone was eating quietly. Here, Ling Ying picked up a piece of meat for Lin Xian and a big drumstick for Ling Longyue. Look at the daughter you raised. Her own parents don't even help her with the food? Ling Hai saw this scene and was about to die from jealousy. This was the daughter he raised for 20 years. Dad, why are you jealous of Lin Xian? Your daughter has been helping you with the food for more than 10 years. Ling Ying said helplessly. Then, he picked up a few prawns for Ling Hai. So now that you have a boyfriend, you don't help Dad anymore? Ling Ying, Uncle, let me help you. Lin Xian said with a smile. No need. When Ling Hai heard Lin Xian's words, his tone became stiff. Lin Xian coughed and touched the tip of his nose. No matter how awkward the atmosphere was, it didn't affect Ling Longyue's eating speed. Cough, cough. Then, let's go to the Lantern Festival together after eating? Qin Lan broke the awkwardness. You guys go. I have something to do tomorrow, so I'll rest early. That, Uncle, about the engagement. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and asked awkwardly. He felt that Ling Hai had a strong opinion of him. Could it be that he didn't agree to this matter? The engagement requires both parties to be present. Let's talk about it after you bring your sister here. Ling Hai said. Lin Xian was elated. Does this mean that he agreed to it in his heart? Then, don't talk when eating. Don't you know this? Ling Hai said calmly. Lin Xian. Ling Ying winked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian then obediently kept quiet. After about 20 minutes, Ling Hai put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth and stood up. Come to the study room after eating. After saying that, he walked away. Auntie, what is Uncle's attitude towards me? Lin Xian then asked Qin Lan quietly. Your uncle is like this. He's very stubborn. However, he must have already accepted you in his heart. When the time comes, go to the study room and talk to him slowly. Even if we aren't present, he will probably tell you a lot of heartfelt things. Don't worry, he's a good person when he thinks things through. You should treat him better. Qin Lan said. Then I'll go. Hey, eat some more. There's still so much left. Ling Ying said. Isn't there this girl? Just leave it to her. Lin Xian pointed at Ling Longyue and said with a smile. Then, he walked upstairs. Chapter 818. In the study, Ling Hai was sitting on a chair and reading a book. Lin Xian walked over and knocked on the door. Come in. Ling Hai put down the book and said. Lin Xian pushed the door open and walked in. Uncle, I'm here. Have a seat. Ling Hai looked at Lin Xian and nodded. Oh wow. Just as Qin Lan had said, in front of Ling Ying and her, Ling Hai would be more taciturn, and his tone would be worse, making him seem very stern. However, when they were alone, Lin Xian felt that his attitude was a lot gentler. Lin Xian sat opposite him. Damn it, since when was he so reserved? But this was inevitable. Uncle, do you have anything to tell me? Lin Xian asked softly. Ling Hai looked at Lin Xian and said, I don't object to you and Xiaoying being together. Ling Hai said straightforwardly, Thank you, uncle, for your help. It can't be considered a blessing. You fought for it yourself. You used your actions to prove that you were worthy of her. I saw all of this with my own eyes. Ling Hai then stood up and slowly paced around the study, as if he had something on his mind. Previously, I was against you because of my personal feelings. Don't take it to heart. Lin Xian nodded. I understand. But now, there is something very important that I have to tell you. Even Xiaoying's mother, your aunt, doesn't know about this. I didn't dare to tell her. In this world, only Xiaoying's grandfather and I know about this. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't dare to tell Ling Ying's mother? What was it that he didn't dare to tell her? As Ling Ying's mother, what couldn't she know? Sigh. Ling Hai sighed. He looked through the window at the night sky outside, looking deeply worried. When you know about this, you can decide whether you want to be with Xiaoying or not. Lin Xian stood up. Uncle, please speak. Ling Hai turned around and looked at Lin Xian. You have to promise me that even if you find out, you'll keep it to yourself. You won't tell anyone, not even Xiaoying's mother. Lin Xian nodded. Then, he handed the book to Lin Xian. Turn to page 82. Lin Xian glanced at it. What is this? There was a photo on the page. It showed a room with a bed. The person lying on the bed seemed to be Qin Lan, and in her arms was a newborn baby. If she was Qin Lan, then the baby must be Ling Ying. This was nothing, but there was an extremely strange scene. There was a black mist between the baby's eyebrows. At first, Lin Xian thought that it might be photoshopped. So, Lin Xian looked up at Ling Hai in confusion. Ling Hai put his hands behind his back and looked out the window. It's your aunt and Xiaoying in the photo. When Xiaoying was born, your aunt fainted. What is this black mist? This is what I want to tell you. Ling Hai let out a sigh and turned around. This black fog is a fiend celestial. What? Lin Xian frowned and looked at Ling Hai. Have you heard of the Shura god? Shura, according to the ancient records, 8,000 years ago, a woman met with a tragic fate. After her death, her soul remained in the world and possessed the body of a princess. She brought harm to the world, and countless people died at her hands. She was known as the Shura god. It was said that she reached the heavenly Tao realm, or perhaps an existence that surpassed it. But legend has it that it was an era of gods, and there was no need for the so-called system to cultivate. Lin Xian quietly listened to Ling Hai's words. Later, many experts gathered and suppressed the Shura god. Her soul was destroyed, and in a sense, the Shura god had completely fallen. But it wasn't that simple. Before she died, she said that she would never be destroyed forever. Indeed, many years later, the Shura god descended upon a girl. It was this black mist, the exact same black mist. That girl went berserk at the age of 25 and massacred millions of lives. Lin Xian. Uncle, you mean? Ling Hai sighed and nodded. That's right. If the ancient records aren't wrong, Little Ling is the third person to be born from this soul. Lin Xian. Little Ling is 21 this year and will soon be 22. If she is also 25, she still has 3 years. Perhaps I will end her life with my own hands on that day. Ling Hai slowly closed his eyes as he said this. Parents in this world love each other dearly. Who would be willing to let anything happen to their child? But if she didn't do that, once the Shura's power awakened, she wouldn't be herself. Her power would surpass everything. At that time, she would make a big mistake. Countless lives would die in her hands. But was there any other way? There was, and that was to end her life before that happened. Is this true? Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted. Yes, Little Ying's grandfather. No, to be precise, our Ling family's ancestor was one of the people who suppressed the first generation of the Shura god. Who would have thought that after 8,000 years, she would be born into our Ling family? She is probably taking revenge on us. Is there no solution? Lin Xian asked anxiously. He would never have thought that such a thing would happen. No, at least I don't know. No one I know knows either. So, even if you know this, are you still willing to be with Little Ling? Ling Hai looked at Lin Xian. Of course. Lin Xian said without hesitation. Why? Lin Xian smiled and said, because I like her, and also, Lin Xian's eyes flashed with determination. I believe that there is nothing in this world that cannot be solved. Whether it is the Shura or the gods, there must be a way. I will definitely think of a way. Perhaps this was good news for Lin Xian. Otherwise, he would never know. Or perhaps it would be too late when he found out. But now, there might be 3 years left. He could think of a way. At least there was still time. He could ask Linglong Shui. Sigh. Ling Hai sighed. All these years, I've been secretly looking for a way, but to no avail. You're still young, and you don't have anything to rely on. How could you have a way? I hope that you can let her live happily every day for the next 3 years. If you can, I'll be very grateful. No. Lin Xian shook his head. Ling Hai looked at Lin Xian. I don't want these 3 years. I want my whole life. I will definitely find a way. Definitely. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Sigh. Little Ying's taste is still better than this old man's. Go. This is what I want to tell you. If there is really no other way, I hope you can bring her back to Tiandu in the last year. I want to spend some time with her. Lin Xian took a deep breath, nodded, and walked out. Chapter 819. His feelings were complicated. Very complicated. He did not expect something like this to happen. At the same time, Lin Xian admired Ling Hai. After so many years, he had endured more than anyone could imagine. He had shouldered everything by himself. What did my dad say to you? In the living room, a few maids were cleaning up. Ling Longyue was satisfied with her meal and was lying on the sofa, swinging her legs. Ling Ying and Qin Lan were watching the television together. When they saw Lin Xian coming down, Ling Ying quickly ran to Lin Xian and asked, Uncle wants me to treat you well. He is quite satisfied with me. He said that I am the most outstanding and talented young man he has seen in so many years. Lin Xian said with a smile. You think too highly of yourself. Ling Ying rolled her eyes. Ha ha ha, don't worry. Uncle has already approved of me. But don't worry about the engagement. My sister has to be there. Che, I won't agree to it even if you want to. Ling Ying said proudly. She was actually very happy. Looking at Lin Xian's relaxed and happy face, she felt that he had a good chat with her father. You have to agree even if you don't want to. Lin Xian said with a smile. Oh. Ling Ying made a face. All right, you guys go out and have fun. The Lantern Festival is about to start. Mom, you're not going? Ling Ying asked. I'm not going. I don't want to go to a place for you young people. You guys have fun. I'll go and chat with your dad. His heart will ache if his daughter has a boyfriend. Jilan said with a smile and went upstairs. Then let's go out and have fun. Let's go. Ling Longyue could not wait. After playing with him for a few hours at the Lantern Festival, they returned home. Ling Longyue went to the guest room alone. Lin Xian was naturally happy to share a room with Ling Ying. Did you go to Chushua's place tomorrow? Ling Ying asked softly in Lin Xian's arms. Yeah? Or the day after tomorrow, but I'm really worried that I'll meet the same people I met at your house today. What should I do? Lin Xian said in distress. It's possible because they came to visit my family today. Tomorrow, they might visit the Han family. Hearing Ling Ying's words, Lin Xian's head hurt even more. Then what should we do? Do as you see fit. Try your luck. If you really meet her, you can only find excuses. Who asked you to be a playboy? Who can you blame? Lin Xian sighed. All right, Chushua's father. Don't worry, Chushua's father is much easier to deal with than my father. The Han family is a scholarly family. Although their conditions for their son-in-law might be harsher, you still harm Chushua. Under normal circumstances, they can only agree with you. But you have to perform well. Chushua shouldn't be asleep at this time, right? Why don't you chat with her and ask? Yes, yes, yes. Lin Xian hurriedly took out his phone and sent a message to Han Chushua. Han Chushua replied instantly. Ling Ying also looked at the message curiously. Little Chushua, what's going on at your house tomorrow? Lin Xian asked directly. Father knew that you were coming tomorrow, so he canceled all the other social engagements. No one came to visit tomorrow, so he was waiting for you. Han Chushue replied. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Looks like it's Chushue's idea. She's also worried that the situation you're worried about will happen. She probably communicated with her family. Phew, that's good. Let's sleep. Lin Xian then hugged Ling Ying. The next morning, Lin Xian left the Ling family. He even bought a hat to wear on his head, afraid that someone might recognize him. It wouldn't be good if the news spread in Tiandu. Of course, he didn't bring Ling Longyue along. According to them, Han Chushue's father was relatively easy to deal with, especially since Lin Xian had already dealt with Han Chushue. Han Chushue's mother was more or less done. It definitely wouldn't be like the Ling family. He took a taxi and arrived outside the Han family's manor. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. They were too damn rich. Each and every one of them was building a manor in the central area of Tiandu. A place like this would cost hundreds of thousands per square meter, right? It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. At this time, Lin Xian received a message from Han Chushue. The situation has changed. Lin Xian? What the hell? The situation has changed? At this time, a car stopped beside Lin Xian. Yo, isn't this young Master Lin? A person poked his head out from the front passenger seat and looked at Lin Xian mockingly. Lin Xian recognized him. It was Ouyang Jing. When the news of Lin Xian and Han Chushue's relationship spread out, two young masters from big families in Tiandu specially went to Tianhua City to look for Lin Xian. One was Ouyang Jing, and the other was Qin Imo from the Qin family, one of the 8 great families. It's you? What are you doing here? What am I doing? Ouyang Jing smirked. Proposing marriage. Okay, stop chatting. Let's go in. A middle-aged man in the back seat said sternly. Yes, father. Let's go. Ouyang Jing said confidently. Then, the car drove into the Han family's manor. Proposing marriage? Lin Xian frowned. Didn't they say that no one would come today? Han Chushue then called Lin Xian. Hello, little Chushue. What's the situation? I'm already here. Why is the second young master of the Ouyangs here to propose marriage? Lin Xian asked curiously. I don't know. I just heard my father say that the Ouyangs took out something that moved my father. Lin Xian. What? This can't be. Lin Xian was helpless. He thought that the Han family's trip would be relatively smooth. He didn't expect that there would be a mistake. Come in. I've already informed them. My father won't let me out, Han Chushue said helplessly. Lin Xian then hung up the phone. Why are all the people from big families like this? However, since he was already here, Lin Xian wanted to see what the Ouyangs were planning. He also wanted to see what Ling Ying's parents were up to. Are you Lin Xian? At this time, a beautiful girl walked over and asked. Lin Xian nodded. Miss asked me to pick you up. Please come with me. Thank you. Then, Lin Xian stepped into the Han family manor. The Han family manor was comparable to the Ling family manor. After walking for a long time, they arrived in front of a villa. We're here. Miss and the others are in the living room. Just go in. Okay, thank you. Then, Lin Xian walked in. As soon as he walked in, he felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. There were 5 people sitting in the living room. Han Chushue, her parents, and Ouyang Jing. Next to Ouyang Jing was a dignified middle-aged man. They seemed to be discussing something. When Lin Xian walked in, everyone looked at him. Chapter 820. Han Chushue hurriedly stood up. Lin Xian. Han Chushue called out softly, then walked towards Lin Xian. Hello, uncle and auntie. Lin Xian smiled at them. Zhao Yaji had interacted with Lin Xian before. What did she say to him? She couldn't like him, and she did hate him. But at that time, he saw that her daughter liked him, and he was very determined. He felt that it was all right. Then, Zhao Yaji nodded slightly at Lin Xian. Sit. Han Chushue's father, Han Guang, said to Lin Xian. Then, Han Chushue pulled Lin Xian to sit there. What made Lin Xian feel that it was all right was that Zhao Yaji and Han Guang's attitude wasn't bad. At least, compared to Ling Hai, It was quite good. Han Guang even said to Lin Xian, "Sit." Han Chushue felt very guilty. She let Lin Xian come over, and then this kind of thing happened. A girl came over and poured a glass of water for Lin Xian. Han Guang deliberately looked at Lin Xian a few times, then said to Lin Xian, "This is the head of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Hao. Beside him is his son, Ouyang Jing." Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and laughed. "Yes, I've seen him before." "Oh, you've seen him before?" Hearing Lin Xian's words, Han Guang was also stunned. Ouyang Jing panicked, then hurriedly said, "Ha ha ha, yes, when I went to Tianhua City to visit Chushue, I met young Master Lin. We had a small conflict." This was because he knew that Lin Xian would definitely say that something unpleasant had happened between them. At that time, he and Chinimo had attacked Lin Xian together. If Lin Xian were to say this, it might not be good. But now that he had taken the initiative to say it, it would be better if he said it. Lin Xian nodded. "That's right. We met before in Tianhua City. At that time, young Master Ouyang and a young master from Tiandu attacked me." "There's such a thing?" Ouyang Hao looked at his son. Ouyang Jing said hurriedly, "Isn't that because he's young and impetuous?" "Father, you know that I've loved Mu Chushue for a long time and have been pursuing her. When I suddenly heard that she had a boyfriend, under normal circumstances, I would definitely be sad and even angry. I thought that Chushue's boyfriend must be very outstanding, so I found young Master Lin to compare notes with him." Ouyang Jing's words were straightforward, and there was no blame. Instead, it made people feel that it was normal for him to attack Lin Xian. "I see. Although the motive is not wrong, this kind of thing is still too inconsiderate. Little brother, I apologize on behalf of Jing Er," Lin Xian said with a smile. "It's okay. Although I wasn't prepared and didn't know what was going on at that time, I didn't lose anyway. I wasn't the one who was beaten. Just take it as accompanying young Master Ouyang." Ouyang Jing secretly clenched his fists. Lin Xian was too insidious. Didn't he already tell everyone who won and who lost? Didn't he just tell everyone that Ouyang Jing didn't win? But today, as Chushue's boyfriend, I came to visit Uncle and Auntie. Chushue also said that Uncle and Auntie are not receiving guests today. May I know why young Master Ouyang is here today? Han Guang and Zhao Yaji didn't say anything. Of course, they knew that the Ouyang family was here to propose marriage, and they also welcomed Lin Xian. But when these two things happened together, they didn't know what to do. For a big family like theirs, as long as they weren't on the verge of decline, their children's happiness was more important than anything else. The Han family's development was flourishing day by day. Although they did like Ouyang Jing more, after all, the marriage between the two of the 8 big families would bring great benefits to both families. However, their daughter liked another young man who didn't have much ability or background. So they were very conflicted. If their daughter could marry Ouyang Jing, it would naturally be the best. So they hoped for this to happen more. That was why they didn't directly reject the Ouyang family's arrival. Lin Xian obviously knew. He had heard it from Han Chushue, but at this time, he had to pretend that he didn't know. Han Chushue slightly bit her red lips. She was different from Ling Ying. Ling Ying's personality was more straightforward, but she was brought up very strictly. Since she was young, everything she learned was decided by her family. She learned to play the piano, learned to play the violin, and learned to draw. It was her family who put these things in front of her. Han Chushue then learned obediently, regardless of whether she liked it or not. This was also why she was more introverted. She didn't dare and never talked back to her family. Take Ling Ying, for example. He complained in front of his parents all day long. They were two extremes. "The Ouyang family is here to propose marriage," Han Guang said to Lin Xian. He wouldn't reject Lin Xian as their son-in-law. Their daughter liked him, so he must be outstanding. But they needed to know how Lin Xian would deal with such a situation. After all, he was an immature person who couldn't achieve great things. There were still endless possibilities. Perhaps he could see something. This was also what Han Guang and Zhao Yaji were looking forward to. Zhao Yaji and Lin Xian had confronted each other. She felt that this young man was not bad and was very determined. He also liked her daughter, but that was all she could see. Of course, they also knew about the Art Xian group. But what they knew, or rather what the outside world knew, was little. They only knew that this medicine was very profitable and could make them a billionaire or trillionaire. But in this era, money was useless. Hundreds of billions, trillions. Which of the 8 great families didn't have assets that were many times more than this? Just having money was far from enough. Moreover, the potential wasn't high. Although they could earn a lot, they would reach a bottleneck in the future. It was still the same sentence. If they knew about the other policies of the Artian group, they would at least know that it had great potential, and it was very big. Despite being the head of the family, Han Guang exuded an extremely scholarly aura. His words were scholarly, and his actions were scholarly as well. He was the so-called gentleman. However, Lin Xian knew that as the head of one of the 8 great families, he was definitely not as simple as he seemed on the surface. Oh. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Ouyang Jing nodded. That's right. I've been pursuing Chushue for a few years. Uncle and auntie, you know that. Today, my father and I are here with sincerity to propose marriage. We hope that you can let Chushue marry me. I, Ouyang Jing, swear to treat her well for the rest of my life and make her the happiest woman in the world. As he spoke, he looked at Han Chushue, but no matter how sincere his gaze was, it was useless. I already have a boyfriend. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Ouyang. Han Chushue said politely. It's okay. I know you have a boyfriend, but I'm patient. My love for you is sincere. I can choose to compete with you. I hope you can give me some time. Is that okay? Chapter 821. Hongguang and Zhao Yaji didn't say anything. Their purpose was clear. Their daughter's choice was theirs. If she really liked him, they would choose to stand on her side. However, they didn't say anything because they wanted to see how Lin Xian would deal with this. Lin Xian roughly understood their intentions. To be honest, it was much simpler than the Ling family. The Han family was very cultured to be able to raise a lady like Han Chushue. Of course, it couldn't be said that the Ling family wasn't cultured. It was just that their personalities were different. One was irritable while the other was gentle. Different personalities would lead to different ways of dealing with things. At this time, Lin Xian smiled and held Han Chushue's hand. Ouyang Jing frowned, but his father's expression didn't change at all. How could a brat compete with him? He was the head of the Ouyang family. For this matter, he came here on the 2nd day of the new year. His sincerity and intentions were already here. I'm sorry, young Master Ouyang. I'm afraid you've made a mistake. If you want to compete, that's fine. But that's before I pursue Chushue. We can compete fairly. Now that Chushue is my girlfriend, what qualifications do you have to compete with me? Lin Xian said such a domineering sentence with a smile. That kind of smile was mocking and disdainful. In Hongguang and Zhao Yaji's eyes, this scene was actually approved of. That's right, Chushue was his girlfriend. It didn't seem right for you to pursue a guy's girlfriend in front of them, right? Wouldn't you be beaten to death if it was normal? If 2 people pursued a girl together, it was a completely different concept from you pursuing a guy's girlfriend. A man should act like a man, even if he was facing the Ouyang family of the 8 great families. Therefore, they were satisfied with this point. However, this was only from the perspective of Han Chushue's boyfriend. But from a long-term perspective, he provoked the 8 great families. He was dangerous, he wasn't smart, therefore, it wasn't easy for them to judge. They could only watch the whole scene before making their evaluation of Lin Xian. Hearing Lin Xian's words, both Ouyang Jing and Ouyang Hao's faces turned ugly. An unknown brat dared to say that their son wasn't qualified? Haha, I say, little brother Lin, my Ouyang family is one of the 8 great families of Tiandu. There should be no doubt about my qualifications, right? Ouyang Hao said with a smile. So what if you're from the 8 great families? Your son said that he wanted to pursue my girlfriend in front of me. If it weren't for the fact that the head of the Ouyang family, one of the 8 great families, was here, I would have given you some face. But if you weren't here, even if I knew that he was from the Ouyang family, he would have been crippled by me. Would you believe me? Lin Xian's words were filled with confidence. Han Chushue's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Xian. For a girl to follow a guy, money might be one thing, but more importantly, she hoped that this guy could give her a sense of security. Clearly, Lin Xian had done it. Aren't you being a little too arrogant? Really? But Master Ouyang, don't you think it's immoral for you to propose marriage when you know that Chushue has a boyfriend? Lin Xian's aura was not the slightest bit intimidated. Hongguang and Zhao Yaji exchanged a look. This guy had the aura and temperament to be able to hold his own. Facing the head of the 8 great families, he was not the slightest bit intimidated. He was really rare among the young people. I think there's no right or wrong in love. Yes, you're Chushue's boyfriend now, but you're not her husband. I like her, and I'm willing to express my feelings. I just want to fight for it. I don't want to regret it for the rest of my life. I think I still have a chance to take her back from you. I think I can give her more happiness than you can. I'd rather admit that what you said about being immoral is right. But from my point of view, I think there's no right or wrong in fighting for the person I like. Ouyang Jing was also very impassioned. Oh, I see. Lin Xian then looked at Han Chushue and asked, Chushue, can you tell him now? Do you have a chance? Han Chushue shook her head. Well, please go back. Although this is not my house, my uncle said that he would only entertain me, his future son-in-law, today. If you still want, please come back the next day, okay? Lin Xian grinned. Head of the Han family. Ouyang Hao saw that his son, including himself, couldn't win against this kid. Although he was very angry, he definitely couldn't show it. He also knew why he couldn't win against him. It was because, as he said, he lost in terms of position, so he could only talk to Hongguang. Head of the Han family, although it's not good for us adults to interfere in the children's affairs, I think we can still give some advice. Your daughter does have a boyfriend, but feelings can be cultivated. Jing and Chushue don't have much contact, so I think we should let these 2 children cultivate a little. What do you think? Ouyang Hao looked at Hongguang and said. Lin Xian snorted in disdain. Wow, this guy is too shameless, isn't he? How can he say something like that? If Han Chushue was single, then it's not a problem to say something like that. But she has a boyfriend, so the meaning is completely different. Hongguang was also in a dilemma. Although he felt that Ouyang Hao's words were unreasonable, there were more things that he was in a dilemma than he imagined. Head of the Ouyang family, Lin Xian is right. After all, he is Chushue's boyfriend. If others know that Chushue has a boyfriend and still has a relationship with another boy, it will be bad for our Han family and Chushue's reputation. At the same time, it will also be bad for Lin Xian. Ouyang Hao took a sip of tea and then said faintly, if our 2 families can become in-laws, it will be extremely beneficial for the development of our 2 families. Didn't head of the Han family say that the 366 project was a pity? If we become in-laws, this project can be done together. Moreover, if 2 of the 8 great families become in-laws, I'm afraid it won't take long for our 2 families to become the top 2 families. Jing will be in charge of the Ouyang family in the future, and Chushue will naturally be in charge of the Han family. They are a good match. In terms of talent and ability, Jing doesn't lose to Lin Xian at all. What do you think? Since the emotional card didn't work, he could only play the benefit card. This benefit card was a sure win for him. If it was under normal circumstances, Lin Xian would fucking kill him. But this was the Han family. At the same time, he also had to consider the Han family's situation. If he really went against them directly, then the Han family's face would be lost. But Lin Xian was really having a hard time holding back. Lin Xian, what are you trying to say? Hongguang very cleverly pointed the spearhead at Lin Xian again. He wanted to see what he meant, what he thought, and what he did. I want to say that the 2 of you should go back and stop wasting time. Yes, I can't compare to your Ouyang family now, but what I want to say is there anything your son, Ouyang Jing, can do better than me? Lin Xian's domineering words caused everyone to be stunned. Chapter 822. Ouyang Hao frowned. As the head of the Ouyang family, one of the 8 great families, no one had ever dared to say such words in front of him. If it wasn't because this was the Han family, If it wasn't because Lin Xian was Han Chushua's boyfriend and had to take care of the Han family, if it wasn't because of his identity that he couldn't fall out with the younger generation, he wouldn't be as calm as he was right now. And, as one of the 8 great families, Ouyang Hao's son was actually said to be inferior to him in every aspect by an unknown kid. It was simply a joke. Although Ouyang Jing wasn't the top of the 8 great families, his brother was, but he wasn't any worse. Kid, I tolerate you in every aspect because you're a junior, but you can't be unscrupulous and speak without thinking just because you're a junior. Ouyang Hao stared at Lin Xian and said, No, I'm just stating facts. Ouyang family head said that your son is better than me in every aspect, so I refuted your point of view. I said that I'm better than him in every aspect. Is this called speaking without thinking? Then why can Ouyang family head say it, but I can't? Oh, it's because Ouyang family head is in a high position and looks down on me, a person from a 3rd-tier city. You don't think I'm qualified to speak like this in front of you, right? Lin Xian said with a smile. Everyone could hear that Lin Xian was confronting him, and even Lin Xian was dissing him. Don't you know whether you're qualified or not? But in front of the Han family, how could Ouyang Hao say such words? Well, if you're not convinced, then tell me in which aspect you're better than my son? Ouyang Hao said with a cold snort. His son was a member of the 8 great families. In terms of identity, status, wealth, and power, he was better than him in every aspect. Hongguang and the others sat there drinking tea, quietly watching Lin Xian's performance. Although he was indeed overestimating himself for daring to confront such a big shot, he did not show any signs of fear. This was something that they were very optimistic about. If Han Chushue really married him in the future, then he would be in charge of the Han family many years later. Although Han Chushue was the best candidate, he was still a man, so his career would still fall on him. The future head of the Han family definitely couldn't be an ordinary person. Therefore, whether it was the Ling family or the Han family, because their daughter found an ordinary man in a 3rd-tier city to be her boyfriend. This was also a very important aspect. Instead of asking that, I think I'd like to ask young Master Ouyang, where do you think you're better than me? Lin Xian smiled and looked at Ouyang Jing. I don't think there's a need to say more about this, right? My Ouyang family's power, wealth, and heritage are all beyond your reach. Gongsun Hao also smiled coldly in his heart. Digging his own grave, isn't this looking for embarrassment? No, no, no. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. What do you mean? Ouyang Jing frowned and looked at Lin Xian. Young Master Ouyang, you're mistaken. Why do you think this is where you're better than me? This can only be said to be your advantage. The Ouyang family is stronger than my Yi family, not you. May I ask, whether it's the power, heritage, or wealth of the Ouyang family, was it created by you? No, you're just born better. That's right. What you want to compare is personal advantages and disadvantages, not family. Hongguang also nodded and said. Lin Xian then continued, in terms of power, I can't compare to you, but it wasn't created by you. In terms of heritage, naturally, we're not at the same level, but it wasn't created by you. In terms of wealth, I can't compare to the Ouyang family, but I created the Art Xin Group by myself. On the first day of its official establishment, the daily sales reached 1 billion and lasted for a week. If the Art Xin Group directly establishes branches in the 5 empires, I think the daily sales will increase by dozens of times. So I think it won't be long before my wealth will surpass your entire Ouyang family. And this is my own achievement. What about yours? Lin Xian looked at him with a smile. Ouyang Jing was suddenly speechless. Ouyang Hao also suddenly found that he had fallen into a misunderstanding and was caught by this Lin Xian. The Ouyang family was much stronger than him. There was no comparison, but if it was an individual, Ouyang Jing's face was ugly. Your Art Xin Group just happened to come across a project. It can indeed make a lot of money, but a single project won't last long. It will be saturated. Although it can make a lot of money, that's all. Ouyang Hao said after taking a sip of tea. Oh, but why can I find it? But your son can't? Why can I make the Art Xin Group sell 1 billion a day, but your son can't? I'm lucky? Then why can't the tens of billions of people on the continent be as lucky as me? Lin Xian asked Ouyang Hao with a smile. Who can say for sure about luck? Okay, then young Master Ouyang, what do you think you're better than me in? Lin Xian then looked at Ouyang Jing with a smile. Ouyang Jing's forehead was covered in cold sweat. In what way was he better than Lin Xian? Previously, he had been brimming with confidence because he felt that his background was superior to Lin Xian's. Everything he brought with him would be crushed. However, he suddenly realized that if he abandoned his family, he really didn't seem to be comparable to Lin Xian. You're not as strong as me, you're older than me, and your attributes are not as strong as mine. Lin Xian continued to be aggressive. In terms of aura, Ouyang Jing was completely defeated by Lin Xian. Han Chuxue felt that the bad guy beside her was more and more charming. Kid, confidence is a good thing, but the marriage between two families depends on how much benefits it can bring to the other party. Your Art Xin group only has one project. After it ends, there will be nothing left, not even a strong person. What can you bring to the Han family? Ouyang family head, look, we're obviously comparing individuals, but you're deliberately changing the topic. Does that mean that in terms of personal ability, I'm indeed better than your son? Lin Xian asked without giving him any face. But don't you think that background is also very important? Is it important to give the other party enough security? The marriage between the Ouyang family and the Han family can bring countless benefits to the Han family, and it can also protect Chuxue. What about you? You're a company with limits. Although you're glorious for a while, you still have to rely on the Han family in the future. You can't help the Han family at all. Lin Xian then laughed. Why does Ouyang family head think that my Art Xin group can only have one project? Where did you hear this news? It's really strange, isn't it? If you develop other industries, you'll only be competing with others, and you definitely won't be able to compete with others. So, everything that my Art Xin group does is to monopolize, not just the attribute increasing potions. Now, the Art Xin group has started a secret cooperation with the three major forces that is worth up to 1 trillion. In the future, this cooperation will involve the entire mainland. The money that we can earn in the end won't be less than the genetic modification potion. Chapter 8:23. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, their brows furrowed. Words are no guarantee. Lin Xian then took out a bubble gun and tossed it to Han Guang. Uncle Han, this is the technology that my company is currently developing. The bubble gun? Bubble gun? Ha ha ha. Could it be used to blow bubbles? Ouyang Jing couldn't help but laugh. Lin Xian's expression didn't change as he continued. This bubble gun can be loaded with bullets, and its function is very simple. Once it hits the target, it can immobilize the target, just like the Dark Attributes fixation skill. It can last for 5 seconds, and its range is below the domain realm. That's right, even those in the law realm will be immobilized. This thing should be very rare, right? Zhao Yaji asked. Lin Xian's lips curled. On the contrary, any project that my Yixin group does will break everyone's understanding. This bubble gun can be mass-produced, and the quantity is enough to equip all the members of the 3 major factions and all the martial artists in the 5 great empires. The cost is a few hundred yuan, and the selling price is 500 yuan. I can promise you, uncle and auntie, that once the 3 major powers finish manufacturing the bubble guns, the Han family will have full control over the sales of the entire 5 great empires. I believe uncle should understand how much profit this project can bring to the Han family. Lin Xian asked. Impossible. How can this thing be mass-produced? Oh, this is a copy of the contract signed with the Enforcement Union, the Temple, and the Bounty Hunter Guild. Lin Xian took out another copy from his spatial ring. Ouyang Hao hurriedly took it and was stunned. Still in disbelief, Han Guang looked up at Lin Xian. The cost is so low? That's right. Although the effect is very good, the cost is very low. This is where the Yixin group is better than any other group. We're not trying to make money. We're just taking a profit of 200 yuan. Uncle, do you think that this thing can be sold for 6 or even 7 figures? Han Guang nodded. The Yixin group has reached an in-depth cooperation with the 3 major forces. Their second goal is to make money. First, Whether it's the attribute increasing potions or the bubble guns, they are all for the purpose of improving everyone's abilities and self-protection. If an army of tens of millions is fully equipped with bubble guns, Uncle should know very well how much combat power it will increase when fighting against the goblin race. Just based on this point alone, Han Guang was already very impressed with Lin Xian. At such a young age, he was able to create such shocking things, and he really didn't do it for money. Otherwise, this kind of thing could be casually sold for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. This kid is not bad. Then, he looked at Ouyang Hao and asked with a smile, Ouyang family head, I'll hand over this project to the Han family. May I know how many projects your Ouyang family needs to compete? Oh, that's right. That's not all, Lin Xian said as he exchanged 2 bottles of attribute-increasing potions for Han Guang and Zhao Yaji. This will be the Xian Corporation's 3rd major project. It will also be a project that will shake the entire continent. Attribute increase. This was no secret. It was also mentioned during the press conference, but it had never been developed. Many people would think that it was fake. This is? A real attribute increasing potion can increase a martial artist's attribute purity by 10% to 30%. I think Uncle should know how rare it is to even increase one's attribute purity by 1%. It depends on luck and the opportunity to obtain a heaven and earth spirit item. In the future, when one's realm is high, a 1% increase in attribute purity will bring about a huge increase in combat power. Han Guang, really? Han Chushuan nodded lightly and said, Dad, it's true. Ling Ying's dark attribute was directly increased to 100% by the attribute increasing potion, allowing her to hide in the daytime. My ice attribute is also 100% pure. Lin Xian then said, These 2 bottles are for Uncle and Auntie. The lowest increase is 10%. If you're lucky, it can increase your attributes by 30%. It should be able to increase your attributes by a level. Han Guang was shocked. Can this be mass-produced? Lin Xian shook his head. This won't work. He breathed a sigh of relief. If it could be mass-produced, it would be too terrifying. Lin Xian then said, although mass production is not possible, it can be diluted. With the current capital, if it's diluted to 1%, we can produce hundreds of thousands of bottles. However, the price of 1 bottle is at least 10 million, and the supply will definitely exceed the supply. There will even be many experts who will pay more than 10 million times the price for a 1% increase in attribute purity. In the end, if these hundreds of thousands of bottles are sold, how much money can they make? It's another trillion. By then, will my assets be comparable to the entire Ouyang family? Lin Xian looked at Ouyang Hao. Han Guang was really shocked. There was no need to compete. They had completely acknowledged Lin Xian's ability. Money is not everything. Besides money, what else can you bring to the table? Ouyang Hao did not give up. Lin Xian could not help but laugh again. What are you laughing at? Ouyang Hao asked with an ugly expression. I want to ask Ouyang family head, if the gene modification liquid, bubble gun, and attribute enhancement potion are all released, what kind of existence will my Yixin group become in the mainland? I think you also know that it will become an existence comparable to the 8 great families in terms of wealth. However, at the same time, it will bring the attention of countless people and warriors in the mainland. It will have a reputation that far surpasses any family and is only lower than the 3 great forces. Tell me, if I represent the Yixin group to create my own force at that time, with the reputation of the Yixin group, how far can my force reach in a short time? If I slowly develop it, do you think it's possible for me to reach the true power of the 8 great families? Lin Xian's questions left him speechless. Do you think that just because you have money, some people will be on the same level as the 8 great forces? Do you have any experts? Lin Xian smirked. Then, if I don't dilute the attribute enhancement potions and leave hundreds or thousands of them unsold, Ouyang family head, how many celestial venerables or even above celestial venerables can be attracted to work for me if I can increase the purity of the attribute potions by 10% to 30%? Ouyang Hao was speechless. He had lost. He had been suppressed by Lin Xian the whole time. The things that Lin Xian said were not things that he could compare to. Han Guang and Zhao Yaji were shocked. what Lin Xian said could be realized. It was possible for him to establish a force that could reach the level of the 8 great families in the shortest time possible. He had the capital and ability. His potential was unlimited. Chapter 824. Han Guang finished the tea in one gulp and placed it on the table. He looked at Ouyang Hao and said, "Ouyang family head, Lin Xian is my daughter's boyfriend, and she does like him. To me, my daughter's happiness is of utmost importance. Lin Xian is indeed very outstanding, and I admire him very much, so I'm very sorry." In fact, he was also testing Lin Xian. If his daughter really liked a guy, that guy would naturally be the best choice. However, whether or not he was up to the task remained to be seen. Lin Xian's performance made him feel that he wasn't simple at all. Whether it was the physique-altering liquid, bubble gun, or a tribute-increasing medicine, they were all existences that could shake the continent. If it was luck that only one was developed, then what about 3? Since family head Han has decided, then so be it. Let's go. Ouyang Hao then left with a darkened face. Yaji, get someone to prepare lunch. I'll have a good chat with little Xian. Han Guang said to Zhao Yaji. All right, then you two have a good chat. After this conversation, Zhao Yaji was quite satisfied with Lin Xian, so she walked away. Han Chushue stood up and poured tea for them. Little Xian, did you already have an idea about what you just said? From Han Guang's point of view, especially when Lin Xian mentioned the method of building his own faction, he definitely had such an idea before, which was why he could describe it in such detail. Lin Xian wasn't worried about the repercussions of his idea. It didn't matter as long as no one knew that he had a heavenly Dao realm fairy as his wife. That was Lin Xian's final trump card. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. Actually, from the day I established the Art Pavilion Group, I had already made this decision. The Art Pavilion Group was created to make me rich and famous. In fact, all of this was to pave the way for me to establish my own faction. Han Guang nodded in satisfaction. According to what you said, all of this isn't impossible. Furthermore, you might be the fastest person to reach the level of a super faction since ancient times, because your starting point is too high. It couldn't be said that he had a high starting point. All of this was the result of Lin Xian's own hard work or luck. His starting point was lower than anyone else's because he didn't have the Son of God system back then. If you can create another superpower, it would indeed be a miracle. However, you do have the ability to do so. However, creating such a superpower is still very difficult. Take our Han family, Ling family, and so on for example. We rely on our own family members to pass down our legacy from generation to generation. On the other hand, you have to hire experts you don't know. This is where your disadvantage lies. Their loyalty is a huge problem, and it will lead to many problems in the future force you create. You have to pay attention to this point. Lin Xian nodded. Thank you for your reminder. But, Lin Xian rubbed the tip of his nose and said, actually, I don't intend to create a superpower. Oh? Han Guang raised an eyebrow and looked at Lin Xian. I want to create a 4th faction. Han Guang, Han Chushue, let alone Han Guang. Even Han Chushue didn't know that Lin Xian had such an idea. Hearing Lin Xian's idea, Han Guang couldn't believe it. Then, he let out a long sigh. This idea of yours is too far-fetched. You might be able to create a superpower, or even a T2 force that is above the 8 great families, but you definitely won't be able to create a T1 force on the level of the 3 great families. The 3 great families are already deeply rooted. It's impossible to surpass them. Han Guang said. Of course, Lin Xian knew this. However, he wanted to create such an existence. Let's give it a try. What if it works? Lin Xian said with a smile. Han Guang didn't know if this kid didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, or if he had some kind of confidence. However, today's conversation made him feel that this kid wasn't someone who would boast. Could it be that he really had some kind of confidence? Outside, Ouyang Hao drove Ouyang Jing out with his car. Both of them looked terrible. Why? Why did my Ouyang clan, a great clan, lose to a nobody like Lin Xian. Why? Ouyang Jing still felt that it was unbelievable. It even felt like a lifetime had passed. He had lost all his face. Lin Xian had thoroughly beaten him up. That Han Guang just took a fancy to Lin Xian's company's potential. However, it's really strange. What exactly did this Lin Xian go through? Why was he able to develop something that no one else could? Ouyang Hao said with a frown. It's just luck. You really think it's luck? Ouyang Hao glanced at Ouyang Jing. Isn't it? If it's just one, then it's luck. However, whether it's the physique-modifying liquid, mental cultivation liquid, the so-called bubble gun, or even the most terrifying attribute-increasing potion, all of these added together are definitely not luck. I think there must be someone behind him. Father, what you mean is, Ouyang Hao's eyes flashed. It's impossible for a kid in his early 20s to do that. There must be someone behind him. If we can make use of this person, then our Ouyang clan can laugh at the 8 great clans, and even become an existence above the 8 great clans. Then Ouyang Hao said coldly, that Lin Xian will probably leave Tiandu in a few days. The day he leaves Tiandu will be the day we make our move. On the other side, a table full of dishes was prepared. The scale was not as big as the Ling family's, but they were all simple dishes. This kind of feeling was still better. Little Xian, it's rare for Chuxue to fall in love with a guy. You're indeed very outstanding. Your aunt and I also approve of you. Why don't this marriage be set? I'll invite them over tomorrow, and you two can get engaged directly. Han Guang said to Lin Xian. Shua, Han Chushue's little face suddenly turned red. Lin Xian, wow. This marriage can't be set. When the time comes, we'll have to set up a table and invite people. Lin Xian will definitely be exposed if he goes to the Han family and the Ling family. Now is definitely not the time to be exposed. Lin Xian then held Han Chushue's hand and said to Han Guang and Zhao Yaji, Uncle, Auntie, there's no need to rush the marriage. My sister is also very busy, and she won't be able to come for the time being. Even if we get engaged, it's actually impossible for me to marry Chuxue in a short period of time. As a man, his career is the most important thing. Not to mention, I still have to develop my company and establish my own force. Uncle, what do you think? Han Guang was actually very satisfied with Lin Xian. He was really much better than those young masters. Chapter 825. Han Guang then nodded and said, Okay, it's good that you young people have your own way of thinking. Moreover, you can cultivate now. Realms can increase your lifespan. If you reach the celestial venerable realm, you'll have a lifespan of 300 to 400 years. We're not in a hurry. Thank you for your understanding, Uncle. Let's eat. Lin Xian really felt that it wasn't easy for him. In 2 days, he went to 2 women's houses and experienced 2 life and death battles. However, it was all his fault. If he wasn't a pervert, these things wouldn't have happened. However, he was also very lucky. In fact, it could be said that he was lucky, but it was also because of his own strength. That afternoon, Lin Xian accompanied Zhao Yaji, Han Guang, and Han Chuxue all went shopping. He didn't feel too restrained and got along well with them. Since they had chosen to accept Lin Xian, they naturally didn't have any prejudice. To be honest, there was no need to have any prejudice. That night, Lin Xian naturally slept in Han Chushue's room. To be honest, he was very, very lucky to have met so many girls who treated him well. If any one of them chose to be angry, how embarrassed would Lin Xian be? However, they all chose to suffer and tolerate Lin Xian. Time to sleep. Lin Xian then turned off the light and hugged the fragrant Han Chuxue. It was simply too beautiful. Han Chushue's little face was red. It wasn't the first time that she had done it with Lin Xian, but this was her house and her parents were in the room not far away, so she was very shy. What? Still shy? Lin Xian smiled and kissed her pink cheeks. No, Han Chuxue said softly. Then she thought of something and asked, When are you leaving? He's leaving tomorrow, Lin Xian said. So soon? Han Chuxue whispered. There are other things, and I'm afraid that if I stay in Tiandu for one more day, I'll be recognized as the son-in-law of both the Han and Ling families. That would be the end of me, Lin Xian said helplessly. Dad still wants to take you to see Grandpa and Grandma tomorrow, but since it's like this, then forget it. Han Shushue gently moved into Lin Xian's arms and found a comfortable position.
It's strange.
Lin Xian then asked in confusion, It's only the second day of the new year. Why are you and your family alone in such a big manner? The same for the Ling family. Are your grandparents not around? Han Shushue shook her head. No, they have their own place to live. Ling Ying's grandparents are the same. According to tradition, we have to go to their place to celebrate the new year. If you weren't coming, Uncle Ling and my father would definitely stay at their place for a few more days. Then my reputation is quite big, but I won't go this time. You shouldn't have any objections, right? No. Lin Xian actually came to see the parents this time. More importantly, he wanted Han Shushue and Ling Ying to be able to return to Lin and city this year and not be prohibited from leaving by their families. Since he had gained their approval, he didn't have to worry about this now. Right. When are you and Ling Ying leaving? Lin Xian asked. Spend more time with my family, maybe a week. Let's get down to business. Lin Xian revealed a mischievous smile. No, Han Shushue said softly with a red face. Why? Lin Xian pinched her pink cheeks and said, Let's talk about it when we get back. Han Shushue said shyly. I don't care, right now. In fact, Lin Xian could guess what was going on, but she was too shy. This was her home, and her parents lived in the next few rooms. There would definitely be voices, right? If they heard it, how shameful would that be? Lin Xian then laughed mischievously. Han Shushue couldn't stop Lin Xian from doing bad things. In front of Lin Xian, she had no room to resist, so she obediently gave in. The next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Looking at the cute and beautiful little fairy in his arms, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but slightly rise. What kind of fucking luck did he have to meet them? Feeling Lin Xian's mischievous movements, Han Shushue's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and then she slowly opened her eyes. What entered her eyes was Lin Xian's mischievous smile, causing her to blush. Don't move, Han Shushue said coquettishly. Little Shushue, I like your shy look. You're usually cold, but when you're shy, you're really beautiful, Lin Xian said with a smile. Han Shushue's little face was red. The more aloof a girl was, the more shy she would be when she was with her lover. This degree of shyness was even higher than those soft and weak girls. I'm going to take a shower. Han Shushue then wrapped herself in a sheet and hurriedly ran away. Hey, so cute, Lin Xian said with a smile. After 10 minutes, Han Shushue walked out wrapped in a bathrobe. Do you want to take a shower? Han Shushue asked in a low voice. Yes, help me. Han Shushue, oh. She agreed with a red face. She was someone who didn't really refuse, especially when it came to Lin Xian. After taking a shower and putting on clothes, Lin Xian and Han Shushue went downstairs. You're up. Shushue, go bring breakfast for Lin Xian from the kitchen, Zhao Yaji said to Han Shushue. Okay. Lin Xian scratched his head. Auntie, where's Uncle? He went out early in the morning. Xian, where's Auntie? Let me ask you something. Lin Xian nodded. Go ahead, Auntie. Do you not use protection when you're intimate with Shushue? Lin Xian, wow. Why did she ask this out of the blue? That, Lin Xian said awkwardly, I take medicine. Medicine is not good for a girl's body. Although she's a martial artist and might not have a problem, I think it's better to. Do you understand? Lin Xian nodded. I don't want you to have a child by the time you get married. Although I also want to hold a grandson and I'm bored all day. Since you're both busy, you should pay attention to this aspect. Ahem, I understand. Lin Xian blushed and then agreed. At this time, Han Shushue brought breakfast to the table and looked over in confusion. Why was Lin Xian blushing? What did her mother say to him to make him blush? Could it be that she was a bit loud last night? Han Shushue thought shyly. Chapter 826. Lin Xian and Zhao Yaji then walked towards the dining table. Little Xian, let's go meet Chushua's grandparents later, Zhao Yaji said. Lin Xian shook his head and said, Auntie, I won't meet them this time. Next time, I have to go back today. And? You're going back so soon? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I still have some things to do. Otherwise, I would definitely stay here for a few more days. That's fine. Since you have things to do, I won't delay you. Hurry up and eat. Chushue will send you off after you're done. Thank you for your understanding. After eating, Han Chushue followed Lin Xian out. I won't go to Ling Ying's place. When the time comes, I'll ask Ling Ying to help me inform his parents. Lin Xian said to Han Chushue. Why are you in such a hurry? Han Chushue asked, puzzled. Then she said, if we leave just like that, Ling Ying's parents won't be too happy, right? It doesn't matter. Anyway, I've already taken their daughter. What can they do? Ha ha ha, Lin Xian said with a smile. Han Chushue rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. The main thing was that Ling Hai had already told him about that matter and had already decided on him. They probably wouldn't care too much about such a small matter. Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry either. However, the Xiao family was in ice country. It would take more than a day just to rush back. He had to finish what he needed to do and return to Lin'an City. He still had to accompany Linya, Linglong Shui, and the others. He also had to develop his own forces. Most importantly, the mission. Bing Lingyue, Ling Longyue, Murong Qing Han Chushue sent Lin Xian to the Star Cloud bus station. Here. Linya came early. Ling Longyue was standing beside her. When she saw them, she waved and greeted them before walking over. Ling Longyue rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. You lied to me. Lin Xian, when did I lie to you? Ling Longyue then said unhappily, you said you would take me to eat all the good food in Tiandu. We haven't eaten much yet. Lin Xian, but did you enjoy it? It's all right. That's right. If you can't, you can stay here and go back with little Ling Ying and the others. No. Ling Longyue shook her head. All right, we're leaving. You two should head back soon. Lin Xian said to them with a smile. Got it. Ling Ying rolled his eyes. Then, Lin Xian brought Ling Longyue to the train station. In the dark, Ouyang Jing watched the scene with a frown. He saw with his own eyes that Lin Xian and Han Chushue came here together. What was the meaning of this? However, he didn't think too much about it. After all, he wouldn't think of their relationship even if he died. Plus, Ling Ying and Han Chushue's relationship was so good. He hated Lin Xian very much. This time, he wanted Lin Xian to die there. Xiao Yun also hated Lin Xian, but he didn't have the support of his family. He could only find an opportunity to do so. However, he didn't know that someone had already made a move on Lin Xian. Father, they're in the car. Ouyang Jing made a call and said coldly, don't worry. I've already sent people to secretly kill the driver and the attendants of the three factions. Now, the people in the car are our people. When the time comes, we'll drive the car to our Ouyang family's secret base. At that time, Lin Xian can only be slaughtered by us. Ouyang Hao's voice came from the phone, but he has the space attribute. Don't forget that our Ouyang family's secret base has a top-grade space sealing device. Even ordinary sky venerables can't easily break through the space sealing device. That's good. Then, Ouyang Jing hung up the phone, his eyes flashing with ruthlessness. In fact, if Lin Xian had a conflict with them because of Han Chushue, it wouldn't be a big deal. They wouldn't pay such a big price and risk to kill Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian didn't give them any face at all. Moreover, there was already a grudge between them. The most important thing was that once Lin Xian's art pavilion group fully developed, coupled with their grudges, the Gongsun family would definitely become Lin Xian's target. Especially after the marriage between Lin Xian and the Han family, Gongsun Jun would definitely be excluded. Therefore, to avoid any more trouble, the best way to deal with him was to directly kill him. It would also help Ouyang Jing. I won't go out with you next time. Ling Longyue cutely wrinkled her nose and said to Lin Xian, Hey, I did bring you to eat a lot of good food and played with you. It's just that we didn't stay here for long. If we stayed longer, I would definitely bring you to eat everywhere. It's just that we really didn't have the time. Ling Longyue was actually just complaining. However, she really ate a lot these 2 days. Then you have to make it up to me in the future. Of course, don't worry, Lin Xian said with a smile. There are so few people on the bus today. Ling Longyue looked around. It's the 3rd day of the new year, so there are definitely fewer people. Most people are still at home. After 2 days, there will be more people. Moreover, this nebula bus is reserved for the rich. Which rich person wouldn't stay at home for a few more days? Only those who work hard for a living would rush home and leave in a hurry. Lin Xian said with a sigh. You humans live such a tiring life. Ling Longyue mumbled. Life is like this. 2 hours later, Lin Xian was awakened by a voice. Steward, steward. A man in a suit shouted several times. Excluding Lin Xian, there were only 3 people in the entire bus. The entire nebula bus probably only had a few dozen people. It was very, very quiet. A man walked over. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? Is this the way back to Lin and City? Where are we going? The man hurriedly asked. Lin Xian frowned and looked outside. He didn't know the way, and he couldn't tell. However, the area outside was very barren. Lin Xian couldn't remember if he had passed by such an area on the way here. Sir, this is the way to Lin and City? Bullshit. I have to go back and forth between Tiandu and Lin and City dozens of times a year. When have I ever passed by such a place? The man said again. The man's eyes flashed with a trace of haze, but it disappeared in an instant. It's like this. Something happened on the original road yesterday, and it's temporarily not open to traffic. We took another road in consideration of everyone's safety. They didn't say anything would happen, the man mumbled. He believed them. If you have any more questions, feel free to call me. The man smiled and walked away after saying that. That's not right. Ling Longyue looked out of the window and revealed a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Look, when we came, we went from the south to the north. Normally, we should go from the north to the south. But now, we're going due west. Even if there's a problem with the road ahead, there's no need for tracks. There are thousands of roads, so why are we going in such a strange direction? Chapter 8:27. Linglong Shui had the space attribute, and space attribute martial artists were especially sensitive to directions. They were very sensitive to the position of the sun, the shade of trees, and so on. Ling Longyue also realized that something was wrong. Indeed, the nebula carriage did not need a railway. It would normally travel from north to south. Even if there was a problem with the usual route, it would only need to deviate by a degree. After a few hundred kilometers, the deviation of 1 degree would definitely not happen. However, it was a deviation of 90 degrees. This was completely wrong. It was as if they were going to a completely different place. With Ling Longyue's words and that person's discovery, Lin Xian also realized that something was wrong. Indeed, something was wrong. Xiao family? Ouyang family? Lin Xian pondered. In Tiandu, Lin Xian had basically offended these 2 families. With their abilities, they could definitely make a move on the nebula carriage silently, even if the nebula carriage was under the jurisdiction of the 3 major powers. They knew that he had the space attribute. If it was the Xiao family, they would know that his space attribute was not weak. Since they dared to make a move, they would definitely have a way to deal with his space attribute. However, no matter who it was, they would never have thought that Lin Xian would have a space attribute martial artist, Ling Longyue, by his side. What should we do? Ling Longyue looked at Lin Xian. Beat them at their own game. Aren't you here? You want me to help you again? Ling Longyue said unhappily. Hee, isn't that because we have a good relationship? When the time comes, you will be my girlfriend. Wouldn't it be normal for you to help your future man? Ling Longyue, go and die. She then gritted her teeth and pinched Lin Xian's arm. Wah, are you going to go back on your words? You didn't win. I will win sooner or later. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, Go and die. Ling Longyue angrily rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. The car drove to a desert-like area, and when it reached this area, the car's speed suddenly increased, as if it wanted to rush directly to somewhere. At this time, some people in the carriage realized that something was wrong. Where is this? What the hell is going on with you guys? Someone shouted as he left his seat. On the other hand, Lin Xian and Ling Longyue were relatively calm. Lin Xian looked out of the window. In front of him was a place that looked like a base. He even saw a missile launcher. We've entered a place sealed by space. Ling Longyue then said to Lin Xian, what about the intensity? The Empyrean realm can also be sealed, but this young lady has no problem. Then it doesn't matter. Let's see what they're up to. Lin Xian. Since he already knew that they had come to the place where the space was sealed, there was no need to hide anything. At this time, the man walked over. Hey, who are you? What do you want? The man in the suit who had noticed that something was wrong stood up and pointed at the man angrily. The man smiled sinisterly and reached out to grab his neck. Then, cracked, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of the man's mouth. Then, his head tilted and there were no signs of life. In the other carriages, Lin Xian heard screams. Those people had probably met with misfortune. Perhaps their deaths had something to do with Lin Xian, but it was also luck. Life and death were fated, and riches and honor were up to the heavens. Then, the man looked at Lin Xian. On both sides, more than 10 people rushed in and surrounded Lin Xian and Ling Longyue. As expected, they were here for them. The two of you, get off the car. The man sneered and looked at Lin Xian. People from Tiandu? Lin Xian pretended not to know. You'll know when you get down. Don't even think about escaping because the surroundings have been sealed by a powerful spatial seal. With your strength, you won't be able to escape. Maybe if you listen to us, we'll spare your life. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and walked down with Ling Longyue. If it was any other time, Lin Xian would have already made his move. But now, he wanted to know whose place this was. Xiao family or Ouyang family. Then, he would take revenge for those people. In fact, Lin Xian had the chance to save these people. But Lin Xian was not a saint. On the contrary, he was very selfish. He wanted to know which family this was because if he did not do so, the people around him would be in trouble. He felt that he was not wrong. He could sell the medicine for the mainland. But rather than saying it was for the mainland, it was for himself. Money, fame, and power. To be honest, some people could give up everything for the sake of humanity. Lin Xian admired such people, but he had to say that they were stupid. Anyway, Lin Xian would definitely not become such a person. No matter what happened, the people around him would be the most important. Only by ensuring their safety would Lin Xian think about protecting other people. There was no way Lin Xian would do anything else before he could ascertain their safety. After the two of them got down from the car, Lin Xian's eyes scanned the surroundings. This was really a base, and it was an armed base. Although there were many strong martial artists, there were still some powerful firearms that could kill martial artists. Some firearms were so terrifying that even heavenly venerables could be killed instantly. Furthermore, ordinary martial artists would not be able to defend against ordinary firearms. It was very dangerous. Just like in the past, firearms could only be developed and manufactured by the 3 major forces and a few special existences. Otherwise, it would be illegal. This was because if you developed a powerful firearm, it might even be able to blow up the temple's headquarters. Therefore, when a large-scale firearm appeared here, Lin Xian knew that things were not simple. Don't look around. A group of people surrounded them. Lin Xian and Ling Longyue were tied up, but they could walk on their own. To be honest, although these ropes were very strong, Lin Xian could easily break free. Of course, he did not use brute force. These ropes were specially made and could not be broken by law realms. Therefore, they did not panic. However, Lin Xian had several methods. Fire attribute, creation law. As for Ling Longyue, there was no need to talk about her. She could break free with just a little strength. However, They had to pretend that they had no room to resist. As long as they brought Lin Xian here, everything would be enough. Which family in Tiandu are you from? Lin Xian asked. Humph. You'll know in a while. The two of them were then locked in a small black room made of steel. He would know in a while. This was good news for Lin Xian because it might mean that the family would come here. Xiao Yun from the Xiao family or the Gongsun family. Lin Xian had determined which family they were from. Otherwise, the people around him would be in danger. It was only for this reason that he came here. Chapter 828. In the little black room, Ling Longyue looked at Lin Xian with displeasure. She clearly had the strength to break free from the ropes, but she was still tied up. Hey, if you ask me, we should just destroy this place. Is there a need to waste time? Ling Longyue rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. No, no, no. I need to determine which family is impatient to make a move on me. This kind of threat is extremely great. Although I can't destroy existences like the 8 great families, I can still target them. Otherwise, Little Fairy and the others might be in danger. Lin Xian said. Oh, up to you. Ling Longyue pouted her lips. But this base seems a little strange. Lin Xian muttered to himself. A hidden base that even had a spatial seal that could prevent ordinary sky venerables from leaving. With such strength, it must be protecting something very important. Thinking of this, Lin Xian wanted to see what was going on. Let me tell you something. Other than the people who escorted us in and were in the Star Cloud car with us, everyone else I saw in this base was acting strangely. And? What's wrong? Lin Xian did not notice it, but Ling Longyue was different. She had a strength that ordinary experts did not have. Moreover, the demon race's perception of certain things was usually 10 times stronger than humans. Didn't you notice that there is no God in their eyes? Lin Xian really did not pay attention to this. There are 2 reasons why there is no God in their eyes. First, they have become puppets. Second, they have lost their souls. You're saying, the people in this base are all puppets? Ling Longyue nodded. Something like that. Then are they real people? Of course. Are they robots? Ling Longyue rolled her eyes. These people can't be doing some kind of experiment here, right? Lin Xian thought in shock. Otherwise, why would ordinary people become puppets? Moreover, this place was so secretive. Since it chose to be secretive, there must be a reason. It did not want the world to know. It must be something that did not conform to the rules of the continent. Lin Xian's interest was piqued. With the capabilities of the 8 great clans, it was actually not difficult to establish such a place. The key was to see how far it could develop and whether it would be discovered. At this time, the door of their small black room was opened, and a ray of light shot in through the door. Then, Lin Xian saw several high-level law realm guards escorting a middle-aged man in a white coat and wearing glasses. He was carrying a box in his hand. Don't move. A few people surrounded Lin Xian and Ling Longyue to control them. Lin Xian didn't know what to do. The doctor in the white coat walked over and opened the box. He took out 2 thin syringes and injected some kind of medicine into Lin Xian and Ling Longyue's arms. Then they walked out. Lin Xian did not struggle because he felt that no matter what, with Ling Longyue by his side, there would be no problem. He trusted Ling Longyue very much. Those people are all puppets. Their eyes are lifeless. Only the person in the white coat is normal. Ling Longyue said to Lin Xian. White coat, injecting them with some kind of medicine, lifeless puppets. Lin Xian couldn't help but think that they were indeed doing some kind of experiment, and the medicine that was injected into them was very likely something that they were experimenting with. Could it be that the medicine that they injected us with will also turn us into their puppets? Lin Xian frowned and muttered. Then, he sensed the changes in his body, which had not happened yet. Then, you're not afraid? Ling Longyue rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. I'm not afraid. Aren't you here? I don't believe that something developed by humans can affect an expert close to the virtualized realm like you. As long as you don't get affected, I believe that I will be fine. Lin Xian said with a smile. Ling Longyue then released a small amount of energy. Although it was very dark, there was a faint milky white light around her body. Lin Xian could see that there was a small amount of steam coming out from the top of her head. After a few seconds, she opened her beautiful eyes. "All right, I'll help you force out the potion's effects," Ling Longyue said to Lin Xian. "There's no rush." Ah, Ling Longyue looked at Lin Xian suspiciously. "I want to see what the medicine is like first. What if it's too late?" "I believe in you." Ling Longyue. "Go and die, you're crazy." Ling Longyue rolled her eyes. Since Ling Longyue was able to force out the medicine so easily, Lin Xian chose to believe in her even more. Only by personally experiencing the effects of the medicine, Lin Xian would know what this base was for. Time slowly passed. Lin Xian finally felt the abnormality in his body. Although Ling Longyue scolded Lin Xian, she was still paying attention to Lin Xian's changes. What's wrong? Her night vision was extremely terrifying. Although it was extremely dark, she could still see that Lin Xian's face was covered in sweat. This medicine seems to be a type of genetic medicine. Lin Xian's face was filled with pain as sweat dripped down. His face was twitching uncontrollably as he gritted his teeth and said, "Let me help you remove it." Ling Longyue looked at him worriedly. Wait a little longer." Lin Xian gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Ugh, he let out a low growl. Your veins are about to explode." Ling Longyue saw the veins on Lin Xian's neck and said worriedly, It's changing my body. I can feel my body's strength. It's being changed, it's being strengthened," Lin Xian said while panting. Could it be that it's a type of medicine that can forcefully strengthen a fighter's body? No, my consciousness is slowly disappearing. Lin Xian said with difficulty with his eyes closed. So this medicine should be a type of medicine that can take away a fighter's consciousness. That's what you mean by making a fighter lose his consciousness and become a puppet. At the same time, it will increase the fighter's strength. If there's a large amount of this medicine, you can create your own puppet army with extraordinary battle strength, Lin Xian said with difficulty as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Don't say any more. I'll help you remove the effects of the medicine. Ling Longyue moved to Lin Xian's side and her shoulder touched Lin Xian. A surge of energy flowed from her body into Lin Xian's body. That uncomfortable feeling was slowly disappearing. This feeling lasted for more than 10 minutes before it completely disappeared. Lin Xian was sweating profusely, but he was feeling very good now. Chapter 829. How is it? Ling Longyue asked Lin Xian with concern. Lin Xian shook his head. I'm fine, but this potion is really overbearing. Even a Law Realm cultivator can't resist the potion. I felt my consciousness slowly being taken away. I'm afraid I'll really become their puppet, Lin Xian said, feeling a little apprehensive. At the same time, he was extremely shocked and angry. Once a martial artist used this potion, he would no longer be himself. He would become a puppet that obeyed someone's orders. This kind of experiment was definitely forbidden in the continent. What was the difference between this and those evil sects? The evil divine palace gained experience by killing people. Some evil sects would teach people to cultivate some kind of evil martial skills, which might require them to drink human blood to cultivate. This kind of martial skill was to control a perfectly fine person into their own puppet, depriving them of all their rights. As for why they did this, Lin Xian could guess it even if he didn't know. Rights. That's right. If they secretly developed this thing, they could seize power. Just imagine, if they really developed it and could even put it in drinking water, how serious would the consequences be? It was unimaginable. But this gene potion is really powerful. Why? Ling Longyue looked at Lin Xian in confusion. This potion can increase the strength of a certain gene in a martial artist's body. It can increase the strength of a martial artist's body. That includes strength and physique. Even though I haven't completely succeeded, I estimate that it has increased by close to 10%. Also, I feel that there are no side effects. It's possible that there are no side effects. Why? Do you have any other ideas? Ling Longyue asked. That's right. If we can kick out the aspect of controlling a person's mind, then this potion can purely become a godly potion that can increase a martial artist's strength and physique for a short period of time without any side effects. If it's possible, then wouldn't my Yixin group have another project? Ling Longyue. At this time, he was still thinking about making money. Was there something wrong with this person? Then what do you want to do? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. First, I want to get this medicine. Second, I want to destroy this place. Third, I want to know who is secretly researching this place. Lastly, I want to tell Morong Qing. For a research and development base like this, as far as the current situation was concerned, there was definitely nothing that could prove who developed it. No one would be that stupid. Even if someone came, no one would know who it was. In that case, even if they were discovered, they would not be able to find trouble with them. Lin Xian was certain of this. Unless he was an idiot, Lin Xian said, but if someone who can represent that family comes, we can control them and let Morong Qing bring the Holy Temple's people here. That family, even the 8 great families, will be finished. No, that might not be the case. At that time, that family could have completely cut off all ties with this person. Ling Longyue said. Lin Xian, wow. Lin Xian almost didn't expect this girl to be so smart. That's right. Even if someone from the Shao clan or the Gongsun clan came to investigate, the Shao clan could directly deny any involvement and just say that it was this person who did it secretly, not their Shao clan, and they didn't know about it. In this way, the Shao clan would be fine, and that person would be the scapegoat. So unless the person who comes is a representative of that family, or he has some evidence, or he said something. I didn't expect you to be so smart. Lin Xian smiled at Ling Longyue. TSK, how can this lady's wisdom be understood by a mere mortal like you? Ling Longyue said proudly. Lin Xian smiled and then thought about what to do next. Originally, he thought that he could only find out a little about which family did it. But now, he might even be able to directly destroy that family. No matter how powerful the 8 great families were, once the 3 great powers intervened, sorry, you were finished. And this matter would definitely cause the 3 great powers to intervene and destroy the corresponding family. So to Lin Xian, this was definitely a good opportunity. For this, it didn't matter whether he got the potion or not. Provoking him, right? Wanting to kill him, right? You're all finished. Then who do you think will come? Ouyang Jing or Xiao Yun? Lin Xian said with certainty. It must be one of them. They hated him the most. The Ouyang family was Ouyang Jing, and the Xiao family was Xiao Yun. They must want to kill him with their own hands or control him. And their appearance was just like what Ling Longyue said. If the corresponding family was willing to abandon them, it would be useless. So, he had to get some information from them, and Lin Xian felt that they must be very conceited. They knew his strength and knew that even a heavenly venerable realm's spatial energy might not be able to break through. So, they must think that regardless of life or death, he would be trapped here forever. There was no signal here, and they took away the phone, so they didn't have to worry about it leaking out. Because of this, Lin Xian felt that he could get some information from them. Little you, can you help me get a phone? What for? Recording, Lin Xian said with a smirk. Oh. Then, Ling Longyue released the rope and disappeared. After more than a minute, she returned and handed the phone to Lin Xian. Then, she silently tied herself up again. Bringing Ling Longyue out this time was really the right choice. Otherwise he, Lin Xian, might really end up dead. Next, let's wait for the person involved to come. Then, do you want to pretend? Ling Longyue asked. After all, they were injected with the drug. Not pretending. If I pretend, how can I record it? How can I talk to them? How can I get information from them? But what if they are suspicious? Suspicious? Even if they are suspicious, they must think that we can't get out. In their eyes, we are just turtles in a jar. They would never think that you have strength close to the absolute realm. Lin Xian said. Oh, Up to you. Anyway, Ling Longyue didn't want to think too much. She would decide what to do. At this moment, in an off-road vehicle, Ouyang Hao was driving and Ouyang Jing was sitting in the front passenger seat. It was just the two of them. Father, nothing will happen, right? Don't worry, they have been injected with the gene drug. When we arrived, they had already become our puppets. Didn't you want to play with that Lin Xian? Then, you can control him as you wish. Ouyang Hao said viciously. Not many people in the Ouyang family knew about this matter. It was a project that he used the Ouyang family's elites to do. Naturally, he had to be there personally to be assured. Chapter 830. Hearing Ouyang Hao's words, Ouyang Jing couldn't wait to order Lin Xian to do whatever he wanted. He couldn't wait any longer. The first thing he wanted to do was to order him to break up with Han Chuxue, insult her, and make her disappointed in Lin Xian. Then, it would be time for Ouyang Jing to make his move on Han Chuxue. As for whether Lin Xian would die or not, that would depend on his mood. If he could use him and make him his puppet, why would he have to kill him? He had already won. Dad, this Lin Xian is very cunning. Will there be any risks? Ouyang Jing still felt a little uneasy. If there were any risks before, then as long as he's in the base, there won't be any risks. The girl beside him is only in her teens. What can she do? I'm a heavenly venerable. No matter what tricks he has, in front of my absolute strength and space seal, what can he do? Ouyang Jing heaved a sigh of relief when he heard his father's confident words. Therefore, Ling Longyue was an existence that none of them expected. They didn't expect this girl to have the strength of a heavenly venerable. Even if she was a heavenly venerable, Ouyang Hao was also a heavenly venerable, so he wasn't afraid. However, she had the space attribute. What they didn't expect was that she was a demon. Because she was a demon, there was a possibility that she could reach such a high cultivation level when she was only in her teens. Although she was only in her teens, she had lived for hundreds of years. It was just that the average lifespan of a demon was much longer than that of a human. According to the ratio, she was only in her teens. Soon, their car drove into the barren area and into the base. This barren area was actually the territory of the demonic beasts. It was just that they had occupied this place. Unless the demonic beasts were very powerful, they wouldn't be able to attack. They also didn't need to worry about being discovered by warriors who went out to train. Since it was a secret base, it meant that this place was rarely visited. If there was, radar or something else would be able to detect it in advance. Family head. Young master. Ouyang Hao and Ouyang Jing got out of the car. A middle-aged man in military uniform walked towards them and bowed respectfully. Well, have the people who brought Lin Xian and the others here in the Star Cloud car been eliminated? They've all been eliminated. That's good. What about Lin Xian? What's the situation? They've been locked up. The gene medicine has been injected into them. As for the situation, according to your instructions, we didn't alert them, so we're not sure. However, according to the effect of the medicine, they should be under control. Quick, take me there. Ouyang Jing said impatiently. Yes. Then, the middle-aged man brought them to the front of the small black room. There were a lot of martial artists in military uniforms standing around. All of them were puppets. If they weren't puppets, then they must be trusted by the Ouyang family, such as this middle-aged man. The door to the small black room was opened and light shone in. Lin Xian and Ling Longyue were still tied up. Seeing this, Ouyang Jing was pleasantly surprised. Fuck your mother. Awesome. Ouyang Hao didn't want to make a move on such a junior, but he was disrespectful to the Ouyang family. At the same time, since he was able to develop such a powerful medicine, Ouyang Hao thought that he might be able to develop a way to deal with the gene medicine developed by the Ouyang family in the future. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with getting rid of him. If he didn't get rid of him, it would be better. This way, the secrets of the Art Pavilion group would belong to the Ouyang family. At that time, the Ouyang family would definitely be above the 8 great families. However, the next scene stunned both of them. Lin Xian and Ling Longyue stood up. So it's you guys. Lin Xian wasn't too surprised to see them. However, he was pleasantly surprised. If the head of the Ouyang family was here, then they were done for. You're not under control? Ouyang Jing looked at Lin Xian in shock and subconsciously took a step back. He had a bad feeling in his heart. However, seeing that they were still tied up, he didn't panic. I was so close. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, unwilling to give up. Ouyang Hao was also surprised. They weren't under control? Lin Xian then said, your Ouyang family developed this kind of gene medicine that can control martial artists and turn them into your puppets. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Once you're discovered, you'll all die and the Ouyang family will cease to exist. Ha ha ha. Ouyang Jing couldn't help but laugh. Discovered? No one has discovered it for more than 10 years. But I discovered it. Ouyang Jing seemed to have heard a joke. So what if you discovered it? Do you think you can withstand the effects of one potion, but you can withstand the effects of two? At that time, you'll already be my puppet. So what if you discovered it? Ha ha ha. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and pointed at them angrily. Ouyang Hao, you're a human. Yet you lead the Ouyang family to persecute humans like a cult. Lin Xian pointed at Ouyang Hao and said angrily. In fact, everything was just Lin Xian trying to get information out of them. He would say as much as he could. Now, the phone behind him was recording. Ignorant child. Ouyang Hao snorted coldly and said, on this continent, power is everything. Once the medicine is successfully developed and put it into drinking water, my Ouyang family will become the ruler of the entire continent. Everyone on the continent will become my Ouyang family's puppet. My Ouyang family will rule the entire sky blue planet. But you're lucky because your Yixin group does have something, so you won't die. I'll control you and use you to control your Yixin group. With your Yixin group's fame, you can sell the gene medicine to the 5 mainlands and spread it faster. Ha ha ha. Ouyang Hao laughed. He felt especially good after telling them his grand plan. The main thing was that the 2 people in front of him would be his people. You're so vicious. Lin Xian had a look of shock and horror on his face. Now tell me how you weren't controlled. Don't even think about it. Lin Xian clenched his fist. Oh, you're not going to tell me? Anyway, the girl beside you has no value to us. Since you're not going to tell us, then? Ouyang Jing waved his hand and a puppet walked over, cut off her fingers one by one. Ouyang Hao said calmly, yes, master. Then, he walked towards Ling Longyue. Wait, Lin Xian said. Are you not satisfied, Lin Xian? When the time comes, I'll control you and let you humiliate Han Chuxue so that she'll give up on you. Then, I'll play with her in front of you. It'll be so exciting, Ouyang Jing said with a laugh. Chapter 831. Lin Xian had been recording the entire time, so they definitely would not have thought of this. No, actually, that was not the case. They had brought Lin Xian to such a special place, so they were definitely very vigilant. However, they had never thought that Lin Xian was actually beating them at their own game. Normally, no one would have thought of this. They would only be slightly vigilant and think about whether Lin Xian had any trump cards. However, after thinking about it carefully, even the spatial attribute was useless in the law realm. Even a heavenly venerable powerhouse would find it difficult to break through the spatial seal. So what if he had a trump card? Indeed, no matter what Lin Xian did, even with the law of creation, it was impossible for him to escape. However, all the uncontrollable factors were on Ling Longyue. No matter how vigilant and careful one was, it was impossible to think that a 13 or 14-year-old girl would be very strong. Yes, she might be strong, but she was at most in the law realm, right? Ouyang Hao had come from a lower realm. Even if he could level up by killing monsters, he knew how difficult it was to increase his realm after reaching the domain realm. How difficult it was to kill those monsters and how dangerous it was. Even with the support of such a large family, he was only in the heavenly venerable realm at his age. How could he have thought that the girl standing beside Lin Xian, who looked the least threatening, was the biggest threat? Therefore, they were very conceited. In addition, Lin Xian's expression made them even more convinced that he had no way out. It's useless. Do you think you'll succeed? You still want to rule the entire continent? There are so many geniuses on this continent. Even if you successfully put the gene medicine into the drinking water source, even if you temporarily control a large number of people, there will always be someone who can stand up and crack your gene medicine. If it's really so easy to rule the continent, why hasn't anyone truly ruled the entire continent since ancient times? Lin Xian said. Just because no one has done it before doesn't mean that there won't be anyone in the future. Ouyang Hao said coldly. Yes, indeed, but the future will definitely not be you. Ha ha ha. Ouyang Jing could not help but laugh. You won't see any of this, ha ha. Lin Xian. Oh Lin Xian, from today onwards, you will be a lackey by my side. Ouyang Jing said happily. Yes, I can't see it, but you can't see it either. After Lin Xian finished speaking, Ling Longyue disappeared from the spot. What? Ouyang Hao was shocked. What kind of power was this? Why couldn't he sense that girl's disappearance with his Empyrean realm strength? In the next moment, Ouyang Hao also disappeared on the spot. Ouyang Jing, who didn't know what was going on, was dumbfounded. What happened? Sigh. Lin Xian sighed and shook his head. If I really came alone this time, then you would really have succeeded. But I'm not alone. Men. Ouyang Jing had a bad feeling and shouted. Instantly, dozens of puppets stood there and surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian knew how many puppets there were. There were more than 1,000 of them, and there were even Dominion Realm cultivators. There were no Empyrean Realm cultivators, but Dominion Realm cultivators were more than enough for a place like this. It was difficult to control Empyrean Realm cultivator. Ling Longyue's consciousness sensed this information, but this base was relatively big, and they could only send dozens of them here at once. Lin Xian, what did you do? Lin Xian shook his head and took out his phone. Our conversation just now was recorded in this phone. If this conversation is leaked, what do you think will happen to you, your father, and the Ouyang family? Lin Xian smirked. Ha ha ha. Hearing Lin Xian's words, he could not help but laugh. So what? The signal is completely blocked here. How are you going to send it out? Huh. Lin Xian smiled and said, Why should I send it out? Why don't I send it to the three forces personally? What gives you the right? Because your Empyrean Realm father can't beat the girl beside me. Boom. At this moment, a figure fell from the sky and landed in front of them. It had only been 30 seconds since they disappeared. When the dust settled, there was a big hole in the ground. In the hole was Ouyang Hao, who was covered in wounds and unconscious. F.A. Father. Ouyang Jing's eyes widened. His father was an Empyrean Realm cultivator. Swoosh. Ling Longyue's figure landed beside Lin Xian. She clapped her hands and said, Boring. If I want to fight next time, can't you find me someone who can take a beating? So weak. Lin Xian, he did not say anything. He just needed to be awesome. Then, Ling Longyue's delicate body exploded with a monstrous force. One had to know that she was now half a step into the absolute void realm. In addition to her bloodline, talent, and attributes, she was almost invincible in the same realm. In the same realm, humans were basically no match for her, except for the demon race. In terms of combat power, there was a huge gap between humans and demon race in the same realm. Generally, the demon race was definitely stronger than humans, except for a few human martial artists who were very strong and outstanding. All the puppets in the entire base were gathered by Ling Longyue's spatial power. Then, they were all locked in place by the spatial seal. There was no way for them to escape. Now, the situation seems to be on my side. Lin Xian smiled and looked at Ouyang Jing in front of him. Plop. Ouyang Jing directly knelt in front of Lin Xian and quickly crawled to the side of Lin Xian's feet. Young Master Lin, let me go. Please let me go. I beg you. He kept begging Lin Xian. At his position, he enjoyed life and all kinds of women every day. He did not want to lose his current life. He did not dare to imagine it. Bang! Lin Xian smirked and stomped hard on Ouyang Jing's back. Ouyang Jing's pupils contracted, and he fainted. Little you seal him and his father in that space. All right, also bring those scientists who were not turned into puppets here. Oh. Although Ling Longyue usually likes to diss Lin Xian, she still listens to Lin Xian during crucial moments. There were a total of 8 people, including the doctor who injected the medicine into Lin Xian and Ling Longyue. They all revealed a terrified expression and quickly knelt in front of them. You are from the Ouyang family? After saying that, Lin Xian stretched out his hand and a chair not far away appeared beside him. Just as he was about to sit down, Lin Xian saw Ling Longyue's gaze and chuckled. He helped Ling Longyue to sit down. Young miss, please. Humph. Ling Longyue snorted proudly, but she was actually quite happy. Lin Xian got another chair for himself and sat in front of them. They are. I am not. The man who injected the medicine into Lin Xian lowered his head and said in fear. Chapter 832. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Oh, you're not? Then who are you? Lin Xian's interest was piqued. Could it be someone from another clan? If so, he could directly destroy 2 families. This man didn't seem to have anything special. He was about 40 years old and looked gentle. I'm Zhang Zhehan, an ordinary university chemistry professor in Jiangxia City. Lin Xian frowned. So for money, you helped the Ouyang family do such a heinous thing? Lin Xian showed anger. No. Zhang Zhehan quickly shook his head and looked up at Lin Xian. I was caught by them. Oh? Lin Xian looked at him, but he didn't completely believe him. Zhang Zhehan then quickly said, Little brother, it's true. I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, you can check me. Zhang Zhehan of Jiangxia City Star Nebula University. Go on. Lin Xian looked at him and said, It's like this. 3 years ago, I accidentally researched the T gene in China. T gene? It's a gene that can make people strong and lose their consciousness at the same time, turning them into puppets. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. So this thing of the Ouyang family was researched by him? Zhang Zhehan then quickly said, I originally thought that if this T gene could be applied to martial artists, then it could improve the strength and physical strength of martial artists. This would be a great breakthrough that could benefit mankind. But this project was accidentally found out by them, and I was caught by them. I didn't have any contact with the outside world for 3 years. They used my family as a hostage. I really didn't want to do such a heinous thing for them. But my family, what about them? Zhang Zhehan pointed at them and said, They're researchers sent by the Ouyang family to be my assistants. Rather than saying that, it's better to say that they're monitoring me. Lin Xian glanced at the 7 people. Is that so? Going against the Ouyang family, you'll die a horrible death. An old man pointed at Lin Xian and said angrily. Boom! A bolt of lightning directly killed him. They were all scientists and didn't have much strength. What about your family? They're over there. Zhang Zhehan pointed at the area that was sealed with tears. Lin Xian looked over and noticed that there was an old lady, an old man, a middle-aged woman, and 2 children. They were constantly patting the barrier and looking over. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Damn the Ouyang family, using such despicable means to control him. It was absolutely impossible for him not to do it. He even brought their families here. If they were disobedient, he could even torture them in front of him. Little you. I got it. Ling Longyue was also very angry. She waved her hand, and her family appeared beside her. At the same time, the 7 people of the Ouyang family returned to the barrier. Dad, the 2 children threw themselves into Zhang Zhehan's arms. Hubby! The family hugged each other and cried. You humans are really bad. Ling Longyue muttered beside Lin Xian. No, there are good and bad. Aren't you demons the same? Humans are the worst. Lin Xian. After more than 10 seconds, the family turned around and knelt in front of Lin Xian. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you for saving our family." Zhang Jahan's parents were also moved to tears. Lin Xian quickly got up and helped them up. "You don't have to be so polite." Then Lin Xian looked at Zhang Jahan and said, "Teacher Zhang, there are some things I want to ask you. Let your family rest first. There's no danger here." "Okay." Then his family walked to the side. "Little you, please go to Lin and City and tell Murong Qing about what happened here. Then bring her here." "Oh, I got it." Ling Longyue pouted. She had become Lin Xian's tool. Then, she disappeared from the spot. "Benefactor, if you have anything you want to ask, just ask. I'll tell you if I know. Don't call me Benefactor. Just call me Lin Xian." Zhang Jahan nodded. "And, young Master Lin, it was the Ouyang family who did this. The Ouyang family is big and powerful. I'm afraid." Lin Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have a recording of their conversation. Moreover, the Ouyang family members are all there. Now, as long as the three major forces come over, the Ouyang family will be finished. The grievances that your family has suffered all these years will also be resolved." Hearing Lin Xian's words, Zhang Jahan showed an excited expression. "Evil has its retribution. Evil has its retribution." Zhang Jahan trembled with excitement. "Teacher Zhang, what I want to ask is also related to the T gene that you've developed. Go ahead. Speaking of which, to what extent have you guys developed the T gene?" Zhang Jahan said, "It's completely developed. The Ouyang family even decided to find an opportunity in the next few years." "Then can the T gene separate the effects?" "Young Master Lin, do you mean to separate the strength and physique of the martial artist from the control of the martial artist?" Lin Xian nodded. "That's right. You don't need to control the martial artist. It's purely based on the strength of the martial artist. You injected me with this gene before, and I've felt it before. It wasn't very comfortable during that period, but there were no side effects at all. Although the increase in strength isn't great for someone of my realm, it'll definitely have a good effect on martial artists below the Law Realm and Thunder Tribulation Realm. It's also like what you said. If it's possible, it's indeed a blessing for humanity. No side effects were the best. Of course, it's very simple." Zhang Jahan said. "That's great." A look of excitement appeared on Lin Xian's face. If he could work with Lin Xian, then this project would shock the entire continent. Then, Lin Xian looked at him and said, "It's like this. I have a group of my own. If Teacher Zhang thinks it's okay, I want to hire you as the chief planner of this project. What do you think?" "Of course, no problem. Young Master Lin saved my family, and at the same time, I don't need to continue to harm the continent. I'm willing to help you for free. I just hope that it's really a blessing for humanity." "No, no, no. You still have to live and have a family to support." "Then it's settled, Lin and City." "Yes, of course. When I go back, I'll bring my family and move to Lin and City. I'll arrange a place for you, but this matter has to be kept a secret. We'll publicize it when the research and development is complete. By the way, what's the cost? And the materials?" Zhang Jahan said, "It's not expensive. Although the materials aren't common, they're not too rare." Chapter 833. After a while, Ling Longyue arrived with Murong Qing. Murong Qing did not believe it at first because it was too exaggerated. If such a thing was really realized, then the entire human race would be controlled. It was too scary. She had never thought that such a thing would happen. When she came here, everything around her made her feel that something was wrong. But she believed in Lin Xian, so before she came, she directly made a few calls. Now, Tiandu's Knights Templar unit was rushing here. "Beautiful sister, you're here?" Lin Xian then quickly walked to Murong Qing. "What's the situation?" Murong Qing asked again. Then, Lin Xian and Zhang Jahan told her in more detail. "Bastard!" Murong Qing walked out of the sealed space and looked at the unconscious Ouyang Hao and Ouyang Jing. She might not know Ouyang Jing, but as the head of the Ouyang family, she definitely knew Ouyang Hao. When she saw Ouyang Hao lying there, she was basically sure. "Where are the T genes?" Murong Qing looked at Zhang Zhahan. Zhang Zhahan handed her a reagent. Thank you. Destroy the other information and samples. Don't let them fall into the hands of others. I understand. I say, beautiful sister. Lin Xian looked at Murong Qing. You've done something earth-shattering this time, Murong Qing said excitedly to Lin Xian. This Lin Xian was really a blind cat that met a dead mouse. Otherwise, once the Ouyang family took action, even if they could not rule the mainland, it would definitely have a great impact on the entire mainland. I don't care about that. What I mean is that Teacher Zhang will come to work at my art pavilion group and work on this project. But it's only the part that strengthens the body with T-genes. Murong Qing frowned. That depends on whether the three major forces agree or not. Teacher Zhang's identity is sensitive and the project he's working on threatens the safety of mankind. Then, do you want the three major forces to watch over Teacher Zhang? He has his own life. Besides, when the time comes, can't you help supervise? This, I will tell them and try my best to help you fight for it. Then, Murong Qing walked towards the ceiling barrier. Teacher Zhang, can these people who have been turned into puppets be transformed back? Murong Qing asked. No, the antidote hasn't been developed yet, but it can definitely be developed. Zhang Zhahan said, and Murong Qing nodded her head and walked into a hole that Ling Longyue had opened up. Bang! She kicked Ouyang Hao out of the room. Ouyang Hao had fainted at first, but perhaps because of the pain, he woke up immediately. His face was full of pain, and his teeth and mouth were all covered in blood. He lay there in a sorry state. He slowly opened his eyes and glanced to the side. He even felt like he was in a different world. Why? Why did it suddenly become like this? Ouyang Hao, you're quite ambitious. Murong Qing walked in front of him. Ouyang Hao's pupils shrank as he suddenly raised his head to look at Murong Qing. She. Why is she here? Did this mean that the three great powers already knew about it? What are you talking about? How come I didn't know about it? Also, what is the meaning of this? Miss Murong, don't you care? Ouyang Hao stood up and said angrily. Although this place had indeed been discovered, it was just as Lin Xian had guessed. He could find someone to take the blame. He could pretend that he didn't know about the T-gene. This was just a secret weapon manufacturing place for his Ouyang family. This kind of small crime was nothing. He could then find one or all of the 7 people to take the blame. He could pretend that he didn't know anything and pretend that it was those people who were secretly doing this behind his back. As for Lin Xian, as for him telling Lin Xian about this matter, was there any evidence? Yo, you're still pretending. Lin Xian couldn't help but ridicule. Ouyang family head, look, Teacher Zhang, the witness, and the puppets around him, the witness, the entire base, and the material evidence. What witness and material evidence? What are you talking about? Ouyang Hao said angrily. Oh, you're still pretending? Lin Xian then took out his phone and started recording. The conversation was very clear. When Ouyang Hao heard it, he was in despair. He actually recorded it. Ouyang family head, do you have anything else to say? Murong Qing stared at him. Doesn't Miss Murong know that recordings can be faked? Ouyang Hao said with a black face. Isn't everything added together enough to prove it? Murong Qing said coldly. Ouyang family, how dare you kidnap people and use sinister means to control the entire human race? You deserve death. Shameless old man. You're still pretending even at this point. Lin Xian sighed. Ouyang Hao had no way to refute anymore. He gritted his teeth and secretly clenched his fists. Lin Xian, I want you dead. Ouyang Hao roared and a terrifying force rushed towards Lin Xian. However, there were 2 heavenly venerables standing beside him. How could he succeed? Ling Longyue didn't even make a move. Murong Qing froze time, and he and the force he released stopped in place. Slap. Then, Murong Qing slapped him in the face, and he was sent flying. He fell to the ground and fainted again. Ling Longyue used her spatial teleportation to blast that energy to a distant mountain peak. He must be very angry. He was a dignified heavenly venerables. How could he not have the ability to resist at all? About 2 hours later, more than a dozen cars stopped here. thousands of members of the Knights alighted from the cars and took control of the surrounding area. Murong Qing told them everything that happened here. Evidence and witnesses were all gathered. All that was left was for the three major forces to seal up the Ouyang family and take action against them. As for Zhang Zhihan, he would definitely go with the Divine Palace first. Lin Xian had done what he had to do. He didn't expect that something inexplicable would cause the Ouyang family to disappear. Lin Xian was speechless. Lin Xian was too lazy to care about the rest of the matter. As for humiliating Ouyang Jing, it was pointless. Return to Lin and city? Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian and asked after everything was explained. Of course. What about you? I'll send you back. Let's go back together. Then Murong Qing drove Lin Xian and Ling Longyue away. I've told them about your idea. I know you want to keep a low profile and don't want to have too much interaction with the three major forces. This matter will be suppressed. They agreed to what you said, but the premise is that I have to supervise it. Lin Xian nodded. That's fine. Thank you. I'm still hoping to earn money with you. I want to thank you on behalf of the Divine Palace. If the Ouyang family really succeeds in this matter, it will really be a disaster for the continent. However, this matter has also sounded the alarm for us. The enemy of mankind is not only the demon race. They chatted all the way and soon returned to Lin and city. Chapter 834. The car stopped at Lin and city's sacred palace, and the three of them alighted. Is there anything else you need to do now? Murong Qing closed the door and leaned against the car, looking at Lin Xian. Nonsense, I'm so busy. What do you mean? Is there something you need me to do if I'm free? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Yes, how about tonight? Ling Longyue pouted her lips. Why does this bad guy have relationships with all the girls? And it feels like they're flirting. This is too despicable. Ahem. Ling Longyue coughed and said to Lin Xian, I'm hungry, bring me to eat. Lin Xian still wanted to cultivate his relationship with Murong Qing. But then he heard Ling Longyue's words, then I'll bring you away first. Oh, right. Your sister has a little trouble recently. Allah. Lin Xian quickly asked, what trouble? You'll know when you get there. Murong Qing smiled. Lin Xian, but seeing how Murong Qing wasn't anxious at all, it shouldn't be a big trouble. Then the two of them left. Bastard Lin Xian, how many girls do you have relationships with? After leaving, Ling Longyue angrily stared at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. No, they're just normal friends. Lin Xian was submissive. Normal friends? You said they were normal friends before, and then? Lin Xian, that seemed to be the case. At that time, he also said that Ling Ying and Han Chushue were normal friends. Anyway, sister already knows. Ling Longyue then angrily walked away. Hey, you don't want to eat good food? Lin Xian shouted from behind. I'm full of anger. After saying that, Ling Longyue disappeared. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. This girl was quite cute. However, now that Ling Longyue knew about it, Lin Xian really didn't know how she would treat this matter. Would she be angry with him? Or did he remain silent? Or a backhand slap? Needless to say, anything was possible. At that time, Lin Xian had been calm, but now he was panicking. Let's go to the Ice Nation tomorrow. Today, I'll accompany Little Fairy, and then I'll go to Xiao Linglong's place to test the waters. Lin Xian then went to the art pavilion group. Linya was sitting in her office at the moment, but there was an unexpected guest in her office. From the first time I saw you on TV, I fell deeply in love with you. After the new year, I came here from Jiangxia City to confess my love to you. It doesn't matter if you reject me. I just hope that you can give me a chance. I will make you the happiest woman in the world. The man was wearing a suit. He wasn't very old, about the same age as Linya, and about the same age as Xiao Yun, whom Lin Xian met. He was 23 or 24 years old. He was indeed a talented man, and he definitely had a lot of confidence. Otherwise, how could he have the confidence to confess to Linya? Linya was really beautiful, especially when she was wearing professional clothes at work. Some of her photos were even circulated on the internet. This was a very interesting thing, but it was also a very normal thing. She was called the most beautiful chairman in history. That's right. No one had ever seen a chairman who was more beautiful than her, who was in charge of a big company. Even the women on the board of directors of big companies were in their 40s or 50s, and there was even a time when it went viral on the internet. Of course, this kind of thing was actually nothing, and it wouldn't have any impact on her life, because all the news was positive. They were all amazed at her beauty, temperament. This also proved that she was indeed very beautiful. Yi Qingyun came from a wealthy family. Although Jiangxi City wasn't a top-notch place like Tiandu, it was still a family next to Tiandu. The Yi family of Jiangxi City was a first-rate family. What was a first-rate family? It was their family's power, wealth, foundation, and so on. They were only a little weaker than the 8 great families of Tiandu, but they were only a little weaker. They had the chance to be promoted to the level of the 8 great families. In short, they were a very strong existence, and he was also very outstanding. There were also many outstanding women who pursued him. However, at that time, he suddenly saw a piece of news about the Yixin group on the internet and suddenly saw Lin Ye's photo. From then on, he was deeply immersed in it and couldn't extricate himself. He really fell in love with this woman. It should be known that there were a lot of fake photos on the internet, but they were taken by someone else and had not been photoshopped or processed. Then, after the new year, he couldn't wait to come here. Of course, Yi Qingyun was not stupid. He came to see Linya with the sincerity of the Yi family and some business. Although it was clear that they would not cooperate with other companies for the time being, Linya was still very clear about the Yi family. Such a big family was almost a big family in Jiangxi City, so she still had to think about it. Naturally, she received him personally. In the evening, on the pretext of work, Yi Qingyun successfully asked Linya out for dinner. Linya couldn't refuse, so she could only go with him. That was also the most meaningful night Yi Qingyun had had. Although it was just a meal, and although the topic was only about business, he was very satisfied. Especially after seeing the real person, he realized that he was really deeply immersed in it and couldn't extricate himself. This woman, he would spend his whole life to get. This was the person of his destiny. He would never fall in love with another woman. After that night, he couldn't ask her out again because Linya clearly expressed that she wouldn't cooperate, and then later on, she used work as an excuse. So, Yi Qingyun came to the Yixin group again today. Mr. Yi, I put my mind on work. I don't have any plans for romance for the time being. Moreover, with Mr. Ye's excellence, you can find a better girl. I'm sorry, Linya said faintly. That's okay. We can be friends first. I just hope that you can at least give me a chance to be friends. Linya was in a difficult position. She really didn't like to get along with boys other than Lin Xian. Although this Yi Qingyun was really quite good, his behavior didn't seem like a playboy. At this moment, Lin Xian opened the door and walked in while humming a little tune. Wow, what beautiful roses! Lin Xian exclaimed when he saw the particularly gorgeous bouquet of roses. Originally, he didn't know what trouble Linya had encountered and was very curious. After that, he directly came to the Yixin group. After asking a little bit of the people in the group, he found out that his little fairy had met her most admirer. Linya had many admirers, but there were still very few who really came to the company to pursue her. This was because those outstanding people in Lin and City were simply not qualified to speak the truth. Chapter 835. Just when Linya didn't know what to do, Lin Xian appeared. At that moment, Linya seemed to have found her backbone and hurried over to Lin Xian. Little Xian, when did you come back? Linya walked over to Linya and habitually helped Lin Xian tidy his clothes. I just came back. Lin Xian smiled and pinched Lin Ya's pink cheeks. Yi Qingyun naturally saw this scene, but he didn't think much of it because he knew that they were siblings. Lin Xian looked at Yi Qingyun and said, This handsome guy is? Hello? Young Master Lin, right? I'm Yi Qingyun from Jiangxi City. Yi Qingyun smiled and shook Lin Xian's hand. If he was just a pure pursuer, Lin Xian wouldn't think much of it. At least until now, Lin Xian only saw Yi Qingyun as a pure pursuer of Linya. But it was useless. If Linya was Lin Xian's biological sister, then if you really liked her and you were very outstanding and had a good character, Lin Xian wouldn't stop you. That was your freedom. But they weren't biological sisters. Linya was Lin Xian's woman. That wouldn't do. Hello. Lin Xian smiled and shook his hand. Little Xian, Mr. Yi is here to cooperate with our company. Linya said, Cooperation? No problem. Then Lin Xian sat down on a chair while Linya sat quietly not far away. Oh? Young Master Lin means that we can cooperate? But Miss Lin said that your company isn't considering cooperating with any companies for the time being. Yi Qingyun also sat in front of Lin Xian. That's true, but Mr. Yi came all the way from Jiangxia City for this matter. With such sincerity, we really have to consider it. We can't let Mr. Yi come for nothing, right? Yi Qingyun roared in his heart. That's not it. His main purpose of coming here was not to do business, but for Linya. How could he be so sure? But it didn't matter. If he could do business, it would naturally be good. Moreover, this was Lin Ya's younger brother, which meant that he would be his future brother-in-law. If he could please him and help him pursue Linya, wouldn't it be twice the result with half the effort? However, what made him more surprised was that this Lin Xian had such a high authority in the Art Xian group. Originally, he thought that Lin Xian was simply Lin Ya's younger brother, and that Linya was the one with the highest authority. According to the information on the internet, she also held almost all the shares of the Art Xian group. Now, it seemed that this was not the case. It's like this. Our family wants to. Before Yi Qingyun could finish, Lin Xian waved his hand. No. I won't look at the content of your cooperation. Of course, I don't mean anything else. I'll just talk about my cooperation. If Mr. Yi thinks it's okay, then we can cooperate. Go ahead. It's like this. Our company has plans to expand recently. Since Mr. Yi is from Jiangxia City, then we can consider opening the company's market in Jiangxia City first. The content of the cooperation is very simple. You give us money, and we will give your Yi family the right to join in Jiangxia City. In other words, your Yi family can be the sales channel of the Art Xian group in Jiangxia City. What do you think? The meaning was actually very simple. Your Yi family opened various stores in Jiangxia City and sold Art Xian Group's products. My Art Xian Group supplied your Yi family. Naturally, the price was higher than normal. You buy, you sell. As for how many stores you open in Jiangxia City, that was your freedom. However, no matter what, you had to pay for it yourself. It was just like the Yi family becoming a sales channel of the Art Xian Group. However, if you sold more, the Yi family would earn the difference in price. Anyway, it would definitely make money. However, the joining fee would definitely not be low. This, of course. Yi Qingyun nodded and agreed without hesitation. Originally, he might have come over to discuss something similar to this. Straightforward. I like Brother Ye's straightforwardness. Then let's talk about the joining fee. 1 billion a year. What do you think? 1 billion is not a problem. 300 million was just to take the Art Xian Group's agency rights in Jiangxia City. It seemed like a loss, but in fact, it was not a loss. Because if he got it, then his Yi family would become the only company that cooperated with the Art Xian Group in this aspect. Countless families in the entire mainland hoped to fight for the Art Xian Group's agency rights in a certain city. However, none of them were qualified because the Art Xian Group did not cooperate with outsiders for the time being. Lin Xian's Art Xian Group did not suffer any losses. They did not need to develop themselves, open their own stores, or operate their own operations. They would sell their goods here and earn their own money. Then, they would earn everyone's money. In the end, it was more or less the same. After completing Xiao Xinyue's mission, the Jade Marrow liquid would be unlimited. This was the simplest way. They would find a family in each city to act as the Art Xian Group's agent. In this way, the Art Xian Group would spread throughout the entire empire and even the 5 empires in a short period of time. Moreover, they would be fighting for the agency rights. It was much faster and simpler than the Art Xian Group developing their own cities bit by bit. There would definitely be enough money to earn. Lin Xian did not want Linya to be too tired. When the time came, it would be enough to just collect the money. Therefore, it would definitely be this way in the future. Thinking about it, an empire had hundreds of cities. Even if they only found one agent in each city, even if they charged them 1 billion a year, then just the agency rights alone in the 5 empires would be more than 1 billion a year. This did not include the money they paid for the goods here. It was very simple and very profitable. However, this joining fee may increase in the future. This should not be a problem for Mr. Yi, right? It will increase? Yi Qingyun frowned. Of course. After all, it is business. Mr. Yi should also understand. We can talk about the details slowly. Yi Qingyun looked at Lin Xian and said, Yes, of course. It is not early now. Mr. Yi, do you want to go back and rest first? I will discuss some things with my sister. Okay. Yi Qingyun then stood up. Then I will leave first. With that, he walked out. After walking out, he suddenly realized something. Something was not right. His main purpose for coming here was Linya. How could he leave happily just because he had reached a temporary verbal agreement with them? However, being able to reach a deal with them was also a huge gain. This Lin Xian does not seem to be as simple as he seems on the surface. Yi Qingyun smiled and then walked out. Little Xian, didn't you say that you would not cooperate? Linya looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Lin Xian then reached out and hugged Lin Ya's small waist, causing her to blush slightly. In the future, the Art Xian group will definitely dominate the 5 empires in the future and become an existence that no family or power can compare to, Lin Xian said with a smile. Chapter 836. Linya looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Was he really that ambitious? But then again, it was good for a man to have some ambition. You don't have to find an agent, right? Since you're not in a hurry, I can take my time to develop. No. Lin Xian shook his head, then kissed her pink cheeks. I don't want you to be too tired. In the future, you can just sit there and collect money. You have to improve yourself in the future. Got it. Linya nodded lightly, then bit her lips. Go, don't move. She pouted, then patted Lin Xian's hand. Lin Xian grinned and whispered in Linya's ear, Little fairy, you haven't done that for me in a long time. Linya, her little face instantly flushed red. Of course, she knew what Lin Xian was talking about. No. Linya quickly shook her head with a red face. No, I don't care. Lin Xian smirked. Then can we wait until we get home? No, we'll do it here. I'll go lock the door. Then Lin Xian quickly ran to Lin Ya's office and locked the door. Linya, hurry, hurry, hurry. Lin Xian smirked and rubbed her face. Linya lowered her head with a red face, then slowly got up and knelt in front of Lin Xian, reaching out her little hand. Ding! After bullying Linya for a short while, Lin Xian left happily. Aya. These days are really comfortable. Lin Xian stretched and entered sage mode. Although he hadn't slept with Linya, their intimacy had already reached the level of a couple. They had done everything, except for the last step. However, Lin Xian still couldn't bear to do it. However, his reluctance to do it was one thing, but whether he took advantage of her or not was another. Linya was too indulgent towards him. But of course, he didn't forget his enemy. Now, the Ouyang family should be fine. Xiao Yun might still hold a grudge against him in Tiandu. As for the Liao family, Liao Zhibong was killed by him. Liao Jian should have guessed that his brother had been assassinated and would definitely suspect him. As for what he would do next, Lin Xian didn't know. The girls around him all had the ability to protect themselves. For those who didn't, Linglong Shui also temporarily helped them to protect themselves. After all, she was Lin Xian's closest person, which was also Linglong Shui's closest person. She would definitely be willing to help, and was very confident and diligent. Then there was the Gongsun family. Outside of the Gongsun family was the Evil Fiend Temple, including the current Evil Fiend Temple's Zhao Mingyue. In fact, In Lin Xian's heart, Zhao Mingyue and the evil fiend temple were existences that he had to be more vigilant of. He hoped that they wouldn't make any moves in a short time. After that, Lin Xian walked towards Linglong Shue's residence. After not seeing each other for a few days, he was anxious. He had to go to the ice country tomorrow. This time, he might stay in the ice country longer than Tiandu. He might even have to come back with Xiao Runing. But Lin Xian was still looking forward to this trip to the ice country. He hadn't been out of the country before, but it was indeed his first time going to Tiandu. In Linglong Shue's home, there was a scene that Lin Xian would never have imagined. The three girls were holding 3 laptops and playing games. This game was taught to them by Lin Xian. After all, they were usually bored. Other than watching TV, they would go shopping. So, Lin Xian taught them other things to have fun. Of course, Linya was also taught by Lin Xian. They often played games at night. The night before, Linglong Shui, Bing Lingyue, Linya, Yi, and Lu Yufan were the 5 black fans. If their opponents knew that they were facing 5 heaven-defying beauties, how would they feel? But Linglong Shui was too much of a scammer. Maybe no one could compare to her talent in cultivation, but when it came to games, she was really a black hole. Even Bing Lingyue's ability to accept games was better than hers. That night, Lu Yufan laughingly ranked the 5 of them. Obviously, she was the last one, the scammer. Of course, that was the truth. It was just a joke to prove that they had a good relationship with each other. But Linglong Shui was at Sundara. She thought that her cultivation was fine, but why was it so difficult to play games? So, she couldn't accept it. So, she brought them to practice their skills. Big, 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 big. Linglong Yu kept shouting. Then, the screen turned gray. When she looked again, it was her sister's. She didn't learn big. Sister, you're too much of a scammer. Didn't you learn big when you were level 6? I used EQ to help you catch and knock the opponent away. I was waiting for you to do a big kill. But you didn't learn big when you were level 6. Linglong Yu was going crazy. That's right. Maybe for a girl like Linglong Yu, her talent in games was very high. Lin Xian taught her for a while, and she could even do some of the more difficult moves in Heroes. Linglong Shui looked at the black screen. Then, she took a sip of tea and said calmly, "Which one is big?" Linglong Yu. It hurts so much. That was what Linglong Yu learned from Lin Xian. Lin Xian was having a great time playing Ultimate. He was so elegant, especially when he was using his skills and his big moves. The way he shouted was simply Linglong Shui. Naturally, there was no need to think too much. Even Sister Bing is better than you. Sister Bing is 1 to 8. Look at you, 0 to 13. It's okay. Last time, didn't Lin Xian play my hero 0 to 17? I'm better than him. Linglong Shui said. Linglong Yu. She was speechless. Bing Lingyue turned off the computer and leaned on the sofa to drink tea. Then, she said, "Did you guys encounter danger in Tiandu?" "Yes, Lin Xian is too good at causing trouble. I finally know why he brought me along every time. It's because he wants me to be his bodyguard." "Humph, big pig trotter." Linglong Yu pouted and said, "Then, what you said to me, is it true?" Linglong Shui asked. What did I say?" "You said that he and other girls. This? It's nothing." Although Linglong Yu was angry, she felt that telling Linglong Shui the truth would mean betraying Lin Xian. Linglong Yu still remembered that when Lin Xian played with her, he said that they were a team. They were a family. If they were to die, they would die together. Never betray a teammate. I don't know how to say it. Linglong Yu scratched her head. Then, she hugged Dragoni and played with her. Bing Lingyue then said, "It's understandable for a man to have multiple wives." "That's right. She might be Lin Xian's best teammate." "Then, Sister Bing, are you willing? If he's a man that I like, if he's capable and responsible, having multiple wives is nothing. It's like that in my era. As long as he treats everyone well, it's fine." Bing Lingyue said. "Arabaldi, the man you love the most is back." Lin Xian opened the door and appeared. Chapter 837. Lin Xian jumped in and looked at the three girls awkwardly. The three girls looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at an idiot. Beauties, give me some reaction or I'll be embarrassed. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said, "Handsome." Ling Longyue said, "So handsome." Bing Lingyue agreed. "This is even more awkward. Big brother is the most handsome." This was from the bottom of her heart, from the bottom of her heart. Then Dragoni happily flew into Lin Xian's arms and rubbed against Lin Xian. "So cute." Okay. I heard your perfunctory words." Lin Xian helplessly walked over and sat beside Ling Longyue out of habit. "Dragoni, did you miss me?" Lin Xian teased Dragoni. Of course I missed you." Dragoni didn't know how to lie, so she sincerely expressed her feelings. "Good girl, give me a kiss." Hee. Of course, Dragoni was more than willing to fly up and give Lin Xian a big peck on the cheek. Ling Longyue shuddered in disgust. "So cute. I bought some snacks on the way, eat." Lin Xian opened the box and Ling Longyue skillfully snatched one of the desserts. Dragoni didn't hold back at all as well. Lin Xian then hugged Ling Longyue and placed his hand on her stomach. "It seems like it's a little protruding." Lin Xian touched it and said softly, "You don't have to worry about it. Aren't you having fun in Tiandu?" Ling Longyue pushed away Lin Xian's hand and said coldly. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Ling Longyue must have told her that he was intimate with other girls. Of course, Lin Xian wasn't dissatisfied with Ling Longyue's attitude. After all, it was his fault. Lin Xian admitted that he wasn't good enough for Ling Longyue. After he tricked her, he even got intimate with other girls. To be honest, any normal woman would be unhappy, let alone Ling Longyue. "Aya, it's almost time for dinner. Let's go out and buy some groceries. When we come back, I'll ask Ling Long to help me cook." Bing Lingyue smiled and stood up. "No, I want to watch the show," Ling Longyue said as she ate. Then, she saw Bing Lingyue winking at her. Yes, I want to buy a lot of chicken wings. I want to eat cola chicken wings today." Then, she turned around and carried Dragoni away. The three of them left the house, leaving only Lin Xian and Ling Longyue in the house. Of course, they left on purpose to give them some space to talk. After all, they knew what happened, and it wasn't good for them to be around. "You're angry?" Lin Xian asked a little embarrassedly. "So what you said is true, right?" Ling Longyue looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian scratched his head. It wasn't a big deal to confess this kind of thing, but Lin Xian really felt that he wasn't a good person. Yes, Lin Xian naturally couldn't hide it. This kind of thing had to be revealed no matter what. Perhaps this was a good opportunity. How long ago? Ling Longyue's voice didn't have much emotion, but the system notification in Lin Xian's mind sounded. She was jealous, unhappy, and angry. The system notification allowed Lin Xian to know Ling Longyue's feelings and emotions that she didn't show. It also allowed Lin Xian to deal with it better. Ling Longyue, of course, was unhappy. Although she was prepared, she felt that Lin Xian's relationship with the girls around him wasn't normal. It was a girl's natural sixth sense and keen intuition. No, there was something more important. It was something that she was more certain of. So when she heard the news, she was relatively calm. However, Lin Xian personally admitted it in front of her. It really made her feel very complicated. How long ago? Actually, Ying and I should be before you. Lin Xian finished the tea in front of him in one gulp and said, "At that time, we were training in the demonic beast domain and encountered an accident. We encountered a very powerful demonic beast." Lin Xian roughly told Ling Longyue what happened that day. "So even though you already have her as your girlfriend, you still lied to me?" No. Lin Xian quickly shook his head. It's over. Then, Lin Xian quickly held her hand and looked into her eyes as he explained, "What happened between me and little Ying was an accident, but I need to be responsible for her. What happened between you and me was also an accident. I want to be responsible for you too. And I can guarantee that my feelings for you are real. Please believe me. Your feelings for beautiful girls are real, right?" "Of course not. Who else?" Linglong Shui asked again. Lin Xian, in that instant, Lin Xian wanted to say no. But when he looked into Linglong Shui's beautiful eyes, countless thoughts rushed into his mind. In that instant, there were a million possibilities. Maybe only a second had passed, but Lin Xian's brain was spinning rapidly. In the end, he decided, there's also Chu Xue, Lin Xian said shamefully. It was real shame, not shyness. Admitting that he had other women in front of his own woman, that kind of feeling really didn't feel good. How should he say it? Hearing Lin Xian admit it, Linglong Shui actually let out a sigh of relief. Lin Xian was her man, and she had already admitted it. Naturally, she couldn't find another man. Moreover, their relationship was very good. It wasn't that she couldn't accept a man having multiple wives. Although she felt uncomfortable, she couldn't accept a man lying to her. Obviously, Lin Xian didn't lie to her. Her senses were stronger than anyone else's, her realm was high, and she was a Yao. In fact, she had already sensed Lin Xian's aura from Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. It was a kind of aura that was left behind after a very intimate relationship, so she also knew that there was definitely something between Han Chuxue and Lin Xian, and Lin Xian admitted it. That was why she had been worried that Lin Xian would lie to her. If he did, she might really get angry and leave. But Lin Xian didn't, which was why she let out a sigh of relief. In fact, she also didn't want to leave. So Lin Xian's choice at that second was correct. Okay. Linglong Shui nodded, then got up, walked into the room, and closed the door. I'm going to rest for a while. Lin Xian scratched his head. Angry? Angry? But later on, the system didn't say that in his mind, which meant that her anger didn't increase. Hey, Xiao Linglong, are you angry? Lin Xian asked at the door. No. Linglong Shui's voice came from inside. She just wanted to calm down and think. She was angry, but she was fine. You're not angry? Then I'll make something delicious for you. I don't want to eat. Linglong Shui replied indifferently. Then, let's watch a movie together. I'll recommend a good one. I don't want to watch it. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and looked at the tightly shut door. How about playing video games? Linglong Shui. Pull me. Lin Xian. Chapter 838. That's right. In the next hour, Lin Xian and Linglong Shui didn't continue this topic. The two of them held their laptops in her room and fought 2 rounds. Damn, Xiao Linglong, why are you so fierce in these 2 rounds? You're killing the opponent consecutively. Lin Xian was shocked by Linglong Shui's performance. Was this still Linglong Shui? Wasn't she just a wall? How could she kill the opponent endlessly? If she killed the opponent in 1 round, it would be due to luck, and the opponent was really weak. But 2 rounds in a row, because I learned a big move. Linglong Shui said calmly. Lin Xian. Then she closed her laptop. You're not playing anymore? Lin Xian asked. She shook her head. I'm not playing anymore. Then did you vent your anger? Lin Xian hugged her and placed her on the bed. He looked at her side profile and asked quietly, What's wrong with you? I'm not angry, she said calmly. Of course I'm angry. It's all my fault. But I really can't abandon them. Can't bear to? Linglong Shui lay there and turned to look at Lin Xian. Yeah, I can't bear to. At the same time, I don't want to become a scumbag. You're already a scumbag. Lin Xian. Then can you forgive me, a scumbag? Lin Xian kissed her cheek softly. Just don't do it in front of me. Linglong Shui sighed softly in her heart. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. Then you. Linglong Shui sat up and said calmly. Actually, I already knew. If you didn't admit it, I would have left you. But you admitted it. At least you didn't lie to me. Mother said to never choose a man who lied to you. At least you passed this test and... Linglong Shui turned to look at Lin Xian and said helplessly, You're not destined to only have me. Allah. Lin Xian scratched his head. There's also Ling Yu. Why are you talking about this again? Although Lin Xian wanted to pursue her, didn't you say you don't want to let down any girl down? She is. Then, can you accept it? Lin Xian looked at her and asked. At the very least, it's easier for me to accept than others. Besides, I'm not the main branch. Linglong Shui said softly. Lin Xian. She probably said that because she heard that Ling Ying was Lin Xian's first woman. Aya, don't worry about this. There's no difference in seniority. In my heart, you're all the same. Lin Xian smiled and hugged her. Happy, very happy. This was a knot in Lin Xian's heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud, just like Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. But he said it out loud and received Linglong Shui's forgiveness. He was really happy. Therefore, he, Lin Xian, was truly blessed. The girl beside him was really good. But Linglong Shui looked at Lin Xian seriously. What? Say it. Say it. I'm still unhappy. So, as punishment, the bet I lost to you before doesn't count. Do you agree? As she spoke, her little face turned slightly red. Lin Xian, what a joke. Of course, he agreed. Although he was a little reluctant, this was his wife. There was still a long way to go. Of course, of course. Anything else, wife? Just say it. It's still the same. Without my permission, you can't touch me. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. It could be considered as helping her vent her anger. Take your hand away. Linglong Shui said lightly. Lin Xian decisively let go of his hand. Although he agreed now, he would definitely be able to do whatever he wanted in a few days. Hee, I'm happy. When they buy the ingredients later, I'll make delicious food for you. I'll do it, Linglong Shui said. Wow, you even want to snatch this from me. I'm happy to. Lin Xian smiled. Okay, you can do it. But you can't work too hard. My son is still in your stomach, Lin Xian said with a smile. Linglong Shui touched her stomach and then looked up at Lin Xian. I'll help you pursue Ling Yu. Lin Xian. No way? So good? Lin Xian still looked conflicted. Must I? Yes, I must. Are you really okay with it? Yes. Then, when the time comes, if I really manage to pursue her, can the three of us, cough, unless you want to die? Linglong Shui said coldly. Hee, I'm just joking, Lin Xian said with a smile. That wifey, there's something I want to ask. Linglong Shui then looked at Lin Xian. That is, look, why don't I not go back tonight? I'll stay here with you. No. Linglong Shui directly refused. Of course, she knew what Lin Xian, this bad guy, wanted to do. But think about it, you're pregnant now, and we can only do it for the first 3 months. After that, we can't do it for 7 months. Lin Xian then looked at her with a wronged expression. So, don't you have Ling Ying and the others? Linglong Shui's words made Lin Xian speechless. Okay. If wifey doesn't agree, then forget it. Then I won't do anything else. I'll just hug you to sleep and not do anything, okay? Lin Xian looked wronged and begged with his eyes. Linglong Shui, no. But I'm leaving tomorrow. Linglong Shui frowned slightly and looked at Lin Xian. I'm going to Ice Country. You should know about Ice Country, right? I have some things to do there, and I don't know when I'll be back. What things? She felt like Lin Xian had said he would be gone for a long time. Sigh, I have important things to do. Important things for men? Things to do with factions? Linglong Shui asked. That didn't seem right. Why did he have to go to other empires to develop his faction? But wasn't that what men needed to do? Sigh. Lin Xian sighed and didn't answer. He wasn't lying to her, right? That's why I want to be intimate with you before I leave. I won't do anything other than hug you to sleep. Is that okay? Linglong Shui bit her red lips slightly. After all, she was his woman. This was actually her duty. Then, all right, but you have to promise me that you won't do anything. Linglong Shui finally relented. That's right. In fact, almost all women were soft-hearted. This was probably what it meant to be a woman. Even Linglong Shui, who was at the heavenly Dao realm, was no exception. Of course, there was a prerequisite. That was that they would only be soft-hearted towards the people they cared about. Really, you promised me. You can't go back on your word. Lin Xian was delighted. When the time came, they would be sleeping together. He might not be able to persuade her now, but when the time came, then, it would no longer be up to Linglong Shui. Just thinking about it made him look forward to it. He had never slept with her in her room before. Chapter 839. After a while, Bing Lingyue and Ling Longyue, as well as Dragoni and Bing Lingyue's arms, came back. They bought a lot of ingredients, and since Lin Xian was there, they hoped that he could make a feast for them. Although Linglong Shui can cook now, she can't compare to Lin Xian in terms of details and style. Naturally, they hoped that Lin Xian would do it himself. And then there's Dragoni. In the past, she wasn't picky. As long as it was a big sister, she would hug anyone. But now, Ling Longyue and Bing Lingyue, she chose to be in Bing Lingyue's arms. Linya and Ling Ying, she chose to be in Lin Ya's arms. Why? Big, soft, comfortable, big brother. As soon as they got home, Dragoni flew out of Bing Lingyue's arms and sat on Lin Xian's shoulder. She's really sick of Lin Xian. Lin Xian is the closest to her. Big brother is going somewhere else tomorrow. You still have to stay with your sisters, do you hear me? Lin Xian pinched her and said with a smile. Dragoni's mouth twitched. Can't Dragoni be with Big Brother? She really wants to be with Lin Xian. It's not convenient. When we go to the Beast Domain later, I'll bring you along. Be good. Okay. Dragoni is the most obedient. Dragoni nodded her little head. Good girl. Then Lin Xian looked at them and said, Okay. Xiao Linglong is going to cook for everyone? Ah, big sister is going to cook. Ling Longyue's face fell. What's wrong with me doing it? Linglong Shui came out of the room and asked. No, nothing. What I mean is that big sister is pregnant and shouldn't work too hard. Let Lin Xian do it. He should serve you. Ling Longyue said with a smile. Lin Xian. Yes, she was willing and satisfied with Lin Xian serving her. But why was this girl's words so unpleasant? Since I have nothing to do, I'll do it. Sister, you can play with me and Sister Bing. Let Lin Xian play. No, you're too much of a scammer, Linglong Shui said. Ling Longyue, wow. Who was the one who tricked him? That's right, Linglong Shui had become a little arrogant after 2 rounds of godly play. You two have fun. I'll go guide Xiao Linglong. Then, Lin Xian and Linglong Shui walked into the kitchen. That's strange. I don't feel like big sister is angry. Ling Longyue mumbled. Maybe it's because Lin Xian is too strong. Bing Lingyue smiled. An hour and a half later, 4 dishes and a soup were successfully served on the table. After dinner, the 4 of them nestled on the sofa, covered with blankets, and curled up together to watch a movie. The female lead in the movie was the one they had talked about before. I heard that an Xian has a concert in Ice Country these few days, Ling Longyue said. They all liked this girl. She was pretty and good at acting. The main thing was that she looked familiar. They had seen her in many TV dramas and movies. Then go to Ice Country with Lin Xian. He's going there. Linglong Shui said. Allah. Ling Longyue looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at Ling Longyue. You're going to Ice Country? What a coincidence. What coincidence? I'm not bringing you. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Ling Longyue pursed her lips. Stinky man. When you need me, you say all kinds of good things. When you don't need me, you don't bring me. Humph. Ling Longyue said with disdain. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. That seemed to be the case. However, Lin Xian did not want to reveal that he was going to the Ice Country to act as Xiao Runing's boyfriend for the time being. Moreover, unlike the Ling family, Xiao Runing's parents were in no hurry to sell her. According to Xiao Runing, as long as it was a man, as long as he had the ability to reproduce, her parents would be satisfied. Lin Xian could not understand Xiao Runing's parents' mentality. If it was in the past and she could not cultivate, her parents would be anxious. After all, Xiao Runing's age. That's not right. She was not young. She was only 1 or 2 years older than Linya. She was only 24 or 25 years old, which was the most beautiful period of a woman's life. Even if she couldn't cultivate in the past, she wouldn't be in a hurry. But now that she could cultivate, once she reached a higher realm, her lifespan would increase and her aging would be slowed down. Some people might be in their 50s or 60s, but they still look like they were in their 20s. Ling Ying and Han Chushua's mother looked exactly like that. She was in her 40s, but when they stood together, it was no exaggeration to say that they looked like sisters. It's not that I don't want to bring you. I really have something to do. Something to do? Other than women, what do you have to do? You must be going to find a girl. Ling Longyue mumbled. Ling Longshui glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian panicked. Don't. Cough cough. Don't mess around. If you want to go, you can go by yourself, or you guys can go. I'm not bringing you. Sister, did you see that? He's guilty and doesn't dare to bring you. Lin Xian. Forget it. Lin Xian is going to do something important. Ling Longshui shook her head. Oh. Ling Longyue did not say anything else. I'll bring you guys to play when I come back. Lin Xian said. Who cares? Ling Longyue mumbled. Dragoni wants it. Dragoni said sweetly. Okay, then I'll bring Dragoni out to play. I won't bring them. Hee. Dragoni happily kissed Lin Xian's face again. After about 2 hours, it was getting late, and they had finished another movie. Hey, why aren't you leaving? Ling Longyue kicked Lin Xian, who was beside her. Leave? Why should I leave? This is my home. Why should I leave? Lin Xian asked puzzledly. Who said this is your home? We bought this. But my wife is here, so this is my home. Lin Xian said with a smile. To be honest, he wanted to accompany Linya tonight, but in the end, he could not resist Ling Longshui's temptation. It's getting late. Xiao Ling Long, let's take a shower and go to sleep. I have to wake up early tomorrow. Ling Longshui's face was slightly red. Then she got up and walked back to her room. Bye-bye. Lin Xian smiled and waved at Ling Longyue. His expression was too smug. Ling Longyue's mouth was slightly open. Sister Bing, Lin Xian. Ling Longyue pointed and looked at Bing Lingyue. Bing Lingyue smiled. They are partners, it's normal. Bastard. Ling Longyue was going crazy. She knew, but she was not happy. Time to sleep. She then went back to her room in a huff. Dragoni, let's go back to sleep. Bing Lingyue was their intellectual big sister. She then carried Dragoni, turned off the lights and TV, and went back to her room. Smells good. Lin Xian said with a smile as he sniffed Ling Longshui's room. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.